点点，真的就差一点点。这个叫火球，
真加个火球，我这边是个狂暴，这个弩又亏了。哇，
这个弩血亏啊，这6费就下来就没了。
古龙解不掉了，古龙用火箭解。 古龙用火箭解就很亏，他就一个血球，刚刚交了去解那个击退气球了。
那基本上是
恭喜一下 Ponos。气球。
哎，有没有小电？哇，这个小电这会，这也会漏，这崩子啊，这不漏我扭一下的。
好，我们先恭喜一下 Mugi 是扳回一城啊，挽回一局。现在是看 Mugi 怎么去守这个。
哎，这个矿工要解啊！牢笼憋得出吗？牢笼？
哦，牢笼有没有？
完了！
哇，处处有惊喜，我们要恭喜一下 Ponos 是2比0拿下了对手。
boss 这波节奏是抓得非常好，还有第
哇，还有一个猎人。但是这个跑得有点快。
是。
看一下这边怎么说，游侠可能要补火球了。
对的，那火球可能要补。
这火球还不砸吗？哇，这顺风车有一下，火枪顺便点掉。恭喜老板啊！
对 ，boss 笑得非常开心。那家就可以逞顶右路了，果然点了右路，那这样应该右路是守不太住了，右路的压力非常大。
矿工再挡一挡，但是这个绿色的东西还有一个呀，绿色东西要进去了，王子再拉一下家具，还有一炮，
治疗都又奶起来了，
还有一炮吗？ 那我们要恭喜 Banda 在最后还是干掉了 BOSS。哇，这个游侠要透死了，2下、3下、4下、5下啊，4下，很恐怖啊！这个一滚一火来得及吗？不够。但是这边要320一个毒药，小骷髅没有摸到，一滚一火是够了。我们要恭喜到 Line 啊，就差点就玩脱了。 恭喜他了，这里是2比0，轻松战胜 5Game。
那现在时间有一点
看一下，看左边这个羊，但是血量差的太多了。就看右边电法再踩一下，雪球给解开，这个羊冲进来了，1下、2下、3下，感觉古龙喷到了，恭喜 WDGM。 会被拉到中间的。
对 ，A 选择守不住了，选择一波换家。
是这一波换家还是很痛啊！这边有茫茫多的小骷髅，还有一个地狱龙，但是这个电法下的位置，
这个操作非常细。
是，
萝卜这个打的还是非常稳，就知道你这个血量还是破不了他，但时间也不够了。
是的，这里也是要恭喜萝卜战胜了强大的 AU， 也是帮助 WDGM 在这一场关键的收官之战中获得了胜利。
我感觉是可以。
那这波是有机会哦。
有没有建筑？
好像能破路。就破路的情况下，还是天狗是有优势。哎呀，他想去看这个小蝙蝠。
那这波没法
没了，
没法破路了呀。
哇 ，BOSS 把这个交在后面的话，那机甲随便交桥头了呀。奶豆子先挡一下，但是这个樵夫会被锁到吗？哇，这个
箭射到了，
这一炮一发入魂啊！
把手这边又交多了，右边又是一个大电，Haruki 这个大电，哦，同时想避雷，看避雷效果怎么样？看一下女枪是活下来了，
这边
但超奇死了呀，
是啊，
好像也不是，哎，这个超奇，这边有炸弹塔，炸弹塔，女武神加滚木，哇，防得很漂亮，机甲交多了，但保血量，哦，这个女武神直接被打掉了。 那这样机甲的话，这好亏啊！
这边又要下战，
下飓风吗？下飓风加鱼钩，还防得不错。这边机甲也跟多了，可以看到 Kiss 这边
也出现了，
但是这边的费用，这个青龙下的不好，但是把女枪吞掉了。小骷髅下的很快，但是这把的血量，哎，这炸2下，
太难了。
他另外一张应该是张小法术吧，然后还有一张剑弩。难道说不能卖啊？直接毒。
老婆来了！
哇，这波难解，这波手里哦，强行破出来牢笼。牢笼有牢笼。电法解吗？电法。哦，但这个矿工是打满伤害哦，有矿工啊。
现在是看 Mugi 怎么去守这个。
哎，这个矿工要解啊！牢笼憋得出吗？牢笼。
哦，牢笼有没有？
完了。
哇！
那他其实皇家猪猪遇到这个超起不太好哦，这个猎人下的很好啊。什么时候激活的？我怎么没有注意？皇家巨人排序我也不太记得了。
没到，还要再过2张。
哎，跳起来了，跳起来，然后哎，但是这个猎人确实下的好呀，
下的超好，
每次都完美解，这 X 波是有点头疼。推荐伤害不够啊！哎，这个幽灵直接去砍推荐了，哦，这猎人下的确实好啊。
Welcome to Clan Wars 2! Your journey begins here. And what the?
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt
As I was saying... Oh, wait! Hello? Everyone seems to have left. The king should never row himself. I'll just wait here, so send someone to get me.
这里要滚木斩杀吗？还直接雪球预判吗？
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼 만들었고 네, 마무리도 있습니다.
Still the baby dragons are alive, and that weak round roller.
他这个套式就进来。
好，拿到了3星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！
スリープを回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。Be careful, but still Talon.
That tower's down so quickly.
再加一个滚墨，
斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WDGM。
2, and that's it. 3-0 Grand Finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova
1
Esports.
타 순간의 경기를 오고 있는 탈론이었다.
DTG ロスとなりました。Kicks against Game W. 優勝はハブゲーミング。
クラロアリーグイースト本番最終長寿祭バイシーズン頑張ります。今シーズンイースト頑張ります。大地
Welcome everyone to Clash Royale League East full season. We started with 8 teams. We only have 6. My name is Simon. With me is G-Clef. What are we expecting tonight?
It's the playoffs, and we're expecting one team to be gone. That's for sure, and I don't know exactly yet because we're playing up to the loser. We're playing 3 best of 5s, which I don't think we ever had in one day. We had some long like best of 3s and a few best of 5s, but not 3 in one day in the last few years.
Yeah,
I think this is our first time.
It's going to be a whole lot of who has the most stamina. If you lose in your first game, you will go to a loser's bracket match where if you lose that, you are out. It will be a case of stamina, especially for teams that play first. The teams that play first, you're going to have to wait around for the next game to conclude. And then it's your game. So during that time, you might get in your own head.
That's not too bad. Because we had a weekend break last week, I think a lot of players are ready. They should have done all their studies to go against a certain opponent, and they sort of have a read of between the other two. That's who's not playing the first match or the second match. So it's going to be the first 2 matches, and the losers, exactly what you see on the left side of your screen. Kicks Bob, that's the first match. 3rd from regular season, 6th from regular season, 1st. And match number 2, Talon versus WDGM, 4th versus 5th. Oh, that was pretty quick.
Yeah. And then the losers play against each other in the first of our weekend elimination matches. It's interesting because everything we've seen so far this season doesn't really come into effect today because we haven't seen these teams have the need to have 3 best of 1 players. We haven't had that point of the season where you have to have 3 1v1 best of 3s because some of these teams have barely played that last set because they just win the 2v2 and the King of the Hill. They haven't had much practice there.
And it actually might be the same. It just might be 2v2, King of the Hill, and a single 1v1 when it comes down to 3-0. But likely it's going to go to set 4 or even set 5. Here's the match point for our first match today. We have Kicks team and Bob Gaming.
Yeah, first up, Kicks beat Fav very early on in the season when Fav were kind of down in the dumps. Second time around though, Fav did manage to take Kicks in a very, very clean 2-0. They won the 2v2 and the King of the Hill. This is the deciding match between the two. Who is going to end up on top of who with this match?
Yeah, everyone else on the team for Kicks and Bob, I think they stayed pretty much consistent. Back Ice Law coming back to 1v1, I think that hinted a lot coming into the playoff for him being in that 1v1 spot. And these two have been somewhat consistent. Of course, Lightning a lot better compared to Jack in results. But I think the big take here, big part of what the match is going to be today is going to be, is Benzer really showing up for the day today? And is Expo Master really showing up for the day? Because they had some ups and downs during the season, especially in the King of the Hill.
I mean, the one thing for Fav is that they have been overly consistent with their wins. Yes, we have Benza, who is very up and down, but he's supported by players like Light, like Yuya. You know, there's a lot of support there. Whereas when Jack's having a bad day, Hajime and Expo Master both also seem to be having a bad day.
True, true.
They don't seem to be able to play off each other the way that we would think they would. But 2v2, Light Yuya versus Jack and Katashian. Jack and Katashian coming together in these 2v2s have been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal together. Yes, they lost last week to Talon, but before that, they had 3 wins in the bounce. They did lose to WDGM. Before that, they won 2. The second half of the season, Jack and Katashian in 2v2 have been downright scary.
And for Kicks, it was usually Light and Ice Law for the longest time, and then towards the latest part of the second round robin, they changed into Light and Yuya, showing promises a lot more than Ice Law is going to play in that 1v1. Of course, you can still have your 2v2 player in that King of the Hill, in that 1v1 slot, but it's for them to practice and focus more on the other format.
Yeah, and the bans Freeze and Lava Hound. Freeze is going to be a big one because we've seen that card come out quite a lot. It is one of those last-minute clutch to finish a push to take a tower. Lava Hound being taken out by Fub Gaming, interestingly, is just going to mean probably we're going to see Royal Giant Skeletons a lot.
Which calls for, because of Lava Ban, it calls a lot more for Graveyard. But with the Freeze ban, it calls for less Graveyard too. So that's going to be interesting. Maybe we might just go 1 Graveyard for a toss, not with the Freeze because it's a ban card, but with a Balloon. We've seen it paired with RG, we've seen it paired with Skeleton. Here's a video.
Get the top 2 seed.
Kicks はチームで戦ってるイメージより個人個人の力で戦ってるイメージが強かったです。そうですね、キックスというチームはすごい 1v1 の上手いプレーがたくさんいて、けれどもなんかその 2v2 でやっぱりなかなか勝ちきれず。
I think I can win Fab Gaming in I'm confident.
アイスロー選手も自分と同じで 1v1 と 2v2 どっちもうまくやっているプレイヤーなので、自分としては絶対負けられない戦いなので全力で頑張りたいと思います。
Hey Jack, I wish you a lot of luck in the 1v1 set against me, but it will not be easy for you.
僕らは1回だけ戦ったことあるんですけど、その時は僕が勝っていたので、やっぱり運を貯めなきゃいけないのはそっちなんじゃないかなと。
We gonna smash them with 3-0 or 3-1. I expect 3-0. Good luck to them in this bracket.
勝つのは僕らです。ファブゲーミング。
Wow.
Oh!
The smack talk was real in that one.
Woo!
Wow.
That's just like having a massive spicy food in my mouth.
I know. One of the interesting things is that Jack was expecting Icelore to be in 2v2. Not having Icelore in the 2v2 could be, or could throw Fav Gaming's plans into the gears. But we'll find out what's going to go on in this one as we are here. Fav Gaming in red at the top and Kicks in blue at the bottom.
Yeah, even with the Battle Healer, we've seen a lot of graveyards in 2v2. And also with the Miner, we've seen a lot more of Miner wall breakers in 2v2. I'm not just talking 1v1. And also a lot more use of Mega Knights in the recent times. Those are some of the minor changes that you have not seen with the October patch.
Yeah, don't forget we did only have 1 week in the October patch. So a lot of changes, a lot of meta changes. We do see that Battle Healer hover over that river there.
And a lot more one of the bigger changes. And a lot more magic cards are compared to the Musketeer now, since Musketeer has been nerfed significantly. And because of that, a lot more Ice Wizard and Mega Minion to sort of fill that damage.
Also, Royal Ghost has been kind of popular too. This new meta has been reinvigorating the Royal Ghost, so we'll see if that comes into play in this game. But right now we just have that usual giant skeleton battle in the middle of the bridge there. Fishermen to pull them away, which allows a counterattack to come down across the bridge, but a tornado throws a giant wrench in there.
But the Baby Dragon Ewis actually gets away, that tornado timing. They don't pull everything into the death damage. Takes some more extra Ewis zap there.
was a little bit early, wasn't it, the tornado? You can usually let it go just a little bit longer than that.
So the real question is, the Ghost, Royal Ghost and the Battle Healer, they're technically floating, right? But the log actually hits them, though.
Don't get into this. All right, so we do see, we are down to the last minute, and Kicks are holding on to quite a few cards in comparison
the magic.
to Fav.
I think it connected 1 damage.
Nothing that big, but there we go. Giant Skeleton, RG, and the Graveyard all coming down. Fav do have that poison, which will counteract that Graveyard. But what can they do about this Royal Giant here? It is going to get Fisherman pulled away.
To the left. And actually, with that E-Wiz, we'll actually get 1 big cannon shot into the left side. So that actually makes it pretty much even. Kicks still standing in a better choice, better spot.
And Fav there using the tornado to get that King Tower activation. Nice. Is it too little too late though?
I think it's not too late, because against the Graveyard it should be a lot easier without the freeze. With double the King Tower activated now. The main problem will be the RG.
They are seemingly only carrying 1 RG between them, so that's going to be it's going to be very nice to see if they can make it through. And the RG actually pushes through to the tower. 697 on that one, with the Giant Skeleton just acting as a giant wall there. The RG connects into the tower. Another fireball hit in there. 525 on that top left-hand tower. And Fav are just kind of not breaking through the defenses of Kicks right now.
That might be pretty close to be the ending. 525 left. Just looking for a few more spells into that left side. So Fav, they have to push everything towards the right. Only forcing a lot of damage. There's 1, 2 shots from the Magic Archer.
Tornado used as well from Kicks. Miner comes in. There's a rocket to try and counter whatever would come down on top of it, but it's not enough. But that is the go sign for Kicks. They need to finish this before Fav can rocket out the game, and it looks as though they're going to. 1 hit from the RG is enough to close it out. Game 1 goes the way of Kicks.
Yeah, pretty solid victory there for Kicks. Light and Yuya bringing the power once again with that Graveyard RG, which has been pretty popular among all the teams, especially like we've seen Nova use it in week 8, and a few other teams actually bringing that combination. So Graveyard without the freeze, just being used as a tool to distract what's on the back, and RG to push through.
Very, very clean game by Kicks there. It was a bit, at the beginning it was very back and forth, and then Kicks just kind of got in gear and started to control and dominate that game. The double miner not working out this time.
In terms of Giant Skeleton control, I think Fav did it a little bit better until we hit the overtime.
This right here was the key point.
Yeah, that big body push. Right there, that's 1.
It was 1 hit that I feel Fav Gaming were not ready for. Like, they didn't think it was going to happen.
Like, the bomb tower was turned into 0 elixir because of that.
Yeah.
And the moment you see the rocket, that's a go sign for Kicks.
But if they delayed any kind of push here, they would have ended up losing. The rocket would have outcycled them, but they did have poison to, you know, help out defensively and offensively. So 1 rotation of cards would have finished that tower. I mean, Kicks had a go. They went for it. They got the win in game 1. What is game 2 gonna have in store for us here?
Honestly, except for a few RG shots that just slipped in, Fav Gaming didn't look too bad. They had a lot of the control. They had Spear Goblins against Skeletons. They had some Miner putting out damage. Had Rocket to finish solidly when they need the spell damage. So they might actually stick with the same deck. That's how I feel.
But then I feel like if they go into that Graveyard RG match again, the Graveyard RG just has more counters to the double miner with the Magic Archer and stuff like that.
So instead of just holding a tornado for the Giant Skeleton death damage, use it to just pull the RG back. I think if Fav came down to that type of cycle, they could have got as close to 0 shot from the RG. Maybe coming down real close, less than a 100-digit. Less than a 3-digit difference between the 2 teams.
What if we see double golem It's been a very long time in 2v2, but Golem kind of has snuck back into the meta. It's doing...
At least in 1v1, we see it.
Yeah, it's doing relatively better than it ever has since probably the 2018 CRL first season where Golem was everywhere. Like, since then, Golem has been MIA. Very few players play it.
Hey, Simon, no one wants to go back there. No. Maybe some Golem players out there. No offense, guys, but not a lot of people want to go back to the Golem meta.
But without the Lava Hound, I feel like the Golem might be a good option. We don't see all too many buildings in 2v2.
Then would Giant Double Prince be like another option too?
Giant Double Prince definitely could work.
We had some Giant Double Prince pushes, which I don't think it works too well. But even with the Rage card.
Yeah. We could have double Goblin Giant Sparky.
I know exactly why you're making that squeaking sound. Because it's not going to show up here.
All right, so it is Fav Gaming, Katashian and Jack in red at the top, and Light and Yuya for Kicks Gaming in blue at the bottom. Lava Hound and Freeze are your bans. Let's get into this one.
Ice Spirit. Bait, but Tornado's out there, so less likely. What's the next spirit?
Just a quick reminder, Electro Spirit is not available for this, as the Electro Giant is also not available. Just make those aware to you guys, but here we go.
Exactly.
RG Giant Skeleton from Fav Gaming.
And a Lumberjack calls for maybe a same type of combination for Kicks.
Very nicely dealt with, and the death damage not even cleaning
just
that up.
Popping Graveyard on top because they have Rage. Okay, a few Skeletons actually getting hits. But, hey, what do you say? Not bad. 500.
Yeah, not the greatest. I don't think that was as much as Kicks were expecting to get. I think they were expecting a little bit more. But that was actually kind of a nice timing. Fav didn't have anything to really defend it effectively enough.
Now 500, I mean, just try it 5 times, you win the game. It's not too bad to start off when you didn't even lose too much elixirs. And are they ready this time? Only with the Fisherman. Bomb Tower still not in cycle.
RG slowed down by the Fisherman's hook. E-Wiz is going to try Tornadoes to pull everything. And that RG got so much damage.
4 shots.
1336 on that tower. That is a critical amount of tower from just the one RG.
But Kicks' RG also getting some shots in. That's 2. That makes it about as even, only 150 away.
Did you see that Lumberjack play there to stop the Fisherman from pulling that RG? Stunning positioning and just great execution, making sure the Fisherman doesn't pull the RG into that center and just protecting
all the way in the back.
As much as possible.
And an EQ on top of this. Bob, they're ready to destroy the tower, and the RG is still pretty safe. Fisherman pulls the Giant Skeleton.
Not what you want in this push. Fireball has to come down, but more damage getting through. Light and you're just not dealing with these RGs effectively enough.
More damage and way too much elixirs for that defense. The EQ is not something we expected here. Fav Gaming, they're on top of their preparation.
Lumberjack trying to find his way around. There's the Fisherman. The other Fisherman played.
Timing.
Perfectly timed, but RG is off the board for Fav Gaming. They need to get this Giant Skeleton out the way so they can build a counter-attack, but they're not going to do. Nice heal spirit there to pull the Baby Dragon into the right spot.
So Kicks, they think they're going to lose the fight on the left. They're giving everything on the right. There's a heal. Bomb Tower taking a few shots, but defensive poisons taking out of the Skeletons. Oh, this is going nowhere, Simon.
Yeah, Kicks have found a brick wall to keep trying to bang their head against. They cannot get damage laid into these towers. 461 against 1159. How are they going to stop this RG? Very high.
Nicely
bomb
positioned. Out from that EQ, but still the heal spirit does make it in. There's that tornado to pull the RG out.
One more EQ will finish this. The poison will also, and that is that. Fav Gaming will take game 2. The RG Giant Skeleton with that EQ, which is a nice touch.
Icing on anything you want to have. That's EQ when you're looking to destroy that bomb tower for RG. But it was straight up Giant Skeleton RG combination, which was the most common in the beginning of the season. Graveyard RG this time did not really have too much power. Because Kicks, they were always responding to Bob. Bob always had better touch because they have double the win condition. And Light and Yuya, they only have 1 in this case.
Yeah,
rely so much more on the spell.
The lightning never got used. And this is where you, as Kicks, would be like, oh, this is going to be difficult. That EQ just deleting everything off Tornado there, making sure that everything is nice and vulnerable underneath that Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, that Tornado pulling the Giant Skeleton when it was being pulled by Fisherman. That teamwork wasn't really matched up perfectly there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we don't get to see a couple of the Fisherman defenses where like units were played to just stop the Fisherman from pulling either the Giant Skeleton away or that Royal Giant, which are your 2 priority targets. So those little touches were super nice. Unfortunately, it doesn't win you games, and that's what Kicks had to do there, and they couldn't get it done.
And we know most of the win conditions for 2v2. I don't think it's limited. There's always it's always open chances for different win conditions, but it's more about what you have been standard, especially in your game 1. You bring your standard and with the perfect spells of your own choice, and I think it comes down to a lot more EQ, and these days defensive poison. We don't really see too many offensive poisons being held by any teams.
The EQ was just, it was a beautiful touch to that deck. Like, I don't think we've seen it before this season in 2v2.
Not too many. There were a few.
But it definitely helps you cycle. It helps you get damage on the tower when you're down into those low, like 500s, 600s. EQ is a beautiful card to have there.
So if you expect an EQ, do you bring double the building? We've seen double buildings in 2v2s. Especially towards week 4 to week 6, we've seen a lot of teams, 2v2 teams, actually bringing 1 bomb tower, 1 cage, or double bomb tower sometimes.
It's an interesting question because the problem is if you bring 2 buildings and your opponent doesn't have an EQ, you're going to find it hard to really build forward. You're going to be kind of stuck back unless you go for double expo, but we haven't seen Fab or Kicks go double expo this season, I think.
Also still okay against double RG, but except for those few, other win conditions are not really going to have too much effect. Wall breakers, okay, I guess. But even against the miner, it's not bad if you place it right on the tower.
We don't see all too many wall breakers in 2v2 because there are just too many answers for it.
Yeah, if there is a team that's going to try wall breakers, I think Kicks is the team, which they have tried a lot in the last week of regular season.
Yeah, and just a reminder, these 2 pairings have never faced each other before. Because the Light and Yuya pairing is very, very new. Just check. Yeah, they played against Team Timing, where they won 2-1. They played against Ponos, where they lost 1-2. And they beat Misa and Huyi of TTG 2-0. So they have a few good games under their belt. And getting the win here would be huge. But Kitashin and Jack are a very formidable 2v2 opponent.
That's what makes them scary. The Royal Ghost making a lot more appearance after some changes.
So the RG shows that Kicks are changing up the strategy around their 2v2. But no doubt, there's a Magic Archer. Will they have a Giant Skeleton to kind of stop this in place? There's a Royal Delivery. That's going to be nice, but the Giant Skeleton does still get a smack on that Musketeer. And this Magic Archer is living forever.
Not bad for Kicks. Their main source was the Magic Archer. That's exactly what Kicks will try to put in. That's sort of a second win condition.
Yeah, right now it is still looking like it's going to be RG from both sides. There's the first RG from Fab and the high Royal Recruits. But with the Ram Rider, that shows it is not going to be RG from them. Can they stop this Royal Giant? 0 hits. Perfect defense there, but did they spend too much? That's going to be the question. 1 or 2 hits in here from the recruits.
Oh, actually more than a few. That's a lot of damage. Recruits, you can't leave them alone. And so Ram Rider would most likely just connect to the buildings, not to the tower, unless you have something like Lumberjack together.
Yeah, but it is more there, I feel, just to stop these RGs from getting in range, because the Ram Rider just stops it like that. Tornado in for the death damage. And again, nothing happens. That Ram Rider defense proving clutch for Kicks as they stop another RG from getting into the tower. It is double Ram Rider actually from Kicks here. See, that's gonna how effective that will be against the double RG of Fav. But what do Kicks have to push forward? The Ram Riders are never really gonna get a connection. As I say, that one probably would. Bomb tower is there. Lightning comes down. This Ram Rider's charging
timing. There's a log and the death damage kills everything. Yeah, Magic Archer activation was tried by the Fisherman position there.
Yeah, it was just slightly not good enough. A little bit more damage coming in. 1625 against 1966.
Not so bad for Kicks either because they got the big body. That's the Mega Knight. EQ just to 2 more damage on top of poison.
As there is no building from Kicks exposed so far, just using that to cycle damage into the tower. Mega Knight goes down before a leap will come up. Will this Magic Archer actually get an angle? The answer is no.
At least not yet. Ice Whiz. A lot of slow and the death damage should take care of most on the left. So Ram Rider goes on the right and the Bomb Tower doesn't pull. That's a direct hit. And just before that, Tornado's going to pull it.
Yeah, really nice tornado there from Fab, basically saving themselves a ton of damage on that right-hand tower. But this means that both Ram Riders are out of hand on Kicks' side. So will we see an RG in the next push or 2? Fireball to take out the Ice Whiz, and no hits from that Ram Rider.
Yeah, it's going to be hard with Tornado, Fisherman, Ice Whiz, so many tools to go against the Ram Rider. Relying on maybe a Baby Dragon touch or an E-Wiz when they survive.
What is that last card from Lightning Yuya?
Maybe even a Tornado, just to get some Magic Archer damage in. Genjan, Skeleton push on the left. Rogos really doing the final touch.
I mean, holding it this long makes it feel like it could be rocky, but that would be a little bit weird. Fireball damage getting in again. Another EQ and log connecting into the tower. It is go time now. There's a lightning coming down, but still nothing getting into the tower. The Ram Rider is blocked by that giant skeleton. She is going to go down. Fisherman pulls her away.
One more touch from the Magic Archer. Sneaks in, but here comes the push with the RG. Giant skeleton actually getting a lot of damage in. Earthquake and an RG shot. Bob is going to bring 2v2 for themselves first win of the playoffs.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there by Fav. It was looking bad, but as time progressed, as we entered that double and triple elixir, they were able to control the game. And realizing how Kicks were utilizing their Ram Riders against the RGs, Fav just stopped playing Royal Giant. They didn't play it for the longest of time in that match and relied on spell damage. They got the EQ, the log, the poison. So many options. They basically spell damaged it down. Nothing else really hit the tower.
Did you see the last card? Because I saw it, and it was a bomb tower.
Was it now?
So it's not really. There were a few times where they could have used the bomb tower, but I think they were also thinking, Yuya was also thinking, it's a time for the Magic Archer instead of the bomb tower.
Well, I mean, here would have saved them some damage if they'd have played it there, but Yuya had no elixir left to do that. But
he had 4 elixirs, but maybe not in the exact time. Maybe he thought a lot was going to, maybe it was going to be enough just with the Fisherman, usually not 100%.
It's a hard tell. It's a hard tell. Right, we're going on to the King of the Hill. One thing to say is that even now, the team that wins the 2v2 generally wins the match, which means it could be Fav Gaming. Now, when these fixtures kind of played out, Kicks getting Fav didn't feel like a reward for finishing third, because Fav have been on the ascendancy since the second half of the season. Like, first half of the season, Fav is almost a completely different team than the current Fav Gaming, even though the players are exactly the same. Can Kicks actually take Fav Gaming here? As I said, Fav have been in the ascendancy. They're a real difficult team to play now. It's going to be difficult for Kicks.
Yep, I think both teams have they have pros and cons for both sides. King of the Hill, especially with Islaw back in that roster, very likely. I actually think Kicks is actually having an upper hand here. As Fav Gaming, it has been just mostly just Hajime Jack Expo, or Hajime Expo Master and Jack. It can be easily read compared to Kicks.
I mean, Katashian has come out once this season, and Kensameshi has come out twice. The last time these two teams played each other, it was Kensameshi coming out, and he managed to take out Yuya and ended up losing to Light. But it is going to be Benzer first against Katashian. So Fav Gaming switching it up here.
Katashian is a pretty big change for Fav.
Well, I'm guessing they're trying to save one person for that 1v1 immediately after this, because we do have to go there this time. So it could be that they're saving someone like Jack or Expo Master to play that game, giving them a break during the King of the Hill and allowing them to come out in that 1v1 fresh with 3 decks that we haven't seen.
Maybe give a break to Hajime so he can focus on the third set, maybe even fourth set. And Benzer going up first. That has been the pattern for Kicks, especially in week 8.
Benzer's King of the Hill is 9-9, but a lot of those wins were in sweeps. He did sweep TTG in the first half of the season. He did sweep Talon later in the season, and then 3 other wins here and there fill out. But he's on a 2-loss streak in King of the Hill. Is Benzer, because he lost to Mugi and lost to Boss the last time we were here.
That's the thing. Benzer had 0 and 3 before he had the 3 wins. So he comes back in 3-3, and then he loses one more, and then has one more 3 big wins, and then 3 big losses again. So big ups and downs are very unlikely for Benzer in this season. Will that show up? Is it going to be the W Benzer or the L Benzer today? That's going to be the key.
Yeah, the roller coaster of Benzer Riddell's King of the Hill performance is here for at least one more ride as he goes against Katashian, who honestly performed really well when he came out in King of the Hill.
Yes.
Last time he took out Hui, he took out Paradox and ended up losing to Nuamisa. But they were impressive matches, if I remember correctly. Just find his... I had a sheet for him, and I've lost it.
Yes, we need papers, guys. As Hugh with the minions. Might be going back to the old decks.
Minions. Now that is a card we don't see all too often, but the RG Heal Spirit, the Royal Ghost Heal Spirit does make it seem as though Benzer is playing Royal Giant this time round.
Might even be with the heal. We see a few Royal Hog decks, RG decks, even with the recruits. I think we're just going Hogs for Benzer. There are some Magic Archer decks along with the combination. And with the Barbot, mostly expecting Graveyard. Yeah, from Kitanchian's side.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Cannon Cart, though. Interesting. Barb Hut variant.
Oh, never mind, RG. Yeah, RG from Kitashian with the Ewis. So a lot with the Baby Dragon and the Heal Spirit.
It's a relatively newer deck, but it has been performing very well, the Barb Hut with the RG, but the Royal Ghost is very healthy. It's on the tower. Look at that damage just chunk in. Benzer getting a good 1,000 damage there onto that top left-hand tower of Katashian.
That hurts, and Benzer's got to find the best time to have that massive push with the cannon cart. It's not going to be easy here.
Royal recruits played at the back. So no RG for Benzer.
Yeah, just the cannon card push with the Hunter. With that, catching that heal spirit there with the bar barrel. Nicely done by Gitashin.
Very interesting deck here from Benzer. Royal recruits played at the back. Not going to be enough to catch that Baby Dragon's hits, though. It's going to get quite a few hits uncontested. There is an EQ down on the Barb Hut. A little bit of extra damage chipping into that top left-hand tower. Benzer is in the driving seat for now. Can Kitassian make a comeback?
And with the Barb Hut, leading Barbarians and need that fireball against the minions and the cannon card. Comes in RG from Kitashin.
Hunters there going to delete the Baby Dragon, then start deleting that RG. Hunter is one of the best defensive cards right now, but a lot of damage still coming in. 1107 on that bottom right-hand tower, and this is kind of evened up right now between these two. Cannon card coming in on the left with the minions. Heal Spirit does get a connection here. These minions are kind of low.
Still, the EQ is going to chip in 200 at a time at that top left. Here comes RG again. No real big tool for Benzer. So straight up block these shots.
Does have the Fisherman, chooses not to use it there. I don't think it was in cycle, which is unfortunate. Could have delayed that a little bit, but Benzer, for the first time in this match, is down in hit points on his Princess Tower. 599 remaining there. Hunter played right in underneath that Baby Dragon again. Royal recruits played at the bridge.
Yeah, 4-2 just in case of another RG, so Benzer can't cycle through the EQ. Just a few more times for that win. Kitashin trying to load up. Another RG having a big setup here.
With these EQs coming in, I feel like Hitachi might need to move those Barb Huts around a little bit just to make it not a right choice. But oh my goodness, the RG gets enough hits in. 91 hit points remain. The Baby Dragon will finish it there. And Kitassian gets a win, despite Benzer Riddell having an advantage for a long period of that game.
Because Benzer knew that was an RG deck. Very defensive deck, relying on lots of Earthquake cycles. Because right now, of course, still in a meta, or somewhat different meta, especially in October with this many ghosts, a Royal Ghost actually coming out. But relying a lot on those building cards. I think Benzer's got had a right read of whatever he was going to face. Okay, I can just have a massive defensive game and win with Earthquake cycles.
Yeah, that one RG did so much work, but then after that, it was only spell damage. And the issue is, it's just not enough. It doesn't put enough pressure on your opponent. It's very reactive to play in that style, and that RG just got tons of damage in. And then there's just nothing here to stop it. The cannon card's not going to get popped quick enough to turn into a cannon.
Yeah, leaves some hit points before it actually...
I think the transition pushed the RG back ever so slightly, causing the RG to retarget. But I mean, it just took way too much damage. And Kitassian gets another win here. Can he bring it home for Fav Gaming? He's playing real well.
That's crazy. Benzer going down in the first game. It is best of 5, guys. So do remember that we have to go to 1v1.
Yeah, but for Kicks though, like they lost the 2v2. If they lose the King of the Hill as well, they are in a perilous position because we know what Fav Gaming's 1v1s are like. We know how strong Jack is. We know how strong Expo Master is. How can Kicks overcome that?
Oh, Yuya.
Yuya coming out second here. Just to continue that point, I just think that like Kicks need this King of the Hill way more than Fav Gaming do, because I feel like Fav Gaming's 1v1 sets are probably stronger than Kicks's. You got Jack, you got Hajime, you got Expo Master. In a 1v1 set, best of 3, those guys are difficult to crack.
So in one King of the Hill, bringing down Kitashi, I think RG is a deck that you have to be ready. We see a lot of Hog Rider decks right now with these EQ. So I think that's another thing that you have to be ready. A lot of RG Royal Hogs. Of course, Graveyard still stays, especially the new version with the Battle Healer. That's another thing. some more with the Valkyrie. So the meta didn't really have a massive shift, but it did settle slightly more off of Graveyard, off of RG.
Yeah, and Yuya coming out, he has not had the greatest second half to the season. 3 matches, 3 losses, including a loss to 5 Gaming where he lost to Kensumeshi, he lost to Mugi, and he has lost to Higher. In those decks, he played RG with the Skeleton Dragons before they got nerfed. He played Graveyard with the Barb Hut and Graveyard with the Ewiz and the... What else was weird about that one? The Snowball Poison. That one was very interesting as well. But those are the decks that he has played recently in this half of the season, and they're just not working out.
See if it works out today for Yuya, which calls for Light or Ice Law to be at the final spot for kicks. Dash and Ice Spirit. Okay, well, time for bows.
It is looking
more
like
bows.
And I mean, Expo is one of those decks that just never seems to go out of fashion. It always seems to perform relatively well. Beginning of the season, after a big balance change, is when it performs best. But this is one of the longest periods of time I think I've seen Expo remain super relevant in the meta.
It's because we see a lot more Musketeer, which calls for maybe more archers, which give us a lot more room. And some Magic Archer in action on the board.
Not going to get that piercing damage in this time. Lug comes down. That light's kind of healthy though.
Magic Archer calls for Royal Hogs against the Expo. Not too bad. Depends on how defensive the Expo player is going to be.
I mean, if we get to 1 minute mark and no Expos have been played, then it's a very defensive Expo player. Usually we see them try to pressure here and there with the Expos through normal time. Not this time. Kitassian's playing this very patiently. We've seen many times the patient player ends up winning and the Royal Recruits do come down. That's going to be a nice answer to tank. But how is Yuya going to get this Expo off the board?
Cannon card, so this is a lot more bridge power than I thought from Yuya. So that Expo actually wins quite a big margin in Elixir trade.
Yeah, took out the Royal Recruits and the cannon cart, but quite a bit was spent on the side of Kitassian too. There are the Royal Hogs from Yuya. Heal Spirit there. Got a decent sized heal on those Hogs.
Nice jump right there. So the cannon cart does survive.
Yeah, cannon cart being played very late this time round. No damage from the Expo, so it's still going to be relatively healthy, but shut down in its prime right on the bridge. Can Yuya stop this Expo? The Recruits come down again here. 4-2 split. Hunter is there as well to try and get it off the board. Can it do it? It does indeed. Very well defended by Yuya, finding these little areas where he can get an elixir advantage over his opponent.
Kitassian still holding a massive lead. Unless Kitassian tries a naked Expo on the left or the right all of a sudden, I think Yuya is going to have a very hard time pushing through. So here comes a massive push.
Yeah, and it looks as though the Recruits on the left-hand side are going to get quite a bit of damage in here. The Recruits in the middle, just going to clog up that Expo, making sure that it doesn't connect to anything else. And we're expecting an aggressive Expo to come down. There it is. Kitassian gets it down. The Magic Archer just decides to completely ignore that Knight. That's not what Yuya wanted to see. He wanted to see that Magic Archer start getting connections into that Expo just to open up space, but his cannon cart is good again. The Heal Spirit comes down. Oh, I thought he was going to get a connection.
Almost a connection into the tower. Knight just catching it. Turning that around to the bridge side. Here comes another defensive Expo from Kitassian. Yuya looking to change things with the Royal Hogs. Only I was expecting a delivery timing too.
Yeah, the Recruits not coming down this time. The Expo Master, the Expo there is just going to prove its defensive worth, and here is the offensive one. Now, what bodies can we get down in time? There's the Recruits.
And just even the cannon cart.
card has proved very valuable against these Expos. It's going to do it again here. The Hogs pulled in to that center with the Tesla, with that defensive Expo, but the defenses are crumbling ever so slightly, but the cannon cart does go down a little earlier than Yuya would have liked. He does have a very, very narrow advantage, but he only has the log as a spell. He can't start spell cycling that tower.
Oh, Yuya trying to push
up with the fireball.
Trying to push both sides. Kitashi had no Expos to defend this time. There's a pretty good fireball to defend everything, but trying to get some damage with the magic archer, giving no angle.
Yeah, it's 1867 the fireball. This is where Yuya's gonna crumble the last few seconds. He doesn't have any spell power, and that is that. Kitassian takes another win here. The cannon cart Royal Hogs was a nice play, but unfortunately when you have no spells and you end up against an Expo player, it is gonna be a very, very difficult matchup.
With the Royal Hog, we see a lot of log poison. Heal log poison, heal log fireball, those are the usual combo. You either put a cannon cart or a recruits, not both of them together, which in this case for Yuya lacked a spell because he put both of them in, which calls for more bodies against Expo, which was very nice. But in terms of spell damage and what you can put in over time into the building, it actually turned out to be a little worse for him.
Like, I could see what Yuya was aiming for when he's splitting 4-2, is hoping the two recruits get on that tower to deal the damage. But unfortunately, Kitashian played an absolute blinder here. He just kept up the defenses. Even when it was a 4-2 split, there was a defensive Expo in the back once we reached that double triple elixir time that would take care of one at least. So the one that gets to the tower is alone. It doesn't have much health left. Its shield is usually popped. Kitashian played that phenomenally.
Yeah, we see a lot with the Royal Log. We see a lot more, instead of the fisherman, we have a lot more cage, a building card, just to be safe. But even with the cage, after the cage breaks, Expo does connect directly into tower. So I don't know if that was going to be better, or I think it could have been worse in this case because of less body. But we see a lot of players already bringing some small changes from those regular decks that we see all around the world right now in this meta. And it's turning out to be okay sometimes, but not as well as you think. Like, they exactly have an idea of how they want to play it. But against Kitashian today, especially from Benzer and Yuya, it's not working out.
It really is not. I mean, it's rough. It's absolutely rough what we see.
It's actually Kitashian just bringing out the meta decks.
Yeah.
Classic decks.
Gonna go against Light in this third spot here. So Kitashian versus Light will be coming up. Do you think Yuya should have been more, I don't want to say aggressive because that's not the right word, but playing more normally with the Royal Hogs instead of putting them in the middle? What if he went the opposite lane? Sure, the Tesla will pull them in, but maybe one sneaks through. Like,
it's tough to call because there's Tesla and Expo, double buildings, so which is always going to get those hogs and also fireball. But Kitashian just having a better read of the opponent's choice today. Already brought 2 wins for Bob Gaming and King of the Hill, just looking to close it out one more game. But against Light, who's a very tough opponent.
Well, what are we going to see in this matchup from Kitashian? He's already played the Expo, so he doesn't need to get his Expo quota up anymore. Light, on the other hand, I mean, last time out against Boss, he played the Royal Hogs with a Mini P.E.K.K.A. and the Hunter, which is weird. Mini P.E.K.K.A. Hunter, Magic Archer together as a core it's not very popular right now, and he did end up losing that. He lost to Mugi as well, playing a very traditional graveyard with the Goblin Cage. And I mean, Light hasn't really had an outstanding run of form as of late.
Yeah, there are some Mini P.E.K.K.A. decks just going around. Have a, don't want to reveal the secrets, but a giant Sparky with Mini P.E.K.K.A. That's the deck out there with the Ewis. Actually doing pretty well out there. So we'll see what Life does like to bring. I think he's going to go a lot more towards cycle, maybe even a double bait, which he doesn't really play. But in this meta right now, I think double bait's a safe call.
It is indeed. Light in the second half of the season is 3 wins and 5 losses, but overall he is 9-9. He had kind of an explosive start to CRL East, but has kind of started to fall off the bandwagon. But I say that his 1v1 record is actually incredibly good. He's beaten Peace 2-0, Ilchen 2-1, and Blizzard 2-0. So going into that 1v1 set, Light might prove his worth, but he needs to prove it right now and reverse sweep Fav Gaming. But that lad on your right, Kitasian, is looking to get a sweep. He came very close the first time he came out in King of the Hill, where he got 2 wins and 1 loss against TTG. Can he do it against much stronger opponents today? Against Kicks, we'll find out.
And Light has been a savior for Kicks the entire season. Always being on that 3rd spot, especially for the important matches.
But he has, I don't think, ever had a sweep. So he's going to need to do something he has not done so far this year, and he is bringing bridge spam.
Yeah, with the Magic Archer, that's exactly the combination you want. Keeping the Magic Archer alive, extra few more hits. Barbaro to take care of the most Barbarians. Yeah, Light just trying to prove worth that Magic Archer. It's a good tool when you can have that kind of read.
When that Magic Archer lives that long, the value is just absolutely insane. Here's Dart Prince coming down the lane. What does Kitasian have to stop? It is a Battle Healer
Graveyard
and a Heal Spirit. The Bandit is going to charge, and that Dart Prince is very healthy. Bandit charge as well. Ouch, this is going to hurt a lot. 13-22. And is this E-Golem from Kitasian?
I think so. Because for a second, I was just calling Graveyard from Battle Healer these days, but without seeing the E-Wiz. And yeah, that's an activation. Nicely done by Light. Of course, with double heal, E-Dragon, you gotta say.
It's starting to look very purple in here for Kitasian. Magic Archer dealing with those Barbarians nicely, but is going to go down to the Barbaro. Dart Prince played this time on the left. Is that going to be a go sign for Kitasian to start dropping down?
No, I think he wants to at least still double elixir. Unless Kitasian has brought us some massive twist and just goes back to a graveyard deck or something.
Could go very traditional, like could go normal golem.
With the tornado, I think it's the blob.
The Bandit going down there. The Heal Spirit tried its best to keep it alive, but only managed to get 1 pump of healing in. Not the 3. You usually see the E-Wiz here going to try to slow down these Barbarians as much as possible as that Barb Hug continues to spawn in. Dart Prince pulled into the center is going to connect there as well. Magic Archer kept very, very healthy here. Back up to full health with the Heal Spirit. Bandit gets the charge in. Magic Archer now is going to expire though, as it is tornadoed in, and it is a Ram Rider from Light.
You talk about spam, there's always a chance for Ram Riders to get in there. Not going to do a whole lot in this case.
It is going to help start taking out those Bar Pots.
Yeah, the most you can look for with the Ram Rider, I think, is when that blob is coming down, you look for a few snares and maybe a soft touch on the other side, which is the left this time.
Well, here we go, counter attack on the left for Light. Electro Dragon is played there. That's going to stop the charges from both these units. The E-Wiz trying to do what it can just to slow down Kitasian's push.
Double the Elixir Golem on the right. Kitasian keeps the minimum on the left with just the E-Dragon. And the attack is coming, but because of that E-Dragon on the left, the push on the right is actually much weaker compared to what you thought.
I mean, Light has no spells either.
Still, it's good. Locked it with less than 1,000 damage.
Oh, and the connection comes in on that top right tower. That tower is down. Light gets the win here. Rebounding off the only E-Golem push that Kitasian managed to build up, but didn't build it strong enough. Do you think he should have let it go on the left? That tower would have died. What am I saying?
So I think having a second E-Golem might have been a
overcommittal.
having another battle healer or even a baby dragon on top was, I think, the better choice. Or any type of other unit, not the elixir golem, because it gave a lot more elixirs directly to Light when he had the Dark Prince to do all that splash together against the small elixir golems. See the elixir charging up at the bottom right now? See?
Yeah, and he has a huge
massive
advantage
push
going forward. Yeah, I think the double elixir golem may have been a very greedy play on Katassian's side. But I mean, he was struggling to break through. He was struggling to get damage in, so you can see why he would do that. He needed a big push.
I think he wanted one big push to close it, but it wasn't big enough with just 2 purple blobs. The backup units, just the battle healer and the baby dragon that was mostly taken care of easily.
And also, there's a Dark Prince there. Dark Prince is very good against those little blobites.
Blobites. And those great against all those goblins. Pretty easy hit. The split is pretty good. And the magic archer to stay there forever.
Yeah, that magic archer was kept alive for the longest of times. There was no right for those magic archers to live as long as they did. I think one was like 1 hit away from death. The heal spirit pumps it back up and he continues to wail into the barb hut. Insane, like, magic archer defense from Light. Like, just keeping it alive. Like, just the little touches. The bandits in the right places, the heal spirits getting the connections at the perfect time. Those little moves definitely helped snowball Light a little bit further, but it wasn't until those E-golems came down that Light could really capitalize on the deck choice he had.
Yeah, exactly. With the tornado comes in really well with the baby dragon and the E-dragon together, but when that E-dragon's not there, you get a lot more value. You get a lot less value from that tornado as an elixir golem player. So Light knowing exactly how to win, pushing the other side with the Ram Rider.
Yeah, I was gonna say the last time Light played against Bob Gaming, he beat Kent Sameshi and then lost to Jack. It's a very similar situation. Just replace one player beginning with a K with another player beginning with a K. Replace Kent Sameshi with Katassian, and we might have a similar experience here. Can Jack close out the King of the Hill for his team? The last time these two played, Jack did play the Royal Giant with the Hunter Skeleton Dragons, but that was a very long time ago. I don't think we'll see that. And actually, Jack, the last time Light played Jack, he played the Ram Rider, Cannon Cart, Musketeer, Lumberjack, Bandit, Heal Spirit, Barbar, Fireball.
Ram Rider, Cannon Cart, so a lot of Rams coming down, but not during the regular season for Light. Only against Jack and maybe a couple of more times.
He played it against Hire as well just before the match with Jack. So he's played it twice this season.
But wonder what Jack's going to bring, because we see a lot of those hogs recently. Even without the Musketeer, we see a lot of archers with some more Valkyrie popping out with the bomb tower.
Now the weird thing is, I don't know if anyone saw on CWA this morning, Jack was on with Golem, Graveyard, Freeze.
That's a
Grand
trick.
Challenges.
That's a trick. It's because it's recorded.
But it was a Grand Challenge win. It actually got posted as a Grand Challenge win. The challenge was real. He ended up winning with that. Will that be what we see from Jack? It'd be very odd timing to have a video come out where your deck is dissected and the strategies are dissected, and
it's
then
a
having
distraction,
to run it.
Simon. Do not fall for that.
If we see Golem first play, Golem first play from Jack, we know what we're getting into.
Hey.
It would be very risky bringing it here.
So before we go to any more games of 1v1, I'll just lay it down. There are somewhat more Golem decks out there in the recent weeks.
Yeah, one of them is Golem Graveyard Freeze.
Not that. Of course, the regular version, Golem Night Witch with the cage, and there's another with the Collector.
Yeah,
that's a scary one.
Good old-fashioned pump golems. Back in my day.
Back in my days, when they
Pumps
had
were everywhere.
when they had no emotes for the first 2 minutes. We only had the regular 8 emotes. Was it 8? Right?
It was. It's 4 the king emotes and then the words, but it looks as though it might be Expo for Light.
I know, you never know with just archers. With skeletons, maybe. And Log, maybe more.
Just admit that I was right for a change.
Wait, just wait.
Okay, more barrel comes
Now,
down.
okay, it's Expo.
Wow. Splash yard maybe from Jack here. We've heard a lot of talk about the bowler being very underrated as a card. It just kind of opens up a lot. It's
Hog.
not Expo. It is Hog.
He expected a tornado from Jack. Light wanted to test the grounds. And the balloon all of a sudden.
It's not even Splash Yard. Oh my goodness, what are these decks? And it's going to be hard to slow. There's the bomb tower. So it is 2.6?
With the Hog and the Archers, 2.8 likely with the EQ, final card.
He was walking and talking like an Expo deck. It's going to be Hog EQ on the side of Light, so I was wrong, G.
Yeah, there's indeed.
You were right to doubt me.
There's indeed balloon miner decks out there, but with the bowler, I think it's just straight up balloon with the lumberjack now. Common deck that we have with the setup, but with that double EQ cycle, Jack loading up big time with the lumberjack.
2 hits on that Hog Rider on the left. Bomb tower here going to prove very pivotal in just distracting the balloon, but he has nothing to stop. There's the freeze.
You're right, Simon. He's got freeze at least.
But it is shut down before
But
a
the
drop can
bowlers
come in.
very healthy.
Also, that Inferno Dragon is going to just make it a little bit more difficult.
The Princess Tower takes forever to get that bowler down.
Yeah, the thing is, there is another one barreling down the lane. How is Light going to stop that? The bomb tower played up front. It's going to make the balloon defense a little bit more difficult. Hog Rider's going to get 1. 2 hits in on that left-hand side. More hits coming in. 1389. Here comes the balloon. It is raged up. Archers are there.
And another lumberjack loaded up, double that tower. So the balloon will not get a connection, but the freeze on the left with the Inferno!
The distraction
Still
with the
connects.
snowball. The baby dragon on the right. Oh, it is looking rough for Light right now. And Jack, knowing that his opponent needs to go left to take that tower down, starts pushing on the left-hand side. The bowler, the baby dragon, it's making it very hard for Light to get these Hog
And Light
Riders
can
in.
always load up a Hog on the right this time. Exactly what you have to do. And Jack looking to take the damage, but to finish the game right here, right now.
The elixir from Bomb Tower comes in pretty late. Freeze comes down again. Snowball is there, but I don't think the death damage is going to be enough.
Oh, there's death damage. Inferno does go down, so not enough. There's a cycle with the EQ again after those Hog hits.
This is
looking to close this matchup.
This is an insane comeback on the side of Light. The Snowball trying to just open the path for that Hog Rider to get a hit.
Final
it would have
EQ.
been enough to finish, but it's not going to be enough
Jack
right now.
needs everything. Needs the freeze, perfect freeze, and the balloon. Is it going to get a connection? The EQ's there, 1 HP! What a match!
It started off looking like an Expo versus Graveyard
What?
match.
Can the Kitashian win? That's not correct. Get out of here.
Wow,
Light won the game, guys.
Jack was so close to it. He played it absolutely perfectly, but Light just played like an absolute machine here.
Like responding against these freeze. Oh, man.
Like here, it's looking so rough. You got a Baby Dragon on one side, Inferno Dragon on the other. He doesn't panic. This Hog Rider, MVP. Jack let it go, which now that we have hindsight would be a huge error, but it was the right decision at the right time there. Snowball here slowed it down just enough.
Yeah, Hog Rider deck's always carrying a snowball with the DQ now, Log. That's the thing. And with the King Tower activation, I think Jack knew what to take. Oh, the connection and the death damage. Some more extra bowler hit could have been good. But of course, Light does win it. We go to game 5. What a matchup! Oh, you gotta love it, Simon.
Light came back from the brink of he came back from the brink of the abyss. He was staring it in the face. Defeat was almost upon him.
Wow.
And somehow he found the strength and the mental fortitude to continue to play his game. He didn't really go into the Jack game. He didn't allow Jack to dictate the game's pace, to dictate like all the decision making that Light had to do. He continued to play that crafty hog rider that goes in on the right when I think Jack must have just played the balloon when that hog rider come down. He didn't have anything to defend it. He had to let it go. And that ended up costing him. If he could have stopped even one hog rider hit, Jack won that game.
Yeah, even with that King Tower activation, you exactly somewhat like how Light just played against the Elixir Golem deck. You're supposed to counter it on the other side. This time with the not with the Ram Rider, this time with the Hog Rider. Much more common version of that balloon would be with the Recruit Lumberjack. Yep. So he basically knew exactly what to do, not having the first toss with the Hog Rider, activating the King Tower. Okay, you're expecting a tornado, so just let that go, look for your chances, maybe a hit in tower. That's going to be safe, and just cycling through earthquake after earthquake just to get more damage. Because you know one big push is coming, but I don't think Light expected a freeze.
No.
Maybe, but very low chance.
Not in 1v1.
Even after that YouTube video, very low chances.
I mean, in that deck, it just made sense, though. Like, it was phenomenal. It is going to be Light against Hajime, and if I remember correctly, I looked through it earlier. I think these two played each other very early in the season. I have two different team sheets there in my hand.
They played each
Light.
other.
Yeah, they did, and Hajime beat Light.
It's Hajime, no Expo Master in the King of the Hill.
No Expo Master.
Just realized that with Kitashan coming out first.
So the last time Hajime came out against Kicks, because he didn't play the second time round, he did completely sweep them in the King of the Hill and then ended up falling 1-2 in the 1v1 where Benzer took that. Just find out what deck he played last time against Light and see if we'll see something similar. Last time, what's Expo? Night Arrow, Skeleton, Ice Spirit, Tesla, Log, Fireball. So
Kitashan already played Expo, so Hajime is not going to pull it out.
We've had our Expo quota of the day. You can't see it twice in one match.
That's not in the regulation book, guys.
The script writers won't repeat old lines like that. Okay, last time around it was Mortar, Skeleton Barrel for Light against Hajime. So we'll see what goes on. Heal Spirit down means we're going to get a completely different matchup. A Miner from Hajime.
Miner Wall Breaker. Or there are some more miners with RG. And with the Mega Minion, Arrows.
Arrows is a tech choice these days because of archers. It is a very fair trade, 3 for 3. And generally, because it has such a huge area, you get even more value.
When was the last time we actually saw Tombstone? 2019, right?
Feels like it, yeah. All right, Lava Hound is down at the back for Hajime. Mega Minion is here for Light. Will Light decide to put something on the right-hand side just to put pressure and cause Hajime to spend Elixir there, or is he going to try and defend here? There's the Flying Machine.
Exactly. The Flying Machine has been a lot more common.
Skeleton Dragons as well. I bet Light wishes he had a Fireball at this point because there was so much value just sitting there that he cannot get away. Mega Minion is the only air defense. The bomb tower goes down. Miner is here.
Oh, that's a lot of Flying Machine connections.
Just not enough stuff that can hit the air on the side of Light. He only has the archers and the Mega Minion. What is that last card going to be? It's probably not something that shoots upwards for sure.
Probably something that shoots
towers
from
only.
the ground, from the ground towers only. Yes, exactly what we were thinking. As Light is waiting for that scroll. Just land that big body. That's 3.1 graveyard, guys. So a little compared to the other graveyard, very quick in cycle.
But how is Light going to exploit Hajime here. The poison comes down. That's going to take care of that Flame Machine, but it's got nothing for these Skeleton Dragons. The Mega Minion tries to do what it can. Currently has 2 on the field. Expecting arrows to come down to delete the archers.
Exactly, arrows are such great cards against these archers. Hajime will be placing Flying Machines and Skeleton Dragons away from each other all the time, not being caught in that poison.
Flying Machine does go down, might get some poison damage in. But unfortunately it's 5-9-3 against 17-24 here.
This will be another big push for Hajime, and Light just might actually go for the counter. Good timing.
The Skeleton Dragon's going to be there, and he doesn't have a Fireball to get rid of them, but the Skeleton's getting some damage in. Is this going to be the Hail Mary from Light? 9-8-7 remaining there. It's not a victory of one graveyard, but it is getting close. If he can just hold this push.
Yeah, Green Bomb Tower position to get those
Flying
locks,
Machine
but the Flying Machine is... That's a game for Hajime. And a set to going for Fav Gaming seals it to 2-0 already in the best of 5.
It was looking like a sweep for Kitashi, and Kitashi goes down to Light, who then proceeds to get 2 wins in a row, but falls ever so slightly short as Hajime gets a big win here in the King of the Hill. The 2-0 advantage going into the 1v1 sets is a very powerful position to be in for Fav Gaming.
A lot less pressure for all 3 players that's going to be in 1v1 position. And this matchup made it really hard because Light, of course, without the Musketeer being sort of out of the meta, this was a big problem, taking that much damage early on, just having your poison out of the way against the Flying Machine.
But that graveyard was actually clutch. If Light could have defended here, it would have been, I would say, favor to him going into the last minute of the game. Unfortunately, there was just too much here, and the Flying Machine completely ignores the Knight. The Knight goes the long way around the tower, doesn't catch the aggro, and Flying Machine finishes it. And that's why, that's why Musketeer was so used, is because it doesn't go down to spells like arrows, it doesn't go down to spells like Fireball, and archers do. And that was the big difference. The arrows coming in and deleting the majority of the anti-air on Light's side of the field, because the other one was just Mega Minion. He didn't really have anything to shoot up.
Yeah, but the moment you see, as I could also call, the moment you see Miner and arrows, it's very likely lava. And Light, right after the first arrows being used, thought of his own cycle to go perfectly against it, but because of the matchup, it was hard, even with perfect bomb power placement and the call with the Barb Barrel and the Barbarian. That's just not enough, because your archers are supposed to be the best anti-air. Arrows just deleting it instantly all the time. So Hajime sort of just had an, okay, this is the matchup I can't really lose. I can take some damage from the graveyard. The Flying Machine, also pretty good too when there's no Fireball.
I was going to say, yeah, Fireball would have turned that game on its head for Light. I don't even think it would matter what deck he was playing. If he just had a Fireball, he would have had a huge advantage. There was a point where there was Flying Machine and Skeleton Dragons on top of each other.
Lava Pubs, and
Mega
everything.
Minion.
Everything on.
Fireball.
Right there for the Fireball spot.
And unfortunately, there is no Fireball on Light. Okay, 1v1 sets. Who are you expecting to come out first? It needs to be the big guns on the side of Kicks.
For Kicks, I'm smelling Ice Law and might be actually Expo Master, because these 2 players not playing in the King of the Hill, they will also give break to the other players who just play in the King of the Hill. I think this is exactly, if I were the coach, I would be planning this ahead. And put them right in the front, set 3, and bring a win. Fav brings a win, that's GG though.
Yeah.
Game over for Kicks.
If you were the Fav Gaming side of this, would you give Kicks some false hope and throw out someone like especially Okitassian for a best of 3 first?
I think it's Expo Master.
We see the 1v1 standings. Kicks Light up at the top 6-1 in best of 3s. Then Mugi 8-2. The list goes down and down, but you can see abysmal 1v1 records on the side of Fav Gaming, and not too many 1v1s played by the Kicks team. like variety-wise, it's been mostly Light and Benzer. Benzer is coming out first against Jack.
Benzer, in terms of King of the Hill, lots of ups and downs, but that can be made up in a best of 3 1v1.
And these two players have a lot of history together.
Oh yes, years.
I think
years after years.
Was it the first time that Benzer actually beat Jack was like special season this year? And he kind of BM'd, and I remember on Twitter when it happened, everyone was like, Benzer, why are you BMing, bro? You don't need to BM, bro. Like, what's going on? It was just pages and pages of comments like that. And Benzer was just like, I was just happy to finally win. This guy beats me week in, week out.
I know, you beat me all the time. I can do it once, come on. And he's actually a type of player who will also say sorry if he needs to. I mean, all good players, they've been knowing each other for years and years. Good friends all around the community, of course. And Jack here, this is a matchup that we would say and highlight so much if it was special season or even last year. But they had some ups and downs this season, so it's more of a backbone player for the team both. As Benzer really needs to bring a win for the team, as Jack is looking to close out the best of 5 in 3-0 score. That's going to be a big strike for Kicks if they lose 3-0.
Yeah, the last time these two players met was in the second half of the season in King of the Hill, where Jack managed to get the victory against Benzer with minor wall breakers. And Benzer did indeed play... I think it was Loon. I think it was a balloon deck.
I think so too.
Because on my list I got Benzer lost to Benzer, so that would be the Jack match probably. All right.
Yeah, good sheet of paper you got, Simon.
All right, so Fav Gaming are on match point here. They can book their place in the next round by beating Kicks. They won the 2v2, they won the King of the Hill. They just need one more win in these best of 3s.
Yeah, with the Ice Spirit, this really looks like... But it's Benzer, so you never know. He's Benzer.
He is indeed. He's not anyone else. That would be weird.
Jack is going for a big push. Looks for some chances on the right with the Bart Barrel, no touch.
I played again there. Benzer playing this very defensively here.
This looks to be the RG combination from Jack. Maybe with the E-Wiz, without the E-Wiz. With the E-Wiz, it would be no Hunter. With Hunter, no E-Wiz. I've seen a lot more E-Wiz these days, though.
Yeah, he has kind of come back in fashion.
And also light with an RG combination as a combination. Slightly heavier.
It is going to be the E-Wiz variant.
Yeah, Benzer not really happy about E-Wiz. That's going to reset a lot of those expos.
When he ever decides to put one down. It is going to be a difficult matchup for Benzer. It is against what most likely is an RG.
Yeah. Benzer waiting for the RG. Jack waiting for the expo.
Yeah. Well, Jack does load the RG behind the King Tower. What is he going to build behind this? Baby Dragon is in the back. It's supporting that RG. But he has so much time in Elixir just to continue to build behind it. The Ice Spirit comes in, slows it down. The Barbed Arrows does not connect into the archers. But they will eventually fall. Fisherman finds
good pull
himself
by
in the
the
middle of
Fisherman
nowhere.
there.
Ice Spirit stopping that RG just before firing. Huge Ice Spirit there, but Jack, Benzer needs to find a opportunity.
I don't think he's gonna put Expo down. That's my thought on this game. He took no damage so far, and I think he's just going to keep it that way. Exactly why Jack's loading up the RG all the way from the back, knowing that he's not gonna play Expo.
See, the Tesla does come in, double RGs coming down now. This is going to be difficult to deal with. Ice Spirit is there, that slows everything down. Another Tesla is played, but it doesn't grab the second one. Oh, it does just in time.
Pushes it to the right end. Log was going to push him regardless.
One hit.
Oh, that's so big! Still not enough to catch up as the fireball is going to come down for more damage for Benzer.
Benzer's defense is absolutely dirty right now. Someone call the police because this should be illegal.
Oh, that baby dragon hit is going to be a big scratch.
There's a defensive expo played down. That's just going to be for support here to try and chip down that RG. Jack tried to get the cage down just before the RG managed to enter the range of the expo, but it's not going to be enough. No shots in.
Certainly not enough as Benzer still doing a great job keeping the spell damage into the tower down to 1644. Final minute. Triple elixir time.
This is
when RG can get out of control, or some expo connections even onto the right if there's a chance.
Benzer has been on top of his RG defense time and time again. He needs to continue to do it for the next 40 seconds. That RG goes down.
Great Ice Spirit.
Oh, that RG placement ended up taking a couple of hits from the Tesla really unnecessarily here. And that is another RG completely locked down for Benzer. This is insane defense on the side of Benzer.
20 seconds left. Jack, knowing that there's not much time. RG right in the middle, but pushed again by the log. And the heal spirit gone with that lock. Great timing by Benzer.
Second RG comes down. There should be a build in there to test. The skeletons are there to just stop the fisherman.
There's a lightning for the final touch. Log pushes it back. No direct shots.
One direct shot isn't going to be enough to win it. Benzer, a huge sigh of relief, but he defended flawlessly. He took, what was it, 2 hits over 5 minutes from RG?
One.
He took one right at the end, right?
Yes,
oh no, it was lightning. It was lightning. He took one.
Yeah, only lightning.
Damn, Benzer.
And one shot, I believe.
I think it was one shot early on and then one right at the end. I think that RG did connect, but he defended that near flawlessly.
Spirit 16 times.
That was absolutely insane.
Just once, because he knew that lightning was going to come down. If it was towards the middle or anywhere near the center, I mean, just once on the right, all the way to the right, because he knew that it had to be lightning.
That was the one shot in there. And I mean, the defense was perfect time and time again. Even when there's 2 barreling down the lane, Benzer just continued to play this like it was an infinite elixir game. Throwing cards down left, right, and center. Yeah, there was one there right at the end as well. So 2 shots over 5 minutes. Wow. That was a defensive performance to sing songs about. If this was the Middle Ages,
someone make a song, tweet and tag us.
If this was the Middle Ages, there would be bards singing about that defense because that was insane. All right, that was only the first game between these two. There's going to be at least one more. It is a 1v1 best of 3 between these two players. That first game was absolutely insane, though.
But still, my best game was Jack versus Light, though. That balloon freeze,
it was tasty.
Love it. And the Hog Rider push, gotta love it. That's still my highlight of the day.
This is mine. That was just phenomenal defense. Okay, game 2 will soon be upon us. If you are Jack and you just had that matchup where Benzer essentially locked down every offensive push you could make, how do you not recover, but how do you proceed? What can you do this time round? You need to bring something you're comfortable with, right? Are we gonna see the Hog cycle next? Would it be Hog EQ?
That's what we're expecting from Jack at least once in every single playoff. Or maybe even more than once, as Jack would love to bring Hog Riders. Which is also doing okay. If he had a lot of EQ, I think he would have won against the Expo decks.
Just write these down.
Always a very solid choice to go against this many buildings. EQ is 1. Wait spell.
Team there coming in, just giving him the pep talk he probably needs right now because Jack, yes, he won the 2v2, but he lost in the King of the Hill. He lost the game 1 here. That can get to you. That can start to put that doubt, that cloud above how you're playing. And Ben's taking a game, usually we see him continue to play strong. If he starts strong, he finishes strong. If he starts weak, he finishes weak.
That's totally true. After the results.
Admittedly, he played weak in the King of the Hill. He did play weaker in the King of the Hill, though.
EQ. What do you say, Simon? Feeling some hogs?
From Benzer, though. Yeah?
And there's Knight. That's basically a hog.
A Knight is basically a hog, or it means basically
no, basically
hog?
hog's deck.
Okay, alright, I got really confused there.
There we go.
And Hunter to just delete it. 1 hit comes in. Hunter deals critical amounts of damage in just 1 shot if anything is close enough. Skeletons here distracted the Musketeer long enough. Hunter dies again. And the opening exchanges, Benzer gets the advantage here just by a couple of hundred, but a couple of hundred is all you need to finish off a match.
Exactly what you look for. Fisherman Hunter connection. What we have from Jack might actually be another RG. There are some random Firecracker RG decks with the combination, but not with the Skeleton Dragons.
Trying to think of something it could be other than RG. This combination. It could be Balloon. And a very, very like rare chance, like 0.001%.
That's like a lottery then. But Benzer has been putting a lot more damage with the hog and the EQ cycle. Yes, Jack, you better know it. You gotta be ready with an RG.
There it is. The RG is there, but another Hog Rider comes down.
Skeleton's there for the Fisherman.
Oh, activation does come through. Not going to matter too much. There's only 934 left on that tower. I mean, EQ will finish it off after a few EQs. Fireball comes down. RG is still very healthy. Not as much to slow it down this time, but the log is good. No hits.
Yeah, with the Musketeer. Yeah, with less Musketeer, you keep on forgetting how strong the Musketeer actually is.
It's the Hog Rider. EQ does come down. Hog Rider gets
skeletons.
1 hit. The Knight gets a hit. Two hits. 132.
Game.
Benzer seals the deal here. The emotes come out. Number 1. Yes. Benzer gets a victory here. Game 2 goes his way. Set 3, 1v1 is Benzer's to take.
And
has the comeback started?
If Fob Gaming loses all the 1v1s, that's...
The odds are not in their favor, is it?
Loss. Like, you can win 2v2 and King of the Hills, but if you keep on losing 1v1, that you're never going to seal and win the match.
So let's take a look at Fab Gaming's 1v1s, right? Very quickly. Jack is 1 and 4. Katashian hasn't played. Expo Master is 2 and 5. And Hajime is 2 and 4. They do not do well in these best of 3s. But these defenses were absolutely unreal again from Benzer. Clearly the season where RG is everywhere on top ladder is just making it so that players are learning to deal with it more effectively, because that was another show of how to deal with RG with different tools.
Yeah. Big matchup win for Benzer. Also, Jack not really having an early King Tower activation. Yeah, with the Hog Rider, I think that costed him just a little too much damage.
I mean, Benzer only played 3 Hog Riders. It felt like more, purely because each one was getting a decent chunk of damage in, and the EQs just kept flowing on that one tower. And while Benzer's pushing on the right, He's defending flawlessly on the left. There is no way that man should be able to do both at the same time, but he did it. Speechless is all I can say about that.
Yes, exactly. You had a good read.
Set 4 is coming. Who comes out this time? We had Jack. Jack's gone.
This time, Ice Law versus Expo Master.
But you said that for the last match.
They've got to come out, right? I mean, there must be a reason why they haven't been out this far.
I feel
there has
like
to be a reason.
If you were Kicks, you put Light here. Because if you get to this point, you're either looking to finish off the match or you're one match away from losing. Right? This is that linchpin of a best of 5 where no matter how you get here, you're either one away from losing or one away from winning. So I think Light would be the one you choose in set 4.
Yeah, we had a lot of these discussion, especially in the special season, where you put your best at set 4 because there is always a chance you might not get to set 5. So bringing set 4, bring the best player right there. I think you're right on top. Maybe Light is the person for Kicks. And Expo Master, who's doing not as well in 1v1s, but still good enough in King of the Hill, where he was usually the last one to pull it off when he's got the chance. Not all the time, but I think he had the most comebacks for FAV.
There were also games where Expo Master would control the game and throw it away in the last minute because he gets too aggressive. So he hasn't had the greatest of seasons, but I do expect to see him come out maybe here.
And the drum roll for set 4 players.
Is Light against Expo Master.
Oh,
all right.
Yes. At least I got one right so far today.
All right. This
here we go, though.
Should be an absolute brawl between these two. They haven't played each other, I believe. These are two players that have dodged each other all season long.
Maybe in the King of the Hill?
Nope. In King of the Hill,
really?
Light played Hajime, Kensumeshi, and Jack.
Oh, that was a day Expo Master did not play.
He played Hajime in the first half of the season, Kensumeshi and Jack in the second half, but they have not met each other before. So first time for everything, these two players going head to head. 1v1s for Light. He is undefeated in best of 3s. And Expo Master is 1-2. He beat Higher 2-1, but then lost 2-0 to Nuamisa and 2-0 to Higher. What are we going to see in this one?
Let's see. Light had some incredible King of the Hill. Did not end up winning all 3, but still showed some Spear Goblins.
So maybe that mortar deck that we see, no, with the power barrel, it is going to be either that deck with a different variation or something very, very different.
Yeah, with the Ghost, MK Miner. There's an MK Miner deck with the Fisherman Hunter combination. Of course, with the Ghost.
Well, Ghost is like a Ferrari, like it's a Formula 1 car coming through these lanes right now. It just absolutely speeds down the lane. Archers taking out the Flying Machine. It is Graveyard from Light
instantly.
Snowball to take out the Spear Goblins.
And a pretty good timing with the Barbarian Barrel. Still takes a chunk of damage from the Skeletons.
Yeah, and more importantly, the Barb Hut is completely deleted there by the Mega Minion and the Archers. And look at the difference in Elixir at this point. Even with that lock coming down, Light has an advantage.
Great timing by Light to throw down these early graveyards, just like in 2v2. I think Light has an excellent lead. And also testing the upcoming cards for the opponent.
So RG. Royal Ghost here. Barba played very deep at the back for Light.
With the Flying Machine Barbot, that's certainly a less common combination for Expo Master, which he loves to do. He always loves to put in his own. There's a Royal Hogs.
Wow, Royal Hogs comes down. The Mega Minion is there. The Archers are there. The Fireball is going to delete them, but most of the defensive work has been done. 2059. Expect a Graveyard from Light on the left-hand side. The Mega Minion and the Knight coming down. It is very late, decides to just use the poison instead. A very interesting choice there for Light.
I think he just wanted to cycle. Didn't want to test any further with the graveyard.
Maybe he was trying to like posture or trick his opponent, force his opponent to commit a little bit too much on the left-hand side, thinking there's going to be a graveyard down.
I think Light, he needs to match up to the opponent's Barb Hut side and also put it in the center because of those Royal Hogs. Makes it just a little tougher, and because he's got poison against the Flying Machine, which is doing a lot of work, by the way.
As it always does, it's been one of those cards that have been under the radar, mainly because of the dominance of Musketeer. But now it has a chance to shine, and shine it has today. Flying Machine still just hovering there over the lane. What is Light going to do to stop this? Lug comes in, all the Royal Hogs decide to go for the Barb Hut. It is relatively cleaned up, but that Flying Machine is still there. It's still going. It's going to get a connection in the tower right now, G-Clef.
Oh, with that push. Slow is provided, but still locks on. Third shot. Fourth. And a fifth.
Yeah, 1564. Light just could not deal with that Flying Machine.
It's one tough duel. Light has to cycle the poison for it now. The Barb Hut is going to be very safe. Exactly the reason why Expo Master is putting down those huts all the way on the back against the graveyard and against away from poison.
How is Light gonna engineer a graveyard time here? He is trying to get these barbs to push over, but unfortunately with the Flying Machine, the Royal Ghost, and the barbs from Expo Master's Barb Hut, it's just really hard to find it. There's
heal, and the fireball is beautiful from Expo Master. I think Light will defend until the final 20 seconds and just go for one graveyard to maybe have a win.
It's not completely out of it yet. Only 100 separate the two.
Flying Machines in the air, and the Royal Hogs blocking those Mega Minion shots, so the Flying Machines are safe.
Ish. Flying Machines do go down eventually. This is getting closer. There is a naked graveyard on the left-hand side. Royal Ghost trying to defend it. Barb Barrel comes in. All we need is a few hits here, and the favor swings towards Light. The Hogs come in for that Barb Hut. Lug is down. Poison is down. We're down to the spell damage section of the match. There are 10 seconds left. Snowball comes in.
Snowball tick from the poison, and Light
sneaks it.
The fireball! Oh, doesn't make it in. Even with the damage, I don't think it was enough.
No, it would have been. Just
188?
188?
I think it's 173.
Yo. Close game between these two. Light sneaking by here in this one. Almost lost it. Almost lost it. Yeah, it wouldn't have been enough. 172. Yeah.
172, yes.
Wow. Flying Machine, though. Absolute MVP here for Expo Master. It did so much work time and time again. Every time it comes down, you just don't know how Light's going to deal with it. That fireball, 4 barbs and a Mega Minion.
And exactly when you think, and exactly when the Barb Hut's gone, Light never put down the graveyard until it was gone, and I think we just skipped through that part.
Here, Light recognizes the time a little bit earlier than Expo Master, I feel. And Expo Master misjudging fireballs, name a better combo, because he's done that multiple times this season where he just needs a little bit of extra damage to put him over the edge, and he's ever so slightly late. It happens time and time again this season. All right, but game 1 is done. Both players can put that out of their memories, especially Expo Master. I think he needs to put it out of his memory because he's going to blame himself for that loss, thinking that fireball would have won it for him.
I don't think so. I think he knew with the camera. We saw that he was just scratching his head. Even with the fireball connections, it was not going to be enough. And which I like it at the same time. Instead of Magic Archer, We see a lot of Royal Hogs with the Magic Archer combinations. Instead, it's the Flying Machine, which is, of course, another fireball bait. So it's give and take how you play the deck. And Expo Master actually had a pretty good spawn. It's pretty good placement spawns with the Flying Machine, drawing out those poisons near the bridge so that your Barb Hut is safe. Royal Hogs are doing their work, but just not being close enough. Light's defense today is absolute.
He's playing like a man possessed right now.
Someone else is inside of it right now.
Someone else is like, I don't know who would.
The Clash Royale god.
I don't know who it would be. I don't know anyone who has a defense as good as this, because nothing has really snuck through. And the times where Light looks as though he's slipping, somehow manages to pull it back. That Flying Machine should not have got as much damage as it did. It looked as though the advantage was going his way. Like, Expo Master's Flying Machine does so much damage. You're like, Light, how do you come back from this? He just put his head down, defended from there until the rest of the game, and then just dealt with it.
That is certainly a hard job to do against such a strong opponent like Expo Master.
Well, what
can he bring it for the team? Like Bob, they had 2 sets already.
Yeah.
But if they keep on losing this 1v1.
Well, it's the issue that we've had with Fab since the beginning. They were a little bit too predictable. They changed it up in 2v2, sure. But their 1v1 has been relatively easy to predict.
That's correct. So I think it's time for Expo Master to
play Expo.
You know.
I don't think he
or
plays
the Collector.
Anymore. I legitimately don't think Expo Master plays Expo at all anymore. He hasn't played it this season. He didn't play it special season. I don't think I saw him play it through 2019 either.
I don't remember.
It's been a very long time.
2018, I'm sure there were a few at least.
Yeah, he played a few then. When he won with Dragon X, I believe he played it 3 times.
There were a couple of times. Ooh, Lumberjack. Smell a balloon in the air.
Could be Graveyard. We have seen a couple of decks with the Lumberjack, but I think it is Balloon.
Is this what Jack has shown us today already? The bowler instead of the recruit.
Okay, tornado there. That fisherman just kind of stopped. Feels like he stopped before the tornado had finished.
Controls the weather, man. King of the Seas. Just go past by, but before that, Barbaro stop.
Barbaro there kind of helping Light a little bit, because it's going to allow this RG to sneak through. The Baby Dragon ended up being distracted, so the Ewes is still very healthy as he crosses the bridge. So the Barbaro there may have worked in Expo Master's pain.
Maybe. And then Expo Master tricks everyone, brings a graveyard.
Could be. I mean, it could
with the Lumberjack,
be.
Yeah, it's very low chance. I don't think it's going to happen exactly. Inferno, yes, we're looking at the same deck
choice that Jack has played.
RG from Light goes down the right-hand side as Expo Master committed quite a bit to the left. And these hits are going to come in. Tornado to pull it back. He's trying his hardest. 1772 on that tower.
And also, meanwhile, the Fisherman actually has done some extra damage on the left.
Inferno Dragon not getting much done there. And another Royal Giant coming in. Ewes is behind. Barb is going to be dealt with, but I don't think it's going to be dealt with quick enough for that RG to survive. And now Expo Master has a decent push coming down on this right-hand side. The Baby Dragon is very healthy right now, as he continues to just lay waste to Light's tower. He's going to go down below 1,500.
Makes it about as even, but after the bowler on the left, there's that RG again with Inferno. Locking it with no Ewes. Light didn't really commit too hard on that RG push.
very much like it. I'll see what you do. But here comes that balloon fireball to push it back. But the
off
freeze!
the Hunter! Oh, lands a shot! That hurts a lot, but the E was actually doing quite a lot of work on the right, and even the Hunter.
Yeah, no, but
we got a second shot.
Somehow Light gets the advantage after eating a full balloon shot. Okay, I thought that was the end. Legitimately, I thought that balloon was going to end it, but this RG gets another couple of shots. 6-8-8 on that tower now. Can Light hold on to this advantage that he has carved for himself? A raised up balloon
there's a
comes
freeze.
in. No E-Wiz to stop. Fireball to push it back.
E-Wiz just in time.
Oh, he got right back to it. That's insane.
And RG on the left with the bowler on the right. This is a lot of damage from the Hunter alone. 96 left, and I think that's game for Light. Kicks has a massive comeback in the best of 5, matching it into 2 score now. 4 in a row. 2 for Benzer, 2 from Light, who is their final player.
Light stopping those balloons. Like, he lets one go through, one sneaks through. I don't think he was expecting the freeze to come down. But how has he done this all day long, where it looks as though he's at a huge disadvantage, somehow manages to come back? The balloon hits. It wasn't that healthy, so it only gets the one drop. E-Wiz. Tons of damage there. The Hunter getting the shots in. Hunter getting throws there, you're like, nah, no way. There's still a very healthy E-Wiz, and then bam, E-Wiz comes down, controlling his cycle perfectly as Light. What do you do against a player who plays like this?
It actually is a pretty quick deck. 3.4 is the RG Royal Ghost Fisherman Hunter combination with E-Wiz, which is a lot more common with the RG decks now because of these many balloons, and also Inferno pairing up with the balloon decks. Yeah, E-Wiz just making a lot more appearance, and these resets are going to be very effectful when you're going against that Inferno Dragon.
I mean, just...
and I think it's, so to criticize just a little bit, I think it's a deck mischoice by Fabio, because Light went against Jack, the same exact deck again.
But I mean, I don't think you would expect to see it from Expo Master. It's not the kind of deck he would play.
That's true, but he already dealt with it and also won.
True.
So I would have liked to see a different deck from Expo Master, because he can play so many different decks out there. And going with the same deck, different player, but still against the person who just won, I don't think it was the best choice.
I think it was there to try and catch him off guard.
Criticize a little bit, maybe. But you know, off guard means that if you have never played that freeze, but he already dealt with the
I think
card
changing
the
the freeze might have helped.
Maybe. Expecting a freeze and not having a freeze.
Yeah.
That's a twist.
So you start playing around this theoretical freeze that doesn't exist. It is going to be Ice Law against Hajime.
Oh, this matchup. Dream matchup here.
Ice Law hasn't really played much of a part in Kix's overall 1v1 matchup this season. He has played a lot of games very recently in the King of the Hill, where he got 2 wins against Team Timing, 2 wins against TTG, but before that he played once against Nova and once against Talon in those King of the Hills. He has not played a 1v1 set. We know what Ice Law can do though, but we also know what Hajime can do on his day. Yet Hajime in a best of 3 still hasn't proved himself. He lost 1-2 to Benzer and lost 1-2 to Little Chen. He has to perform now to keep Bob's dreams alive. You do not want to go to that losers bracket where you will have to face either Talon or WDGM. You do not want to go there.
Exactly what I wanted to say, because there's still two top teams waiting right there tomorrow. Kronos and Nova. They're watching all the matches here.
Will we see them? We won't see them tomorrow.
Oh, next week.
Next week?
Yes.
G-Cuff, wake up.
I can't wait. I want them to play tomorrow.
I know. But
I just want to see them so quickly.
Right now, we have to focus on this Ice Law against Hajime. This is going to be insane. Who is going to take it? Kicks so far in these 1v1 sets. 2-0, 2-0. And it comes down to this. They may have lost the 2v2. They may have lost that King of the Hill, but momentum is on Kix' side as Ice Law goes against Hajime, who needs to stop this slip in the 1v1 sets to bring it home.
So far today, we've seen a whole lot of RGs. A lot more than what I expected. And less graveyard exactly, but I was expecting less RGs. More in combination with Ramradder, few more. There are lots of bait decks out there. Maybe some Goblin Giant Sparkies out there. And some more Motor decks too. Motor deck, Giant Miner decks, Wall Breaker decks, which we haven't seen so far.
We have not indeed. Okay.
Hajime certainly a graveyard master throughout the season. And Ice Law with less data to call from for 1v1.
Considerably less. The man has only played, I think,
less than 5 times in total?
8 times. He's
1v1.
4 wins, 4 losses in King of the Hill.
And the wait continues. No emote.
Flying Machine. Okay. Maybe Ice Law saw what was being played earlier by Expo Master, the Royal Hog Flying Machine, and decided, I'll show you how it's played.
Yeah, with the Ghost and the Heal Spirit. I do like your prediction with the Royal Hogs.
And it looks like Hajime is playing the same deck that we just saw Expo Master lose with. This has been a very interesting team deck, I would say.
Maybe even with the Ram from the cannon card. Ice Law starting to not really build up too much, but Varian actually going to get a lot done here.
With the Royal Recruits, though, it is looking like an earlier deck that we saw. Maybe it's the Benzer deck with EQ as the final card here. Oh, there's the freeze from Hajime.
Gotta put it down to destroy the cannon card.
Oh, but the Hunter lives.
Still far away. Oh, here comes the balloon. Raged up.
Give it the Hunter, and the Fly Machine will deal with that before it gets a drop. The death damage will come in. And Ice Law so far has not managed to connect damage into the towers.
I think it's about to happen.
Not that tower, if Royal Ghost. Not that tower. All right, 2-5-3-4.
Is it this timing with the Royal Hogs?
I think it's EQ. Last card's going to be EQ.
Just like what Benzer played?
Yeah, it's looking that way indeed. Okay, Flying Machine against the Inferno Dragon. The bowler is still very healthy. Royal Recruits come down again to distract. Expecting a freeze to come out to stop this push from getting through. Nope, decides the bowler is going to be enough. Hajime has plenty of elixir left right now.
Rage is quite far away from the left with that Fisherman pull onto Lumberjacks. So no balloon this time from Hajime. Still the bowler is quite healthy, locks onto the Royal Ghost.
Flying Machine again proving its value here. Everything's coming across. Royal Ghost, 3 recruits on the right-hand side, 3 recruits and a Flying Machine on the left. Will anything connect here for Ice Law? There's 60 seconds left. He's got no damage in.
One damage from the recruit. That's it. Very, very defensive passive game for both players. Trying to sneak in a cannon card. Never really have made it into that range near the Princess Tower.
Don't think this last card would be Earthquake. I think
he's just holding it.
But you wouldn't hold it this long when you're already behind. You'd have already started to cycle through it. It's got to be something big.
Maybe even a lightning.
Rocket, maybe? but that's not going to be enough to win you the game when you haven't done any damage to the towers. There's a freeze from Hajime, makes it even harder for Icelor. Where is the damage going to come from in the last seconds of this one?
12 seconds, you gotta put something down right now for the win condition. There's an EQ.
Oh, the cannon card doesn't get a connection.
And the baby dragon locks on the bottom left. Defensive freeze that seals it for Hajime in game 1.
That is not an Icelor deck. Only one EQ sneaking through. We saw when it was played earlier, Benzer was constantly cycling those EQs into the towers, constantly getting that damage in. Icelor never really did that. He never started the cycles. He held onto that EQ for so long. It needed to be down earlier, constantly.
There were some moments where Icelor was leaking, not much, slightly. Of course, we're not talking about the first 2 minutes of the game.
It's like 0.4 he leaked. But like, the EQ should have come down much earlier.
I think the thing is there are lots of air units like the Baby Dragon Inferno that's surviving, and the EQ against units like Bowler, it doesn't really, it does do damage, but that's like nothing.
But you're not looking for the effective damage against the units, you're looking for the damage into the towers.
But even without pressure. Yeah, even without using the EQ, Icelor was leaking some Baby Dragon hits on the left, even some minor connections from Inferno. So I think Icelor has thought, okay, this is a hard matchup. I don't really have too much room to put down that EQ.
True, but it doesn't matter. You have to. I know you need to make sacrifices to try and find room to get that damage in, but he had to do it because playing one EQ when you've done no damage and you're down to the last 15 seconds of a match, you've painted yourself into a corner. Yeah, you've made it hard for yourself to get the win.
Sort of a funny situation where both teams has like a soup of the day. They have the deck of the day from Kicks. It's this defensive deck with the EQ, and from Fob, it's the balloon freeze. Like, we had some of these moons from WDGM only, like Higher Wanga, Solomon playing the same decks all over, at least once per day, and didn't really see this happening from East at least. We saw some West teams trying these, but it seems like when it comes to the playoff, okay, we practiced this for 2 weeks, let's use it.
But it's also the first time it's won today.
Oh. The balloon freeze.
The balloon freeze. It has not won today at all. That's the first time. We've seen it 3 times? No, we saw it.
It is the 3rd time today.
Third time today.
1 Jack, 1 Expo Master. It is Hajime this time.
It finally wins a game. Like, that's a risk.
What a defensive freeze.
Yeah. Defensive freeze, though. It ended up working out here, but I mean, Icelor didn't really look like he could find a way to pressure into it.
Big bait with just the EQ. And with just the EQ, there's no fireball or poison. So unless you have like a real quick Hog Rider push to get the building down, it is. I'm not the biggest fan of this deck for so far.
No.
But you had to have perfect this defensive decision to leave those 3 elixir down.
Yeah, defensively it looks good, but it just lacks in teeth. It has nothing really to go forward unless you're constantly cycling those EQs, which is not what Icelor did. Anyway, game 2. Match point for Fav Gaming. Icelor needs to win this to keep Kicks in this match. Don't forget the loser. This does drop down to the losers bracket first match, which will be match 3 of tonight, where they will face either Talon or WDGM.
It is match point, so Kicks did ask for a timeout.
Much more needed for them because Icelor needs to bring this one home. There is no doubt about it. Kicks' fate lies in game 2 of set 5.
This is big for both teams. You do want to go to that winner's match.
But it's not just that. You want to get out of this, you know? You don't want...
Yeah, you don't want a second match today.
No.
It's already a pretty long day for both teams already.
And especially with all the smack talk we heard at the beginning, you don't want that on your conscience, you know? Maluntid's sitting there, we're going to 3-0.
And the worst part, if you go down to losers, even if you climb up, your opponent is Ponos.
Oh yeah.
That's the worst part.
But if you reach that match, you do go to World.
Yes, you do. That's already top 4.
All right, so.
Oh. Night Witch. Minor.
And it looks as though. No.
Yeah, Lava, I think, is deck for Hajime.
No, I mean, Ice Law's deck.
RG.
It's looking that way.
Huh? RG with the Ewiz. Yeah, 3.4.
Dragon's going to get the splash damage in on the tower, so a couple of hits in there. 2, 2, 6, 8. Ice Law does have tools to stop this. He does have that Hunter. He does have that Ewiz.
With the Lightning, taking down Flying Machine and the Night Witch. There are lots of good targets for the Lightning here, for Ice Law. Yeah, but it's Fireball.
No, that's fine. I think the Hunter is going to easily be the most important defensive card here. Pups, some damage coming in. Ewiz comes down. The bats are going to eat him alive.
But Ewiz is not going to be enough, though, so he needs a better Hunter time.
Baby Dragon gets a connection with that miner.
Way too much damage.
It's all
Infernal
falling
survives,
apart.
and that's tower down.
It has fallen apart in the last moments for Ice Law here.
Kicks. Every member of the team right now praying for Ice Law to have a massive comeback, but it seems like
it's going to be difficult.
It is very difficult.
Do it. This RG and the next RG after it need to get massive connections. There's the barbs. Fireball will clear that up. That's not bad. How is he going to stop this Inferno Dragon? Ewiz is there. That's going to slow it down. Heal Spirit. Woo! Yeah, okay. All right. GG. It was looking like he could build something, but it is an untenable position here. This is how kicks go down to the losers bracket. A valiant fight coming back from 2-0, going all the way to set 5, but Hajime has done it. Fav Gaming progress, kicks go down to the losers bracket.
And kicks, they have to face against the loser from Talon versus WDGM. Another match awaits tonight. We have 3 best of 5 guys, so don't go anywhere. But that was a heck of a match between the two teams. Simon, gotta say, I had so many great, we just watched so many great games of 1v1 especially. Oh, the freeze deck from Fav. At the end, it, I think, led them to a win eventually.
Yeah, it took time, but Hajime is the one who gets the win. A player who has been very hit or miss all season has finally brought home the bacon for his team, progressing them to that next round. And here is the moment where Kix' heart breaks.
Ice Law, he needed a massive defensive fireball against all those, or a great placement of Hunter on the side, with Ewiz coming down on top of those bats and the lava pups. But it was a better setup for Hajime, so that doesn't happen.
And that, as they say, is that. Don't worry, we will be seeing Kix in the losers bracket match. Talon or WDGM await there. Fav Gaming, we will see tomorrow against the winner of the next match. It's gonna be a brawl. MVP goes to Hajime.
All right.
And we will be back after a very short break with match 2 of the night. Welcome back. Match 2 of the night is soon upon us. Match 1, Kicks versus Fav Gaming, was an absolute bloodbath. Went all the way to the end round where Hajime won 2-0. The 2v2 team, the team that wins the 2v2 still generally wins the match, but that was the longest way around I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think for East, that actually has a higher percentage of winning after 2v2 compared to West. We actually had lots of massive comebacks.
Yeah.
Even after 2v2, maybe I think it's due to different play style of the teammates within the team. But that match,
that was a bloody affair.
Freeze, the same deck played 3 times from Fob.
I don't know, they snuck through somehow. Kicks almost took it back, but unfortunately it is done. We will see Kicks again in the next match, but for now, Talon, WDGM.
Done.
2 very different seasons. Talon, most of their wins came in the first half. WDGM, most of their wins came in the second half of the season. It's 2 teams who've had very different opposite seasons. Like, it's almost symmetry. It's a mirror.
Yeah, that's exactly. And in the middle, a lot has thought maybe WDGM's not even going to make it into the playoff, as they were right at the bottom. Never really climbed it out, even after a win or 2. They were sitting at 7th place, saying, okay, it might be possible, but they got to win everything. But they did.
They did, indeed. Both teams finished 7-7. And, I mean, Talon, first half of the season, 5-2. Second half of the season, 2-5. WDGM, 2-5, 5-2. It's as balanced as it can get between these two, but Talon have a trump card. Geralt is on absolute fire right now.
That's a big focus point. Put a big star on Geralt right there for Talon, because for WDGM, other than the main 2 higher Solomon, just like Line and Blizzard from Talon, he's sometimes with the Golem decks, I think he might be back with the current meta. Wanga has been doing, like, not the worst, but not good at all. So both teams sort of having I thought they had equal chances, but with Geralt just popping up to above par level, maybe this is a match for Talon.
Yeah, and Talon is the reason WDGM did not get 2nd place in the season. Just one of the many reasons why WDGM did not get 2nd of the season. It was very complicated mathematics that I cannot remember because I put out my head because I worked it out and was like, never going to look at that again.
And Kicks got 3rd place.
But this is... you got to give favor to WDGM. They just have form on their side. Talon have been crumbling, but then Geralt is...
You think so?
Yeah, because WDGM have been doing really well. They do still have Radish, who did beat AUK last time out. They have Wanga, who is no longer part of the 0-win club. You know, they have opportunities, but I don't know.
This is a lot. I think this is a lot from the studies, because you basically know it's going to be Geralt, Line, Blizzard from Talon, and from WDGM, 1 person higher Solomon.
Essentially, yeah. Look at the 2v2 win rate, favors Talon. King of the Hill favors Talon, but when you get down to that 1v1, which is super important, ever so slightly favors WDGM.
Maybe today's the day with 1 crown. You never know. Putting some twist in that lineup. You want to risk that far into playoffs?
Well, no. You would not want to do it at all. Don't forget, Line and 1 crown are a phenomenal 2v2 duo, 57.1% win rate on the season. But Radish and Wanga, 66.7%, but they have only played once together, where they beat AUK and LC up 2-1. So Line and 1 crown, that's solved. We know that was going to happen.
Yep.
Who comes out for WDGM? Is it going to be Radish and Wanga, or is it going to be Solomon High?
We've seen some hints that Radish higher... Oh, Radish man.
Radish Wanga.
Wanga might be the newer, or the 2nd option for playoff. Solomon.
It's going to be Solomon and higher.
And
Gloria, the most important 3rd person
and Gloria
in this
right
team.
in the middle. All good. Watching up. looking at their devices. It looked quite empty with the first match, but we have WDGM on site.
Yep, it is so nice to have teams actually be there. Actually have a physical section of this. But man, this match is gonna be, like as I said, I still favor WDGM over Talon. But the last time these two teams met, the second half of the season,
Are you just
Talon
talking?
beat them.
Are you just talking 2v2 or the overall match?
Overall match, man. Overall match. In terms of 2v2, freeze. Right. You know what this says to me?
What is it?
Talon were like, they're gonna play Graveyard Freeze. WDGM were like, they're gonna play Poison to stop our Graveyard Freeze. So let's ban it. So they banned both, and now there's just, I don't know what you could do.
And they still play Graveyard.
Probably yes, probably yes. Okay, the last time these two met, Talon did manage to win 2-1 against Hire and Solomon. Actually 2-1 both times round. It's 4-2 between these two so far.
我觉得 Talon 的选手应该是赖吧。
제가 보기에는 WDGM의 솔로맨 선수가 키플레이어라고 생각합니다.
但是我们嗨子哥的实力是绝对在他之上的。
그래도 솔로맨 선수보다 저희 팀의 라인 선수가 훨씬 더 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 이길 것 같습니다.
他们队的话，最想遇到的就是 Blizzard 的吧。你也是 QH 经常放3号位嘛，我也是3号位，我们到时候看一下谁才是手底之王。
하이 솔로맨 DGM이랑 탈론이랑 그때 항상 우리가 이겼었는데 이번 플레이오프 때도 이겨서 팬분들에게 좋은 모습 보여주겠습니다.
我觉得面对每个选手都不能够松懈吧，做好准备应对每个对手吧。
하이 이번에 플레이오프에서 만나면 좋은 경기 해보도록 합시다.
저번에 마지막으로 오고 미러전을 제가 이겼었는데 플레이오프에서도 제가 또 이기겠습니다.
虽然季前赛你2次打赢了我，但是我会在季后赛把你打赢。
我觉得这场比赛可能会很焦灼吧，但是还是有可能有信心3-2拿下比赛的。
WDGM과의 경기에서 저희 팀이 3대1로 승리할 것 같습니다.
季后赛准备的时间非常多，我们准备的非常充分，我们一定会拿下你们的。
WDGM 조심하세요.
你们尽管放马过来，我们季后赛等着你。
Not as much smack talk in that one as there was in the first game.
As Blizzard is still a very friendly guy, as you can tell. It's like, hi, Solomon.
It's like the stage direction was like, guys, be as ruthless as you want. And he's like, hi, Hire. You're a good player. You're so nice. It's like, ooh, Expo? Ooh. No.
High Spirit. Teal Spirit.
Kind of makes me feel like it's a no, G.
If there was double Ice Spirit, what do you say? 70%? Okay.
Alright, so we don't usually see this much waiting, and there we go. And it is
Heka! Ooh. That big chunk. And Tornado doesn't really pull too much.
Log there just delaying and making this graveyard harder to play.
Arrows, like that choice, locked onto the P.E.K.K.A with the Ice Wizard only.
Yeah, the Ice Wizard just shutting down that graveyard. And I said, WDGM banned Poison because they wanted to play Graveyard. Mega Knight comes in.
Ooh. Loving the combination, but still the RG showing lots of powerful moves.
Yeah, the RG does not really care about a P.E.K.K.A too much.
Good Ice Spirit there.
Heal Spirit too, just distracting with everything. Doesn't get the King Tower activation from the Mega Knight, which would be really nice in this matchup. Going against the Graveyard, you have a little less to worry about, especially as there's no freeze again. So
So we're looking for a few fireballs.
All right, so the P.E.K.K.A is going to start doing his job here. Another Giant Skeleton played very high there just to make sure the P.E.K.K.A doesn't cross the bridge. Very important move there by Talon in this 2v2. And that P.E.K.K.A is not long for this world.
And love the placement of the Fisherman after seeing a few skeletons towards the corner.
There is the RG. There is plenty of elixir on WDGM side to defend. Hunter is there. Oh, that log trying to buy time for the RG to get a shot, but unfortunately it is not going to happen with the tornado coming in. Graveyard down for WDGM. Goblins at the back defending with their lives, doing a very good job. Fireball comes down to take them out. 1836 remains on that tower. There is a giant skeleton, RG, and Ice Wizard now crossing the bridge.
Giant Skeleton basically pushes that RG in cage, and the EQ dropped right before that, so great timing from Talon.
The RG gets no extra hits.
Again, the Skeleton, E-Wiz dropping on right on top. Mega Minion. The Mega Knight won't really do much against the bomb tower there.
Yep, there's the Giant Skeleton and the Giant, the Royal Giant again. This time, I believe this RG is going to get a hit. There's no cage. 1. It's going to be 2. Is it going to be 3? No, it is not. Oh, it didn't get one while moving.
I think it got the shot right at the end. That's why it dropped down. 590. The Ice Wizard providing slow again. The Giant Skeleton with the damage. I think that's going to be basically with the cycle. EQ cycle, log, maybe with some other spells that Talon is holding right now.
There's the first log in the chain. You see Goblins here just defending. Mega Minion is there as well. Fireball to take it out. This graveyard was an all-or-nothing play. There's another graveyard on top, but there's still an E-Wiz there to defend. Yeah, damage is sneaking
all
through,
or
though.
Nothing right now for WDGM, but a lot of defensive tools. Fisherman, E-Wiz, Ice Wizard, and with those last Tornado, Fireball, Log, and EQ.
That 2v2 looked crisp on the side of Talon. Solomon and Hire just... If I can see what the plan was with their ban, your opponent clearly knows what it's gonna be.
And when there's no freeze, you don't have to worry about any other instant reaction type of spell.
I mean, if it's so obvious that I see it, you have to play something else. You have to do that. You can't go in with a graveyard with your opponent knowing you have it. They just had too many tools to stop it. It was an interesting composition, though. I'll give them that. The Mega Knight P.E.K.K.A. with the graveyard is a very nice combination.
But even
unfortunate.
P.E.K.K.A. and the Mega Knight together is quite heavy. Actually, very heavy compared to other graveyard decks.
But it did almost work out with these double graveyards here, but I mean, there was just so much there to defend in the end.
Yeah, without the poison, graveyard loses its power.
Yeah.
Because you're not really holding that many tools and taking out at the same time with the poison, allowing some more skeleton to hit.
Well, change that arrows for a poison and you'd take out the goblins every time. You deal damage to the fisherman, to the Ice Wizard that's there as well. So the poison, instead of those arrows, would have changed that game completely. But because you only have the arrows, you don't deal enough damage to the other units around that are defending.
Yeah, I was expecting with the graveyard, even a lightning. Because you don't have poison, you're expecting some like E-Wiz, maybe a lumberjack, a few of those small spells, few of those small single units, maybe even a musketeer. And lightning has been very, very good.
Yeah, I just don't think the arrows was it. I think you need poison in that deck really to function properly, and with poison being banned by WDGM, they kind of took their own teeth out.
The arrows not being a terrible tool, especially when you are dealing with lava 2v2, it's great. It's one of the best spells against the lava and the pubs, those small bats in the air. But when it comes down to this many single target units, you can't really get that much value out of it. So, great game by Talon as usual, as the regular season. They do bring game 1. Game 2.
All right, I am thinking we're going to see Lumberloon in this one.
From which side?
From Talon.
Talon?
I get the idea. I just got a feeling in
just
my bones.
Just the Lumberloon?
Just a lumberjack and a balloon and no other cards. It's just going to be 2 cards on each deck.
Lumberloon.
Yeah.
No other cards.
No other cards.
But you have to cycle through the other 4.
The other 6 cards are invisible. They don't need them. Well, we'll see what we get in this one. Line and 1 crown on the side of Talon. go up against Solomon and higher. Game 1 went the way of Talon. How will game 2 go?
I mentioned that deck from WDGM did feel slightly too heavy in the previous 2v2. See the changes. Certainly you cannot use poison. And we've had a game with ban card being played, which was, I believe, Graveyard.
It was TCG, yeah.
And they lost the game.
Don't need to be making those kind of mistakes here where everything matters.
Might be right with the recruit.
Yeah, but wrong team. I thought it was going to be Talon.
Okay.
Okay, so it's looking like the same deck, and it might be RG on the side of Talon, and as you said, Balloon for WDGM, especially with those Royale recruits. It could be something else, though.
Yeah, something else. I'm thinking some chances of Ram Rider. Yep, WDGM. If they also had a similar read, just like you did, Simon, against the Balloon, Ram Rider would be the perfect choice. Seen it happen over and over in this 2v2 matchup.
And it's RG from WDGM.
Still. Oh, good Goblin spawns right there.
Yeah, the Goblins there were to kind of predict a Fisherman on the side of WDGM, but it ended up working against Ewiz too.
Similar. Ooh. And again, same for Talon. That Skeleton RG push.
Fireball comes in. Giant Skeleton getting pushed towards that tower. Heal Spirit's going to get a big heal. RG can't really get in position.
That's a getting RG shot and pushes it to the side. RG shot. Giant Skeleton pushes it to the side. Funny interaction there.
It's leaning. It's leaning around the corner. It's like, I'll take it.
Those drones are heavy, man.
And here we have the recruits this time to defend. The RG is going to be able to break through, but Tornado pulls him back. Fisherman pulls the Skeleton.
Yeah, good Goblins there. It allows one more RG hit.
Yep, Giant Skeleton is going to get pulled into the center. Another RG. There's a Skeleton to defend. Is there any building here? Tornado pulls back. Where's the bomb tower? Is it going to come down? It is not. Ice Spirit is there, good to defend. Heal Spirit as well, just to heal your units back up. Giant Skeleton is going to take a considerable amount of damage there.
Ooh, allows that much hits, trying to load up a little faster on the right, along with that left side push.
Yeah, basically eliminates the chance of that happening right away. The Royal recruits have to come down a little bit later, but the Tornado is going to be good for WDGM. They have a little bit of an advantage here. No damage coming through. 1556 against 1662. Bomb tower is good this time. Hunter's going to take a hit, but the Heal Spirit is going to be there. Ice Spirit stops it though. That RG is shut down effectively by Talon.
Yeah, no hits at all in WDGM. They do not load up on extra. They do immediately with the Giant Skeleton. Now off timing somewhat. Talon, I think they were ready for that right side push, but immediately responded. The Giant Skeleton log is going to push him back. Even a bomb tower this time without the Tornado.
Save the Tornado to later if they need it, which they do not, so they get to just keep that a little bit longer for next time. This Giant Skeleton is going to try to cross the bridge. He's going to be distracted by these recruits.
Yeah, one Giant Skeleton. Oh, actually locks onto the tower and pushes out to limits it to one shot.
How are we going to deal with this RG on the left for Talon? How are they going to do it? The Heal Spirit comes in. Tornado is there this time. Ice Wizard just going to slow it all down nice and easy.
The big jump from the Ice Spirit with the Tornado pull there. As Talon, they're sort of having a different cycle now with just having an RG.
Here's an RG coming in with the Giant Skeleton. The Bomb Tower is there. Heal Spirit is there for Talon too. Tornado comes in. Fireball is down for WDGM, but that is another RG, no shot.
Effective defense from Talon this time with the Fisherman getting that Ewiz nicely done with the log push and the EQ together. The cage comes later. Great timing from WDGM. Still the death damage is going to take care of most of the things, but the RG didn't really do too much for Talon either.
Ice Wizard this time distracted by everything on the right-hand side. A Hunter is going to get quite a few hits in on there too. Another set of hits, 1301, but 978 remain on that bottom left-hand side. Talon are letting this one slowly slip away from them. An RG hit.
One more RG shot on the left. The cage is blocking Soba down to the final 10 seconds. Got to put down all the spells right now. Certainly a big lead for WDGM. Another fireball lands. I think that's game 2. And a win for WDGM this time.
Yep, WDGM played that a lot better than Talon played that for sure here. Game 2 going the way of WDGM.
And keeping those tornado fireball combination near the tower. Make sure you do tower damage with the fireball. And you can't. Tornado doesn't really do too much, but if you use it so often, it stacks up to a couple of hundreds by the end.
It does indeed. And I mean, very few shots snuck through on both sides. They had to try and find a way to get those RGs to hit, but with the Royal Recruits, with the Goblin Cage as well, it was just way too difficult for Talon really to get an effective RG window to get those hits in. But they had the defensive tools. They had the Ice Spirit, the Ice Wizard, they had their own Bomb Tower, the E-Wizard, the Giant Skeletons. It was just a defensive masterclass between them.
And they do. The big change was the recruits. When you have the recruits, Fisherman doesn't lock onto the right target. It's very hard to lock on, and after a few swings, maybe you can get it, but it's way too late. And also your spirits are going to run into some random recruit instead of the Royal Giant Skeleton or the Royal Giant. So that's exactly the reason why Talon couldn't really have their own push. They spent too much on defense, which was basically wiped with the Giant Skeleton death damage or the Tornado Fireball from WDGM.
See the final seconds of the game between these two. The RG shut down. The EQ comes down, but it's not going to be enough. They shut down the RG. And they knew they won it. There was no real way, once that last RG was shut down, for Talon really to progress after the bridge.
Unless you have the magic 10 elixir spell.
10 elixir.
Which you can only unlock after doing up, down, left, right, AB at the same time.
Yeah. Yep. Up, down, left, right, A start together. It's the level cheat code. Okay, we're gonna go down to game 3 between these two teams. There seems to be a timeout called.
Yeah, 2v2 is important. Even in best of 5, I think it gives a lot of momentum.
Does indeed.
Especially just into King of the Hill. I think after King of the Hill into 1v1, it kind of resets everything. But 2v2 certainly gives a lot for the team going into King of the Hill in this format.
Yeah, and King of the Hill is super important. We saw how important it was in the last match, where if it wasn't for King of the Hill, Fav would have been dropping down. But we're soon getting into this one. What are we going to see in game 3? Is it going to be Balloon? Don't forget we do have Freeze and Poison as the bans today, and we've seen G-Clef, unfortunately, a hell of a lot of RG.
Oh yes, not just in 2v2, also in 1v1. And Giant Skeleton RG just coming back strong. Like, we sort of moved out since week 4 into the other conditions. But I think this is coming out because of no tornado bans. Because tornado basically calls for Giant Skeleton calls for RG, and on from there.
Yeah, I remember we saw it a lot, and then it disappeared as teams decided there was a new meta to play in, and then they've just gone back to the old.
And then it was Graveyard or mostly balloons, and when there were lots of balloons, we went to Ram Riders, a couple of Expo or Hog Riders, and then back to...
Are you saying the meta is a circle?
It's sort of like fashion.
It's the circle of meta, that's what it is.
Circle of life here, man. As 2v2. Some teams had some really cool, like we had some baits when there was no tornado.
Yeah, I think we could still see
some more baits.
Some bait. It's going to be difficult. I think minor wall breakers would be a bit more likely with the tornado not being banned. Than a bait, but it's still on the cards. It's still something that can be played.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of wall breaker combination with the Mega Knight from the west, which is not really carrying over. I think we're having somewhat of a different meta between the two regions.
Well, here we go. Solomon and Higher in red at the top against One Crown and Line of Talon in blue at the bottom.
Ooh, still Ice Spirit.
Both Spirits decide to jump into towers.
We've had a lot of 2v2 teams keeping the same win condition, but just switching out a few spells, like Fireball into Lightning sometimes.
Yeah, those small little adjustments are very important. If once you start to figure out what your opponent's gonna do, and what they like, then you start changing your spells. And it is important. The log missing the brawler there for a very good reason to activate the tower.
A perfect reason.
I thought it was misplaced until you see the tornadoes activate the tower.
Yeah, because it was played between the two. Back to Pekka.
Back to game 1. Okay,
with the ram ride.
That's going to make it hard for these RGs, even harder than it has been previously. I mean, what did Talon have to stop this Pekka?
I mean, we've seen the miracle happen. Pekka reaching the tower.
Yeah, we've seen it. It's not a regular.
Getting multiple shots. Multiple hits.
But usually you have to strike a very narrow window to get that to happen. Like, you have to be up in Elixir. Your opponent has to have nothing left.
Read the perfect spell.
Oh, the RG Giant Skeleton get the wrong way around, and that is not good. You see One Crown looking at line, and I think there was a slight miscommunication between the two of them there.
Yeah, cage block here. And the Brawler with the death damage. All right, against the Mega Knight.
So double Elixir time here. Giant Skeleton is loaded up slightly on the side. Fisherman's going to be there to pull it over.
And the Mega Minion with some work. And Talon getting ready for that big defense. It's the handful Elixir. Here comes a lightning. What we expected from WDGM to change.
Yeah, but no Pekka hit, and the Giant Skeleton is going to be enough to just distract this Mega Minion and Baby Dragon. With the RG behind it, no damage is going to sneak through, but WDGM have that slight advantage built up over time.
Willing to take that death damage with the block of Cage against the RG, but Talon, that wasn't their strongest push. I think they were just trying to cycle for a massive push again. And I think this is a go sign. Actually stops one more time.
Hunter's an interesting choice here. It's going to be able to just take down that Pekka as it slowly starts to move around. RG comes down in the middle, eats a lightning. The Hunter survives, and that's important because this Fisherman's going to pull it and then die.
With the EQ, so the cage is gone instantly. Does not land the shot with the long push.
Superb defense on the side of Solomon and higher here. Giant Skeleton, RG loaded up again, and there's the Ram Rider. Will the RG be able to get through? The Pekka is there. And no hits.
And then the snare's good.
Ooh, one hit.
Just one.
One is all you need, mate. One is all you need as this progresses.
Thought Talon had some chance to sneak into left, but I think it's too late now with the pushes that are coming down. Another fireball damage. The Talon needs to push. There's always a lightning from WDGM.
Clock has started indeed. 50
one more
seconds
shot
of triple Elixir time. It's 1290 against 1274. And in terms of spell damage, you gotta give it to WDGM. They might be able to just outspell Talon as this progresses.
There's that lightning. Talon, they have to look to put more. They have to put out more earthquakes. Right when you have the cage.
They gotta get a lot more aggressive. That's a good fireball tornado to get them started, though. The lock comes in. Earthquake is down again, and that's a healthy RG crossing the lane.
Finally, Talon in the lead. There's some zaps, but one shot, two shot. That's good enough to close it out with any type of spell.
Tornado fireball is enough, and Talon take game 3 of the 2v2. And they do get the win. It was looking very, 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 very rough. I said WDGM had a spell advantage. I think the Lightning, they just couldn't really get it going.
Lightning is always... It's great when there is a bomb tower. When you have your own RG push.
To get more damage into the tower, but didn't work out here. Fireballs and logs only, they couldn't really afford.
And Talon's got a double building, bomb tower and the cage together. And even with that, they were sneaking in few RG shots at a time. And Lightning, you think it does a lot. It does less than 300, but still, with half of the elixir, EQ does more than 200.
Yeah. It's insane. But the EQ, yeah. Yeah, it is literally that EQ does an insane amount of damage for its elixir, and that RG getting those shots. I think that was the first RG that actually ended up getting significant damage for Talon. One RG getting a lot of damage is all it took for them to take that game.
And most of the other damage sorts did come down from those fireballs, lots of tornadoes, and lots of logs too.
Yeah.
And double building made it a lot tougher for WDGM to actually break through when they needed that clutch lightning. There's always a second building.
Indeed. Okay, King of the Hill is upon us. Who are you going to give the advantage to in King of the Hill? Are we going to go look at second half of the season win results, which would definitely favor WDGM because
it's very hard.
Hire is on an absolute tear in the second half of the season. I mean, 3, 6, 8 wins, 3 losses. That's pretty good for a second half of the season run, but then you look at the rest of the season and it's 10-10.
So for Talon, I would say in terms of consistency, they're all good, especially from Line and Blizzard. They have consistent wins and losses, but for WDGM, it depends on who shows up on the day. Sometimes Solomon just has a massive streak, Hire just getting the 3-0s. That does happen for WDGM.
The last time these two teams met, Geralt got the sweep.
But WDGM, they were playing lots of different decks compared to usual. And also, I don't think they were playing 110% or even close to 95% for WDGM.
Talon didn't play that much. I mean, Geralt got the sweep. He went from being like absolute jobber league for the season and then just strung together all these W's in a nice little necklace, and now he's coming out first.
So you're saying he went from Giant to a Royal Giant?
He went from E-barbs to real barbs.
Like I can't really say which one's better, but certainly barbs.
Yeah, exactly. That's like Giant and Royal Giant, they're kind of equivalent. Royal Giant's a little bit better, but E-barbs, useless.
E-barb, win condition.
It's gonna be Peas on the side of WDGM.
Let me load up my Golem decks for the meta.
He might play something different to start with. He has only played 4 times since the second half of the season. 3 of those have been losses. The whole season he is 2-5 in King of the Hill. He hasn't even got his 1 win, 1 loss that he was known for in the first half of the season. Last time out, he did play Graveyard with the Bowl of Valkyrie, and he played Royal Hogs Recruits. He did win the Graveyard Bowler game against Greed, and lost the Royal Hogs game to Sado.
Sado. Golem. Seen the collector from Peace, but last month. So
here's the thing, though. This guy on your screen, Geralt, he has no shame. He will play E-Golem.
He will order delivery food. And he will.
What's the shame about ordering delivery food, mate? He will play E-Golems. Why you gotta say that about delivery food, mate?
I quit delivery.
I had fried chicken last night. It was dope.
I wish I was there, man. You didn't call me for fried chicken?
You live too far away. Anyway, okay, he has also played Lava Hound, Minor Nightwitch. He has also played RGs, Hog Raiders. He has played a lot of different decks, so Geralt is a very tricky opponent to practice for because he does play everything. Peas, though, he does tend to lean on Golem when there is a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
You say he tends to lean on Golem. Maybe he lies on Golem and maybe just snatches whenever he wants to grab some snacks. Those are the other decks. Okay. What, you making that Golem player face?
I'll let you have it. I'll let you have it.
And Bar Barrel. That calls for a no Golem.
There are a few decks out there with Bar Barrel. Not many, but there are a few Golem decks. But yeah, I think we're moving away from Peas and Golem.
If we see a tornado, maybe. But Geralt also played heck of a lot of graveyards during the season.
Both of them have actually. I say a heck of a lot. He's played it. Peas has played it 3 times, and Geralt has played it
like 2.
More than 3 times.
Like you ran out of paper, because Geralt did play a lot more games compared to Peas. That's partially the reason. Like by 4 or 5 times at least.
He's played it 7 times.
Geralt?
Geralt. He's played Graveyard 7 times. The other times are like Hog Riders, Royal Hogs. He has played E-Golem a lot too.
Okay, that tells a lot about Geralt.
He has no shame, I told you. No shame. All right. So we're getting down to the last minute of this one.
Simon No Shame not calling me for fried chicken. We'll talk after cast.
I live too far away, man. It'll take you 45 minutes to get to my house.
I can call Uber, man.
All right, 60 seconds left. Double elixir time. Giant skeleton played at the back for Geralt, and that is a start of the affair here. Looking like Graveyard from Peas with that Barb Hut, but it could be a couple of other decks that have slowly surfaced with the Battle Healer. It's looking like it might be with Giant Skeleton Balloon on the side of Geralt, and this Balloon might get through, but the E-Wiz is going to be there. Nothing, no spells to stop that, so only death damage through this time, but the death damage from the Giant Skeleton is enough to clean up most of that counter push. The Battle Healer starts to heal up. Miner gets in on the tower though. 2-1-1-8 damage has been done by Geralt. Nothing so far for Peas.
And 3.8 seems like with the Bomb Tower and the Tornado should be the last spell for Geralt. This push for Peas will stack by the time we get to the 3 elixir mark, 3 times elixir mark. 4.1 graveyard from Peas.
Yep, okay, so Bomb Tower getting the work done against those barbs right there. Miner comes in defensively to slow down that Battle Healer because she is an absolute pain. The Graveyard comes down for Peas. Geralt only has a couple of elixir left. This Baby Dragon is the last of it. There's 3 elixir, 4 elixir. He doesn't have much, but defended well. The Ice Wizard stuffing most of the things coming down the front.
Yeah, not bad, just enough to challenge. The HP onto the right side, about even 2100s. Geralt. Might have to think about putting those Bomb Tower near the Graveyard next time, or even have a defensive Miner.
Decided to go for the Miner and Balloon down that left-hand side, but there are too many answers to stop that Balloon.
Yeah, way too many. Mega Minions an answer, E-Wiz an answer. So, Geralt to push a Balloon in here. Oh, he's not happy about not catching the Ice Wiz.
3 hits. It's going to get at least 1 more. There we go. 18-18. Advantage goes to Geralt's favor. There is a Balloon, but it is going to be pulled aside by that Barb Hut. But the Miner in the back is going to do what it can. It's going to sneak in all that damage. 1434 remains.
Another big push immediately with the Bomb Tower on the bridge. Geralt tries to sneak in, back, getting the Miner damage done.
That Battle Healer surviving far too long, and now we have 2, and that's dangerous if they both survive and start hitting things, because they'll start healing each other up. Ice Wizard on the right-hand side, and the Miner now just getting absolute work done to that right side tower. Bomb Tower is played on the Graveyard. Ice Wizard played defensively, and it looks like another good defense, but a couple of skeletons sneak through. But it's looking like damage advantage is going to go all the way. Good Tornado to secure that Miner's hits, and Geralt draws first blood between these 2 teams.
He's loading up with another heavy deck of his own. Not successful this time as Geralt. The Balloons never really landed, but the Miner did work. Miner did a lot of work, and especially did a great job blocking those Battle Healers, blocking those some body type, so it doesn't lock onto the Princess Tower at all. Princess Tower plus the Baby Dragon was enough to defend it with a couple of scratches only all the time. It was a dangerous moment for Peas when he had double Battle Healer on the left. Except for that, most of the graveyards seemed not that strong in this matchup.
Yeah, not strong at all. I mean, the damage kind of snuck through mostly on Ice Wizards. It's not very often you get to say that Ice Wizard is the unit that damages the tower the most. But it's absolutely the case. P's underestimating the amount of damage they put out. And the Miner there just to double up on the damage.
The Strand Skeleton death damage is so good.
And I don't know if we're going to see it, the sneaky little tornado against the Miner, against the battle healer, just to get the Miner on.
Geralt already won.
But it was a nice touch.
Nice touch, yes. And before that, sending Miner not towards the tower, for that E-Wiz snipe on the left side of the bridge was also a great play.
Okay, so it is higher.
So we do have the playoff Geralt today.
I mean,
he showed up.
Playoff Geralt is an absolute monster. When he is on fire, he's an inferno. When he's cold, he is like Sub-Zero, dude. He's like absolute freezing. Zero Kelvin. 0 Kelvin. That's right? 0 Kelvin is like absolute zero. Oh, thank goodness for that. I thought I was wrong. Okay, Geralt against Higher. The last time these two met, Geralt won because he swept them. What is gonna happen this time round?
Don't know yet.
No, I don't know what Higher is playing this balance update.
I think Geralt will Higher might just bring a wall breaker again. I think he's pretty good with the Magic Archer wall breakers, or even the Royal Hog Magic Archer, I mean.
Well, the last time they played, he did bring Graveyard with the Knight Archer Inferno Dragon. I don't think he'll be playing that again this time round. Other interesting decks, he could play the Ram Recruits Cannon Card deck. Yeah, and other decks, mostly very standard meta decks on the side of Higher, and that's been one of his pain points. Is that he has played strictly meta decks most of the season.
So, you saying we go back to Royal Giant?
I think so. I think Higher's going to go RG. Geralt, though, he doesn't generally play the same deck 2 times in a row, so I think he will go something a bit sneakier this time round. Could be the Lavahound Miner. It could be the E-Golem.
I think against Higher, Ram Rider is also a pretty good deck. Not just Ram Rider, any sort of grid spam.
So pressure Higher to make mistakes. Because we have seen him kind of do that. Like players who go at him very aggressively force Higher to make a few mistakes. But he might have been practicing those defensive moves. We've seen today that the defenses of some of these players has been absolutely ascending. Like last game, can Higher do something similar? Can he shore up those defenses, play patiently, and be able to overcome Geralt? We'll find out. Talon's Geralt in blue at the bottom, and WDGM's Higher in red at the top, and the Heal Spirits come out first. And it looks like we may be in for an RG versus RG matchup. I see you frantically.
Or from Higher Royal Hogs with EQ, 3.1 with the cage. And Geralt does look like the RG. The Royal, not the Royal Ghost.
The
Royal Giant.
Don't worry, I do that too. In my note making, I
3.9.
have RG squared, which is the Royal Giant.
Yeah, RG's for Royal Giant, guys. We'll just say Ghost for the other RG. Yeah, Royal Hogs.
The Hogs for Higher. What is there? Fireball is going to be enough to at least stop most of this damage. Delivery comes in. Baby Dragon is going to turn around. Oh, great Heal Spirit there, actually.
Oh, Geralt wanted to push for maybe Fisherman connection into tower, but Higher loads up another Spear Goblin, so that does not happen.
And the barbs split here.
Yeah, because of the Spear Goblin there.
Yep, decided to go their separate ways.
If the barbs split all the time, that would be OP. We'll see Three Musketeers all the time with the power button.
One comes out the front door, one comes out the back door.
Whoa, that's actually a nice. Oh, not nice.
Yeah, we've been grumpy. Okay, Goblin Cage is down to distract these barbs. Geralt trying to build a push on the left as Higher goes right. Fireball's going to be good. Nothing else needed here. It's going to eat a couple of hits. One barb does get through, but doesn't get the hit. Heal Spirit's big. Baby Dragon connects though. RG is down for Geralt. Hunter is going to be there, but the Fisherman's going to pull it in and then pull it
the second
away.
Fisherman.
And just made
Cage is there, but that's just buying a few seconds. This RG is getting to the tower regardless. Such a strong push. Ewis is there, but the RG, that's like the 4th shot already down. The tower down with the Baby Dragon Fisherman. Everything locking on.
That tower goes down. Incredible play by Geralt to engineer that tower down. That RG lived way longer than it should have. It was great Fisherman play by Geralt to just secure that RG, getting those big connections.
I was already down so much in Elixir for that push. Loads up another Royal Hogs, but Fireball.
Geralt takes game 2. Wow, wow, wow. Playoff Geralt is here, and you can see the team is excited to not have to play
against Kicks. Already, it's like, oh, my man. Getting games on right now. One more game, please.
Geralt engineered that one push to precision. Absolute precision. Hits. Yeah, that Baby Dragon getting the first bunch of hits, and then you're like, okay, I've got the advantage. Like, this Fisherman here. Bam, bam. Now that RG is still full health and connects into the tower. The cage gets deleted. The Heal Spirit comes in and resets your RG. Gets another couple of shots. Fisherman pulls out the other Fisherman. So that you just have so much space. And then look at that. Higher has nothing left. There is no Elixir on his side. Yet there's so much for Geralt.
Yes, he was just pushed all the way back. As EQ delivery is oftentimes the combination when there's Fisherman Cage Hunter.
And it is going to be on the shoulders of Solomon, the talisman of the team, the guy who is always there when you need him most. But his results have not been stellar this season. He's 7-8 in King of the Hill. His last 4 games is 1-3. Not the form we would expect him to have coming into this matchup. Higher has been the shining star of WDGM. He's the reason they got this far. Solomon has slipped off.
He needs to be back in perfect form today.
Well, if there is a time to do it, this is the time.
How will he turn up? No. Geralt is right on point with the meta decks.
The last time these two played, Geralt did play Lava Miner with the Night Witch. It was against Solomon. Oh, against Higher, it was actually E-Golem last time round. And Solomon, what did he play against Geralt? You know what he played? Take a wild guess. Of all the decks that are in this league right now, he played RG, Hunter, Fisher, EQ. Okay.
Okay, thanks. That's exactly what I was going to say. But you took it away from me.
All right. Game 3. Geralt against Solomon. Who is going to take this one? It's going to be set point for Geralt. He could sweep WDGM again. Second time in as many weeks for him.
Wow. Would be amazing going into that set 3. Oh, rock, paper, scissors. I think they literally decided, okay, I want you to play this deck. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. And if you win, If I win, I play mine. If I lose, I play yours.
And you gotta respect the rock, paper, scissors. In Korea, if you disrespect the rock, paper, scissors, it's a punishment worse than
I know, it's usually the person taking out all the trash. If you lose that rock, paper, scissors. Geralt wins again. He won twice already. Won the rock, paper, scissors.
Just can't lose. He just cannot lose. He'll win a rock, paper, scissors. He'll win a Clash Royale. He'll win at anything, but we'll see if he can win this game 3 against Solomon of WDGM.
If he can win lots of things, I better be close to him. Your close friend. Geralt, but playoff Geralt is certainly here for the team. It's Lime Blizzard. Just on the side, hey, just keep on doing what you're doing.
Like we've talked about Geralt all season, his playoff form is phenomenal. His regular season form, abysmal. It is really a case of Jekyll and Hyde.
Take some ghost damage.
2 hits, 2102. Okay, bridge spam it is for Solomon. Double dash in there. Taking a decent chunk of that Goblin Brawler's health. Let's see. Ooh, I thought the Baby Dragon was going to connect to the tower, but decides to drift sideways into that Ram Rider.
And will be a charge. So that might not, yeah, because of that damage, does not activate the King Tower.
There would have been a time where that actually, I think Geralt forgot that Royal Ghost is now intangible. Like, units can go right through it. Because what you would see is that Barb Barrel cause the RG and the Ram Rider to push against each other to slow the Ram Rider down. But that doesn't happen anymore because units can pass right through the RG. So a slight mistake there by Geralt defensively allowed an absolute ton of damage to come through.
And also, may have thought that the Mega Minion or the other way, or the Fisherman was going to hit onto other units. So that at least one would activate the King Tower. Neither really worked out. Solomon keeping that Royal Ghost actually. It's never a card you would look for as a win condition, but sometimes if you can sneak in like this.
Oh, and the RG comes down on the left-hand side. The Ram Rider is going to be distracted by the cage. There's a lot of stuff there to stop that. A couple of hits in there. 1866 remains on that tower, but now you have a Mega Knight to stop. You had the Bandit to stop. The Bandit is deleted there, but a Barbarian's going to get a hit on the tower. 9-12 there. Geralt has a lot of work to do as we go into the last 15 seconds of regular time.
Not a good news for Geralt. As he can have a massive RG push, but Iway's Inferno is going to be deleted very quickly.
Okay, RG is coming through. Iwiz is there. Bandit going to be pulled out the way. RG gets another shot. And the Barbarian connects. It's actually super full of hit points. It's going to go to absolute town here. 7-2-2 remain. And just like that, Geralt snatches the lead back. And another hit from the Baby Dragon compounds these issues that Solomon has had. He cannot hold on to the lead. And now he has a lot of work to do. Fireball comes down just to reset the Inferno Dragon, to damage the Bandit. And this Baby Dragon, if it got through to the tower, would have been real bad news for Solomon.
Solomon has to drop something down. That's the E-Ways, which you want against the RG, not against everything. Now it's going to go down against the Fisherman Hook. And the pushes continue. Now this time with the snare. Might be able to do some more. Still an RG hits. Second, it doesn't come through. Good for Solomon, but he's got to go now.
And there's still a lot there. That's a Baby Dragon, 2 Mega Minions, and Solomon doesn't have that much elixir left. This Fisherman might have to go through, and it is going to get through.
It does go in, and then another shot with the Fireball. Geralt, he has done it. A big streak for Talon.
Geralt has done 2 clean sweeps against WDGM in as many weeks. That's one of those weeks we took off. One of those weeks was a week with no matches. 2 games against WDGM in a row, and he does it twice. That should not happen at all. The man is a beast right now. Playoff Geralt is here to stay.
He's gotta stay. Because we're going down to the 1v1s. Yeah, that Inferno locked pretty late, and the Barbarian got not just a soft touch.
Oh, he got a lot of hits in. He was full health when he gets the connection. That never really happens for those barbs. But, like, Geralt, again, engineering that exchange with the Fisherman and just getting everything to go the way he wants. He's been really smart about these pushes that he's been making, like knowing what units to put where, who's going to pull who's going to open what, where this E-Wiz is going to get, what's the closest here. He has been surgically picking apart his opponents with one push. He did it against Hire. He did it against Solomon here. He generates a window. Most players end up waiting for that opportunity. Geralt today has made those opportunities for him with these exchanges with the Fisherman. Insane. If he comes out in this 1v1 now, WDGM may as well prepare for kicks, because there is no way they can stop at Geralt in this current form.
I think you're exactly on the point. Geralt right now might actually be the strongest player on the team. And
that's crazy going against Lion and Blizzard.
3 just down in the face. This is the most common meta decks that he has used so far. Blue Miner, RG Barbot, and RG regular push with the E-Wiz this time. Yeah, that's with the Fisherman Cage. So pretty easy for him to handle. I thought Solomon sort of had the push, but Geralt in the middle while taking that much damage sort of said, okay, I better keep the E-Wiz against the Royal Ghost. I'm taking way too much empty, just naked damage from the Ghost because I have nothing else. So he prepares the E-Wiz for the Ghost, and then after he stacks it with the RG together. So he changed that cycle pretty quickly.
And here we go. Hire actually has one of the top ratings when it comes to the 1v1 set, 5 and 3. The rest of his team don't sing the same song. Nobody's really played 1v1 sets, and Peas, who has got 0-2'd by, I believe it was Light. So it is going to be Geralt. Oh, pack it up, WDGM. This is going to be difficult.
Let's sing the song, and WDGM.
Who do they send out here? They have to send out Hire to even give themselves.
Maybe Peas again. Might be, Wanga.
Okay. Okay. Wanga in King of the Hill is 2 and 8. Until last week, he was 0 and I think it was 7. Because he did lose to AUK in the end of that. He was 0-7, ended up 2 and 8, finishing the season.
So, Simon, be honest with me. Do you think it's over for WDGM? Is it a 3-0? I sort of feel it.
I mean, the way Geralt is playing right now, he's the kind of player who will run rings around Wanga. But that's not going against Wanga. Wanga does have the potential. He does have those flashes of brilliance. Against Nova last week, that was the best I think I've ever seen him, and he was playing clean. Can he bring that Wanga and not the Wanga for the 7 games prior to that one? It's going to be a difficult task. There is a way WDGM can win this. We saw the almost reverse sweep, Kicks and Fab, where Kicks were 2-0 down. They come back, it's 2-2, and they end up losing it in the 5th and final set. WDGM have to make that happen, and they've got Wanga coming out here. You gotta think WDGM were expecting to win the 2v2 or the King of the Hill at this point. I don't think they would prepare Wanga for this 3rd set if they were not confident of taking one of those 2.
But just in case, I think there is a reason why Wanga's right here for set 3. WDGM has to have a big trust on this player.
So when he won last time against Nova, he did run that Royal Hogs Hunter Fisherman deck. And he ran it 3 times. He got a win against Rain, a win against CRS, and did lose to UK. But that deck did not include a bar barrel, so it is probably going to be RG's for him.
And Royal Hogs for Geralt. With the hut. Hold on a second.
Still could be. I'm guessing Wonga is going to play the RG deck here. Ewiz goes down. Fisherman's going to pull in a skeleton first. Musketeer from Geralt. A card that we really do not see much of anymore.
And another fireball to exchange better for Geralt. Keep that Musketeer alive.
Yeah, it just split the space so the Musketeer could get through, get the damage in, and not really be in danger of getting hit by the Baby Dragon. It is going to be
the Royal Hogs
for Geralt. I was thinking...
With the Spear Goblins, we see a lot of Royal Hogs. Sometimes replaced with just Goblins. Here comes the RG on the left.
That's going to be distracted. There's going to be a decent chunk of units here. Skeletons to just make sure the Fisherman is distracted. One shot does get through for Wonga's RG. The Fisherman's going to get a couple of fishy slaps in on that right-hand tower, but that kind of just... Ooh, 1882 against 2121.
Yeah, Fisherman went to the gym recently, man. It's a lot of damage to put in. And... Okay, long fireball. And even a Mega Minions damage on the left.
And 2 barb hits too.
So both with the exchange, the King Tower activation is actually going to be hurting Geralt a lot when it comes down to the Royal Hogs.
And he doesn't have many alternate sources of damage. I mean, he does have the Musketeer who's going to get taken away by the Mega Minions. He has to invest a lot to defend these RGs, and I think Wonga today has shown that last week's performance against Noble was not a one-off. He is capable of getting these wins.
Geralt needs some massive predictions against the Fishermen and better connections with this Royal Hogs.
That one Spear Goblin, though, got a couple of hits in 1915. Absolute hero Green Boy right there. But it's still not going to be enough to keep Geralt in this one. He is down a considerable amount. Especially with the Ewiz getting that big hit.
Yeah, when Musketeer goes down like this, the Fisherman always comes. Wonga ready with that cage. A little towards the left this time.
One of the Hogs does manage to get to the tower. 2 hits, 1797. He's got to stop this RG. There is a brawler behind it. The Fisherman is there. That's going to just start pulling away these barbs as they come in. Spear Goblin's trying to do what they can against the RG, and it works this time round. The defense is fine.
With an extra log this time. Pretty good, but the next up coming. And Wonga does not instantly load. Expecting a later push with an RG so that the Fisherman would pull onto a good target. Just before the connection.
That's important. He lost a Spear Goblin there. The Spear Goblins have proven to be one of his most useful defensive units here. Can he engineer a window like he's done so far today? The Musketeer finding a way through. Fireball comes down. Brawler is the target, though, unfortunately. That Musketeer does not connect into the tower. The Fisherman was looking like he was going to go for it, but that Desperation Barb Hut right there manages to save more damage from coming through.
But still a pretty good defense for Geralt against the RG with no hits, and another push with the Hogs. And these both players just going back and forth with no damage, but just logging up the bridge section. But with the Musketeer down, this RG push is indeed a lot stronger. This hut goes nowhere. That's 7 elixir down.
RG didn't get a hit. It has been a very long time.
But still the push is very strong.
It has been a very long time since Geralt let some damage through, and he's done it!
With the fireball, 5 HP difference.
Wow! Okay, Geralt.
Even Geralt was surprised with that result.
It's like I won.
What? Yeah. Fireball does that much damage?
I think he thought he lost.
I think he lost. I think he also thought he lost.
It thought he lost. He thought he missed it because he wasn't looking at his phone. That ending. Okay, I want to know the time it took from when Geralt entered that 1342 zone. I feel like he didn't take damage on that tower for a good 90 seconds. I feel like he just stopped the rot. There's a minute here and no extra damage sneaks through.
It's a little harder to do the calculation. With the new fireball number before 201 was easier to calculate. But 172.
Here, look, there's 15 seconds that that tower started the minute at 1342, 1372. No damage was getting through.
Now with the log here, which didn't even hit E-Wiz, and I thought this push was going to be doing some damage to the tower, but the Royal Hogs to defend all the damage and buy time. Fireball. So look how surprised Geralt is. His eyes are popping out. Oh, did not get to see that replay of Geralt.
The most important replay there.
Popeyes right there.
He did not take damage on those towers for at least a minute. He just shut up shop and slowly nicked it away from his opponent. Absolute insanity. He had no right winning that game.
He just threw those Royal Hogs to buy time, basically. Okay, I can just buy maybe 3 seconds.
It was a risk. We saw that backfire for Expo Master before, where the fireball comes in a little bit too late because you tried something funky. It was the right decision. It was the only way he could have avoided that damage. Those Royal Hogs had to come in at that point.
So if Wanga used the fireball not onto the tower, or if he used the fireball onto the Royal Hogs,
would have won.
I think like the E-Wiz and the Baby Dragon might actually have got more damage and more connection compared to a single fireball. I think Wanga would have won.
Yeah.
You never know.
Someone roll that back, play the exact same scenario. But if you'd have fireballed the Royal Hogs,
and I think he had time to,
would they have turned around quick enough?
I think so, because they go down almost with this much HP. What's hit from Baby Dragon, E-Wiz, and the
But they
Fisherman.
separate because of the fireball.
No, but still, they're still on one side.
No, but they get fireballed, they separate. So it would have made it harder. If they stayed together...
that's hard.
If they'd have stayed together, the Baby Dragon would have finished them off. But the separation might have made it a little more difficult to calculate who would have won. But we do know who won that. Geralt nicked it at the last second with 5 hit point.
5 hit points on the tower difference. Now he's on the match point. Playoff match point.
Okay, playoff Geralt is currently 4 games without a loss against WDGM. Scratch that. He is 7 games in a row against WDGM. The last time these two teams met, he swept them in the King of the Hill. He swept them today. And now he's looking like he's gonna sweep Wanga aside. 8 wins against the team in 2 weeks. They can't contain this man.
And it has to be Wanga. No one else can do it.
You can't swap a player in halfway through
No, you cannot.
set.
As WDGM might have expected, a few more scores, set scores, when it came down to set 3.
Well, they have only won 1 game on the evening. And that was game 2 of that 2v2. And there's a Rogue Rider?
And a Ram to counter the Hog, but still
2, 3. Yep. 3 big hits, and the Ram Rider gets nothing.
Nothing.
Diddly squat. Okay, 1742 against perfectly full health towers, and the Prince, the Knight, there thought about getting a hit into the tower.
Yeah, with the Mega Knight, it's a big push. Wanga double elixir time with the Mega Knight. It will be very heavy push. Hero looking to stop with that explosion.
No damage taken.
Yeah, still single elixir time. You can't create that much of a big push for Wanga.
Archer getting a hit in on the one side. Royal Ghost versus the Knight. epic story in history, and an EQ just to cycle in the damage, knowing his opponent doesn't really run a building with this kind of depth.
The Knight Archer 2.7 or 2.8. So the cycle's way too quick. When Mega Knight jumps to the bomb tower, maybe looking towards that. Maybe. Ram Rider. And final card actually might be light. It might be too heavy.
Ram Rider to come down, not in time. One hit, two hits.
Oh.
The Mega Knight and RG just cannot contain that Hog Rider's raw power.
Yeah, Knight right in the middle. No jump damage, there's a fireball. Does not land on the archers.
That is absolute insanity there. Oh no!
Still takes a Hunter shot, so this Hog didn't really do too much, but Wanga expected more from the previous push.
I think everyone was expecting more from that push. It looked as though it would have done the business, but Geralt absolutely shutting the door in Wanga's face here. There's 15 seconds left. There's 700 hit points-ish on Wanga's tower. And I mean, another Hog Rider comes in. The Fisherman is going to help stop this one. But another log hit comes in.
The Demon Log and EQ cycles will begin soon enough for Geralt as he can just cycle this game out. Here comes a massive push. This time.
Does need 3 EQs and a log to
Knight
finish
is
this
pushed,
up.
and that jump is good. And then Knight placed right next to it.
So that just makes it a little bit worse for Wanga. So how can Wanga finish this one with what he has? He needs a mega push to come in. He needs to be able to take that bomb tower off the board early to let the Ram Rider hit the tower, or to get a Royal Ghost through with not much response from Geralt. Those are the only ways really he can get the damage in on this tower.
Plus the Hog Riders can never connect.
Or the EQs. He has to put a lot of pressure.
This is actually going towards that Princess Tower. And another Knight right at the bridge with a fireball. Big miss!
Yep. That's not how you come back in this game, Wanga. Another bomb tower played. Like,
yeah,
Geralt is just...
He's just burning clock right now.
This triple elixir time does mean those Mega Knights can come out in force, but it also means these EQs can come out in force from Geralt, and he is very close. That lock did not connect, though. And that might prove to be a costly mistake. If this Ram Rider will turn around and get into the tower, but it does not. The Royal Ghost, though, is close. If he connects, it could be over, but he's not going to. The Knight is there in time, and another bomb tower comes down, another snowball. There is 278. He's not going to finish it out.
Oh, the cycle is way, way too quick. Another Knight, another bomb tower, another Knight, another Archers. It keeps on happening. 10 seconds left on the clock with another EQ plus log. That's going to do it. Or with a snowball, Geralt.
There it is, but I don't think it's going to finish it. Oh! Oh! Geralt is...
He does it for Talon!
He just swept the whole team again! Geralt is 5-0 on the night. He swept them in King of the Hill. He swept Wanga in the 1v1 set. Absolutely incredible. He swept him last week as well. Geralt has WDGM's number.
Where's Line and Blizzard? We saw them on camera.
Feet up in the living room, hot cocoa. They don't need to do
Never
much
on the chair,
all.
though.
That first Hog Rider got a considerable amount of damage, and the Ram Rider being shut down was huge. I think at that moment, Wanga realized that this is going to be near impossible. He did start to work through some things. He started to get at least a look in at the tower. That fireball missing, though.
Yeah, there was a couple.
Massive.
There was a couple not hitting the Archer. That's not the first. As if Geralt played more Hogs, with perfect defense, it stacks up more Mega Knights for Wanga, which creates a lot more heavier push. Perfect decision. Geralt destroys the entire team of WDGM.
But they're not out yet. WDGM still have one life remaining. They will go against Kicks in the next match. The loser that will be going home empty-handed. So guys, don't go anywhere for the last match of tonight. Kicks versus WDGM. And we are back. It's going to be Kicks against WDGM. Now, if stamina is important, Kicks are going to be backs against the wall. Right? Because they went through an absolute slugfest with Fav Gaming in the first match of the evening. It won't matter to WDGM. They just had the shortest best of 5 I've ever seen. They lost 5 in a row. The mentality of that team needs to be super galvanized because that is a morale breaker.
That too, and Kicks, even though they didn't have too much of a time, they had some time to recover in mental strength. Yeah, also, I'm pretty sure Mountain as a coach said a lot of words to the team saying, okay, this is a losers, but there's always a chance.
Yeah.
And one team from this match is going to be knocked out. That's the important story.
If I remember correctly, in the special season, they clawed through the losers bracket as well, right?
I do not remember exactly that far.
It's been a while.
It's been some time, about half a year ago now, to be exact.
But Kicks are no strangers to the losers bracket. They do have a difficult challenge ahead because they have to beat WDGM. WDGM, we're not ruling out here. But based on today's performance, you've got to give it to Kicks. But if they spent too much in that game, WDGM could definitely come in and take it. But based on the performance today, this match, WDGM need to basically overhaul everything because they did not look strong.
I honestly think
playoff Geralt.
I honestly think Kicks has more than 60% of winning in this matchup already before going in. Yeah, because we only got to see 1 games from Hire and Solomon, but there's also Light, who's been performing so well for Kicks all the time, and also Icelaw now. Benzer in that 1v1 seems a little stronger. They got a few sets off of Fav against Jack and against not Hajime, Expo Master. So I think they have a strong chance to get out here.
The issue is the roller coaster ride of Benzer Riddell's performance needs to continue that high.
Only in King of the Hill, though.
It's
like
true.
When he comes back in 1v1, it's usually a win.
He's better at best of 3s. Like, it's well known. He's pretty good at adapting to his opponent, but he has been losing there too. So we need, like, if Kicks are going to win, the roller coaster of Benzer Riddell's season needs to continue on that plateau or keep going up. If it starts to drop here, WDGM could come in and take it. In terms of 2v2, Light and Yuya against Solomon and Hire, I'm guessing. I'm going to have to give it maybe to... that's where I think this match is going to be decided. If Kicks win the 2v2, WDGM might collapse. If WDGM win the 2v2, they might rebound off that sweep through the King of the Hill and take that set 3.
And it depends, because for Kicks, there's always a chance that Icelaw might be back in that 2v2 position.
Yep.
As it was Light and Yuya in the first match. And similar story for WDGM, but I think they're just good with Solomon Hire as a combination. So I think that's the exact reason why. And right after the match, I think, this for the match 3, they are just getting the rosters in and getting everything prepped. That's why we're having a slower loading time into the match.
Yeah, and I mean, giving WDGM a quick break here, as it would be, is really important because I've played sports, you've played esports. Like, when you come off the back of a massive loss like that was a landslide victory for Talon. You kind of sit there and you start doubting yourself. You're like, why am I here? Why am I sitting in this dressing room with these guys when I don't get the win? And that negativity begets more negativity, and you start slipping further and further into the darkness until you cannot get a win anymore.
Might be true. That's exactly the reason why you have player coach, captains. And it is Light and Yuya looking like Solomon and Hire for WDGM.
Mercy now being the third member of this 2v2 as the referee. It's going to be important
member
here.
of a 2v2. That makes a lot of sense. Solomon and, of course, course, higher.
All right, so what are the ban cards gonna be here now?
We've seen 2 freeze so far, 1 poison, and what was the first?
Lava Hound.
Yes, Lava Hound.
What are we gonna get? Giant Skeleton Poison. Okay.
So saying that let's not play Tornado either.
Well, with the Giant Skeleton, it means that bridge spam could work here. The reason we don't see bridge spam all too much is because Giant Skeleton's dying just cleaned it all up. So you could play something like the Bandits, the Royal Ghosts.
Even the Ramrider, those bridge spam usually works better with the recruits too.
Yeah.
See a lot more recruits when the Giant Skeleton's not there, just clogging up everything. Double recruit sometimes works.
And if I was late in Yuya, now this could work in WDGM's favor because you've seen they banned the poison last time out and they went for Graveyard. You expect them to do the same now. So if WDGM's Hire and Solomon flip the script, you think we're playing Graveyard, we're actually playing Lava Hound. That could play a big part of this 2v2 because they have kept the same ban, which means you expect them to have practiced the same decks over and over again during the week without poison, playing Graveyard.
It relies on if each team expected to go down to the losers and who they expected to face against. So let's see, kicks down in blue. Light and Yuya. It's the 2v2 duo. Giant Skeleton is the ban from Kicks. WDGM Solomon higher on top. The poison ban so far just a minor in a safe spot. Tornado is allowed.
Yeah, not sure if they are running Tornado, so nice little start there. Some cycling going on here.
With the minor, you do feel some wall breaker incoming from Kicks.
Ooh, Snubble didn't push the dragon to the side, which is kind of what they wanted, to slow it down.
Maybe just to burn the elixir. Certainly hitting onto Baby Dragon would have helped.
Possibly Lava Hound here with the Night Witch. This is usually what we see it with these days. Look at the speed on that Musketeer, absolutely sliding its way across the arena.
Still the Graveyard with the poison ban, not a bad choice. And a Rage.
Oh, the damage is getting done.
Whoa, way too much.
An absolute bucket load of damage coming through there. 1278 remain, but there is a big counter push. And WDGM are actually kind of low on elixir here. Fireball has to come in. Dark Prince is getting a ton of damage in there. 14-12, and that Baby Dragon's still going. 2 more hits in. And that has turned it around there, because look at that. Even after that big push, Kicks still have the advantage in elixir.
Most of those units were just defending against the Graveyard. They didn't really add too many on top of it. So it was basically lava, pups, and minor. Lava minor from Kicks.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, different minor matchup here.
Yeah, different lava minor matchup.
With the Rage, you smell the clone from the WDGM?
With the Night Witch, 120% it's possible.
Rage clone? Yes, I think that's a pretty good combo.
There's the fireball. Oh, it doesn't catch the Musketeer, yeah.
That's big, but still the bodies are coming down. Lava locked from the tower. The skeleton, that's basically a tower down.
Ooh, that tower is gonzo. That Rage Graveyard Lava Hound combo is absolutely scary as heck. I mean, what can you do against that? The miner comes in, it is caught there. Fireball to push things around a little bit, but 4-2-1 remains on that tower.
15 seconds though.
It's going to be hard to break through. I can't see how Kicks are going to do it.
Oh, they have to throw down lightning fireball log.
Anytime now, boys.
Oh, not enough elixir.
Well, game 1 going the way of WDGM with Lava Graveyard Rage. Those skeletons sneak up out the ground and absolutely just demolish that tower. That was a... I think it caught Kicks off guard because we don't usually see that kind of combo.
Lava, Graveyard, and Raged Up Skeletons. Man, they do some damage.
Absolutely insane. Solomon and Higher bouncing back, rebounding on that.
No clone.
Well, yeah, it was a slog. Disappointing. But still, Solomon and Higher played that beautifully. They kind of let a lot slip at the beginning, but they managed to hold it back. That fireball missing the Musketeer is huge, though.
Yes. Gave a lot more chance, even before that, even without the Musketeer. I mean, look at the Skeletons just connecting, speed it up. Lava was just there to the bot, just there to take the damage.
Yeah, and the Graveyard, great. Graveyard Rage. Graveyard Rage did an absolute number on Kicks. And without poison, how do you stop?
If Kicks just threw down Lightning right now and Fireball Log without putting down this many units like the Cannon Cart and the Mega Minion, they could have they had power down, but there was still way too much Elixir. So instantly WDGM was going to load up on the left. Yeah, but they could have extended the game a little further, maybe look for second chances.
Or maybe they realize, like, there is no point continuing this, we're going to lose it anyway, let's just get into game 2. WDGM can rebound off this game 2 in the 2v2. Don't forget, the last time these two met, Kicks did 2-0 that game, but the first half of the season, last time these two met, WDGM won 2-0. The time before that, it was 2-1 to Kicks. So WDGM might just have Kicks' number. And it was Higher who completely swept Kicks last time round in the King of the Hill. Maybe we're going to get a repeat of that today. Yeah, Light and Ice-Law did lose 2-1 to Higher and Solomon last time round as well. So the history is there between these two teams. Who is going to take game 2? Light and Yuya looking to get that win to keep their team in this set. WDGM looking for a quick turnaround here so we can get into the King of the Hill and the 1v1 and hopefully close the match up for them.
Back with the Ice Spirit.
Double Expo it is for Kicks. And that's going to be great if WDGM continue to play that Lava Hound style.
And the building is actually also the key. Ooh, but with that Mega Knight Graveyard, changes everything.
Yeah, the Valkyrie's going to try and do what it can here. Not perfect by any means. It can be lost in the middle of nowhere, which is what happened there. 21-06 on that.
Yeah, pretty good spawns against the Valkyrie, so it does about 400, but loaded up with an Expo blocked by instant Dark Prince. But Expo is going to continue for a long time.
This is not the matchup Light and Yuya were looking for. They were hoping for a Lava Hound matchup, and now with the Dark Prince, a Mega Knight and a P.E.K.K.A.
Oh, P.E.K.K.A. gets out of range with that archer, with those archer placements.
Well, that is an engineered play, pulling the P.E.K.K.A. out of range so that it gets a connection, and just like that, it's turning around for them. It's looking like a difficult matchup, but right now they're handling it.
And another Tesla right after the cage. They look to get that Mega Knight down. Oh, freeze. That's a card that was banned for the first match. Oh, even the tornado for that damage! Oh my god!
That's how you know desperation is setting in. Double Expo.
Freeze tornado and arrows for Expo.
I mean, look at...
Those placements actually look like, oh, let's just put it down. They burned so much elixir.
I mean, you look at the amount of hit points that WDGM have to tank through this, and you'd expect them to be able to handle this much nicer, especially in double elixir time. But they're just not being able to do it. This graveyard might overwhelm them a little bit. Pekka is shut down. Mega Knight on the left.
Yeah, Valkyrie's there. Takes a couple of hundred. 3 expos now in the field. WDGM. They got no more bodies. Pekka was just down. They're saving up a lot of elixir still. So
another connection into the tower, this time on the right-hand side.
So it might matter less, but there's the freeze. And here comes an Ice Spirit freeze.
Okay. Is Expo cycle in 2v2 just downright broken? Because it has no right being this good.
Not all the time, but the bodies are coming down and Kicks that much elixir in the lead. They're putting it right down Tesla. Certainly they're lasting pretty long. Battery seems to be pretty good for Teslas. Tornado pulls another, so actually, second graveyard right in the middle.
Yeah, but they do have the archers, which are fireballed off. The Tesla is still there to defend a little bit. Freeze comes down.
No Valkyrie yet.
No, but Log stops it dead. 15-22, another rocket and fireball. And just like that, the double Expo beats I want to say, I feel like it should have been a difficult matchup for Expo. With the Mega Knight, with the Dark Knight, with the Dark Prince, and with the Pekka. That's a lot of hit points for those to chew through, but they just could not get them down enough, and they couldn't get back to them quick enough.
So I think WDGM had to get the cycle right before the Expo push actually got way too powerful. They had to match their freeze in a defensive 4 to get those Pekka Expo connections.
But they just couldn't do it. And that big first connection was very tasty. And then the second one was even tastier because, I mean, freeze came down.
And your tornado arrow.
Everything in the kitchen sink to try and stop that.
Like, you have enough elixirs for a Pekka? No. You have enough for Mega Knight? No. Let's just put everything down.
I feel like they should have just let it go. Just tornado doesn't do that much damage, you know?
Yeah, just take the tower and just go for something else, save up elixir.
Yeah, go for a big counter push would have been the only play I think could have worked.
Maybe, but which allows skeleton spawns right next to the Pekka.
It's hard to say. I think wasting the arrows and the tornado.
Yeah, that's 6 already, and the fireball. Fireball actually.
I think the fireball was
fireball's good.
But the arrows and the tornado were a bit overkill. Like, not overkill.
Arrows are okay, but tornado is certainly in it. It does like close to no damage.
Yeah, bit of a waste, but don't worry, Game 3 will soon be upon us. If you are out there and you're a WDGM fan, you have to be feeling good about Game 1's performance. Game 2, though, that was Kick's show from beginning to end. If you're a Kicks fan, that first game, absolutely horrifying, but Game 2 shows that Light and you still have it. No matter what side you're on, this Game 3 between these two is going to be off the hook. Who's going to take it? Remember the bands, Giant Skeleton, Poison. If we see those, it's over. But these teams know what they're doing. They're not going to be playing that. What can we see? Do you think WDGM are going to go graveyard again 3 times in a row? It seems to be what they've prepared.
Maybe, and certainly they're not going to have those type of ban card mistakes because Kicks asked for a timeout. They want to get this 2v2 down for Kicks. WDGM, I think they're also okay because it's right after a loss.
Yeah.
Good time for a timeout from the opponent.
If you're Malunta, if you're the coach of Kicks, do you just say to him, guys, should have lost that. Do it again. No. Go double Expo again.
No. Let's go wall breakers.
No. No. Nobody goes wall breakers in 2v2. I'm telling you, it's just not worth it.
Yes, it does. Kickstate just won a game last week. And also, it's happening a lot in West.
It is. It is. But this is East. We don't really see much on the wall breakers side of things.
Yeah, except for kicks. So, it had to be the decisions previously from Malone. Or recommendation. So we'll see. So with no giant skeleton, like bridge fight can be important. So I think that's also the reason why we mentioned some more recruits are possible. With the recruits, more hogs, more rams, maybe some balloons.
I was gonna say, balloon might be a good shout for game 3 here.
You think so? There's always tornado. Tornado and plus the buildings.
It's true, without...
Did we ever have a building ban? Like a bomb tower ban? Or cage? I don't think so.
Not in TV... No. No, I don't think we ever have. We might have had a barb hut ban very early on, but I'm not sure. Here we go. Heal Spirit down. Logs exchanged.
Okay, Graveyard RG.
Magic Archer gonna do what Magic Archer does best, and that's die to Fireball.
Just like the flying machines.
Okay, so it is game 3. Remember, WDGM took game 1, Kicks took game 2, and game 3 is now here. Both teams need these wins because if they lose today in this match, they are out. This is the losers bracket first match. Great lightning there for Kicks, allowing the recruits to even look at the tower. And the one on the left is getting a absolute ton of damage and taking that tower down to 2005.
Yeah, with that lightning forced out, a lot more cars on the right. Here comes the Lumberjack with the RG now. Double Lumberjack.
Mega Knight is good. The bomb tower is there to distract the Ewis, slows it down, and no damage into the tower besides 2 logs.
Just with the Mega Knight Ewis. No further push as Kicks did not have that much elixir at the time.
Oh, and
perfect
a spike.
Perfect timing spot.
There was a look between the two of them. I don't think they were expecting the Ewis to get that fork damage in, and the RG is going to hit and activate the King Tower here.
Yeah, Ghost. Always against the Tornado. When it's left alone, it's going to be activating those King Towers. Another, just Lumberjack RG, Lumberjack RG.
The Ram Rider is just gonna snare up that RG so it doesn't get into the tower. It's not gonna get into its own tower, it is gonna run into the bomb tower, but for Kicks, they're not expecting these Ram Riders to get massive hits. They're expecting it to just lock down those RGs like it's gonna do here. Another Dark Prince comes out. Ram Rider tries to do what it can. It does escape the fireball. The RG shut down again. Bit of damage did sneak through though, 1834, and it's going to go down a little bit more soon enough.
And we thought it was going to be a massive push. Not as much though. Good defense by Kicks again, providing those snares from the Ram Rider. Here comes the EQ. The bomb tower doesn't really come down yet.
No hits again. The Ram Rider and the Mega Knight just shutting down that bomb tower.
Bomb tower actually lands on the Magic Archer only.
Oh, Dark Prince is going to think about it. Fireball to delete the Ewis. The Royal Ghost is going to get a few hits in while the Dark Prince tanks the Ewis, getting a lot of damage coming through. 6, 3, 9 on that tower. Kicks have a massive advantage in terms of tower. They have a slight elixir advantage, and WDGM decide to go opposite lane. 1346 on that tower, but the Ram Rider again shuts it down.
You can't sneak in with this.
Oh, the Ram Rider's gonna get a connection!
On the left, but that's not enough damage. They can close out left or right. Kicks, they do have lightning, they have fireball. The moment you slip, it's game over for WDGM. Did do some more damage on the left side now.
Oh, the
skeletons.
Those poor skeletons.
You barely got to see those bone off them. And again on the left.
There's plenty here to defend. Where is the Ram Rider? Not even using it this time. The Ewiz is there. The raged up RG gets one shot in, but the spell cycle begins. And there you have it. Kicks take game 3. WDGM do fall in the 2v2, and King of the Hill will soon be upon us. Late and Yuya. First game did not go their way, but they managed to come back in game 2 with a very strong Expo showing. And then in game 3 in the 2v2, they just control. The Ram Riders against the RGs, we've seen it time and time again. It's a story as old as time. They just shut them down. The Ewiz as backup too. And the EQ there, slowing down the Ram Rider, actually doesn't help WDGM whatsoever because the Ram Rider is still there.
Yeah, that bomb tower not hitting onto multiple targets instead of going onto Magic Archer because it was placed right next to River did help a lot for Kicks to get these units, which was going to be damaged already. If they were damaged, they would have been down, not landing any shots to the tower.
After that, it was just procedure with the spell cycle. So Kicks take set 1. They take the 2v2. Now King of the Hill is upon us, and we saw what happened last time round with the King of the Hill.
Is this the beginning of the end for WDGM? They have to step up from the King of the Hill to win basically all the 1v1 matchup.
Yep.
Because 1v1, I do think Kicks is overall stronger. Just throughout the rosters. Or Peas has to come up with some great golem plays.
He will indeed. He will. But
do you think he's going to come out again? Was the first one up for WDGM just now in match 2?
For match 2, it was Peas, then higher than Solomon. This time round, I think we might see Radish.
Yeah, Radish surprisingly even being after being auditioned for the roster, only played very few. Very
played one 2v2 against Nova Esports, and he has played against Ponos and Nova, and he is 2-1. He actually has a decent score here. Huh.
So is that the final shield and weapon for WDGM?
I think it's what they need. But they'll bring out higher first.
So here's the thing. Do you think it's hurting WDGM because they're always keeping higher Solomon to be number 2, 3 in that roster?
I don't think it hurts them. I think it's fine, like, to keep those two where they are. I don't think there's an issue with that. We see teams like Ponos, for example, as well, also do this, where they put out someone in the first and then KK,
Mugi, summon KK, or KK, summon Mugi.
Yeah, it's like they know what they're doing. I don't think it's a huge issue to keep Solomon and higher 2 and 3. But maybe start with higher now, because the last time higher went against Kicks, he did sweep them, and it started with Benzer. So this time around, is it going to be the repeat? Benzer comes up in game 1. Who is going to be on the side of WDGM? Is it going to be higher?
Radish!
Radish. Great call by him.
Welcome back.
Now Radish did beat KK and lost to Reiki Jones, and then he went on to beat AUK in the Nova matchup. So bringing him here, he's kind of an unknown. We don't really know what he can do at full strength. He has played Graveyard, he has played Lava Hound, but that's not enough information as a team to plan your strategy around. You don't really know what he's going to bring. You don't know if he's going to continue bringing these Graveyards, if he's going to play that RG, if he's going to throw out something like the Eagle. We don't know his tendencies. And for Kicks, that's very scary.
Yeah, but Benzer is always a player. Had a whole lot of competitive experience. And against any player, I'm pretty sure he can run into those pretty good matchups. But we will see. Towards the matchup, of course, with lack of data, a big advantage for Radish, I would say. waiting for the first card. Another RG from Benzer.
Both players have Cage. So it looks like we're going to get a mirror matchup here.
Is it Fisherman Ewiz, RG, the Royal Giant?
Is the Ewiz variant for Radish. Is Benzer going to be bringing the Hunter version?
Yeah, pretty good bar barrel, but there is always
Ewiz, Fisherman, and Hunter. Okay. It's going to make it very hard for Benzer to get these RGs to connect.
Might be exactly the same for Radish. Or even with the Ewiz, there's still a chance for RG Royal Ghost from Radish. RG Royal Ghost and Lightning sometimes. Mega Knight.
Okay. Benzer had the same reaction as us, like, oh, all right.
There was also Mega Knight minor deck.
Yeah, there's kind of changes things. Is it going to be Graveyard? Huh. It's going to be interesting to see what we're going to get after this, because we don't usually see Mega Knight here in this kind of deck this season.
If Radish has Spear Goblins, I think that would have been minor already played to get those Ewiz down.
Yeah. Like there's the decks that we know, they would have already played the other cards. There's a poison. So I'm thinking Graveyard is going to be the last card. Mega Knight Graveyard with the Ewiz, Fisherman, and Hunter just to shut down those RGs, but it's going to be difficult to find the time to get that down, surely.
And RG on the left immediately from Benzer after seeing that Mega Knight loaded.
Yeah, and Fisherman is already in the middle of doing business with Benzer's side of the field, so this RG is going to town. The Hunter isn't enough to stop it from dealing too much damage because of the Ewiz. 1493, and there is the Graveyard from Radish. Damage is getting through, the Ewiz comes down. 1881 is 400, but look at that, it's mirrored on that right-hand side in terms of tower damage. 1881 on both right-hand towers until that Ewiz gets a fork in there. But the Fisherman played, and that is the go time for Benzer to go opposite lane, but the Fisherman, the Hunter is going to be able to take out that RG with the Ewiz and the Brawler by his side.
Still keeping it to minimum. Benzer have a massive lead towards the right, and again loads up on the left with that RG. Making sure Radish cannot build a big push with that Mega Knight.
The RG's actually already locked onto that left-hand tower. The Fisherman didn't manage to get the change of lanes there, and he takes another hit. Radish not
there.
happy.
As he wanted the pull and damage into the cage instead. Spencer is willing to take some more damage to the Fisherman, but takes no damage to the tower, so all good.
Plus the Heal Spirit is there to undo said damage.
As here comes another Graveyard right on top.
Poison is there too. The barrel though seems to be a little bit early.
Yeah, Fisherman pulls that Mega Knight towards the right, so easy. Mega Knight pulled again from another Fisherman loaded up.
RG on the right with the Mega Knight played. There's not a lot here that can be done. Fisherman is there, Hunter is there. Fireball to separate that, and the RG has been given enough space. Another hit comes through. 4, 7, 9. It is going wrong for Radish here. Another RG played high at the bridge. No time for putting them at the back. A Hunter is going to be there right in the face of the RG with the Ewiz. Slowing it down means it doesn't get a shot, but it looks as though this is going to be game to Benzer. Hail Mary Graveyard on the side of Radish. Poison is down. A couple of hits coming through, but with the King Tower activated, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, just not enough. As a cycle from Benzer, just a lot faster. Yeah, 3.8 RG. Oh, even fast, even lower than that because of Fireball. But with a 4.0 Graveyard Graveyard MK Cage was going to be a hard matchup.
Yeah.
As we see, it's basically what you have. Instead of Knight, you put the Mega Knight right in there.
Well, what I really liked about the way that Benzer approached this is whenever he saw key cards that can ruin the RG's day go down one side, he wasn't afraid to go down the opposite. And that switching of lanes definitely helped him to take this victory, because you see here, the Mega Knight's going down the right, RG goes left, with the E-Wiz support too, and the Hunter can just be almost shut down by the E-Wiz. It just causes it just to take a couple of extra hits. The Graveyards, though, were a little bit tricky for Benzer to deal with. We saw this one get quite a bit of damage with E-Wiz, eventually getting back in hand with the Elixir. It was fun.
Yeah, those were the tough decisions, but exactly the reason why we don't see the Mega Knight as often in 1v1. Again, Fisherman. Fisherman is grabbing that big body while it's in jump motion and gets damage out. Radish was not able to bring a win to WDGM today.
Now it is Hire's turn to come out.
As Benzer is just loading up. He's back on form with that one win. Might be able to get that big King of the Hill streak again for kicks.
Yeah, but Hire last time had Benzer's number, but not only Benzer's, he also had Yuya's and Light's. Because the last time these two teams met, Hire did completely sweep aside kicks. So we'll see what happens. This is a Benzer in form though, and that's a scary Benzer Riddell. We have seen it time and time again. If he's at that peak of the roller coaster ride, no one can touch him. But it's a roller coaster, it does go up and down. So we'll see what happens after this.
I think Benzer is still on a rise. Hire totally here to stop it, and Solomon very likely to be the last player for WDGM. We'll see. Benzer has been enjoying a lot of these RG decks, putting into a pretty good matchup for himself with that E-Wiz always being the addition into most of the Royal Giant decks nowadays. And of course, even when there's Fisherman from the opponent, usually winning that Fisherman duel, that's a big plus when you're having that 1v1.
Yeah, and also just surrounding your own Fisherman with the skeletons to make sure that it's distracted, or making sure that you have something like goblins to go down when you drop your RG. It's super important to do, and it's why generally we see more defensive Fishermen, like deeper Fishermen get played.
Like the RG, if you load it, that's just it, but depending on how you play the Fisherman, and also how well you delete those heal spirit with the bar barrel or the log, that usually comes down to the results. And in terms of prediction today, Benzer has been right on point, especially when it came down right after the 1v1 set of last match.
So it is gonna be Benzer and Hire. Hire is not having the best of nights so far. He has one loss to his name. If we include 2v2, he is currently 5 losses, 2 wins on the night. 2 and 5 is absolutely insane. But here we go. Hire has a chance to get redemption here against Benzer and possibly save WDGM's CRL East full season run. We are only in the King of the Hill. There is still plenty of matches to play tonight.
Magic Archer does call for a lot of Royal Hog decks, even with the recruits. Yeah, Benzer saying, okay, seems like a Royal Hog deck to me. Night Archer poison from Benzer.
Tower there, that's going to help out. Cannon cart comes down. Is this? No.
Without the heal, you would say Graveyard easily. But with the Heal Spirit.
Yeah, it's...
And usually with the Hog, it's the Fireball, not the Poison. So Benzer certainly has some twist in here. Still might be graveyard.
Yeah, it seems like someone hit random on the deck creation tool, and this is what it's thrown out
No,
here.
it's not that bad, that different from the regular, except for the heal spirit.
Okay, Mega Minion there is going to start just chunking away at the units that unfortunately pass below it.
It's just having a heal spirit instead of those skeletons on a 3.1 or 3.1 graveyard deck.
Battle Ram, now that's a card we have not seen in a very long time. I think Benzer forgot what it does. I think that's the first time we've seen it this season.
Second time. I believe. So one Battle Ram deck, which lost miserably. That's why I remember it. It was also a Chinese team that used it. Don't exactly remember the team or player.
So, what is this last card for Benzer? I think Graveyard is the only possible option. This Battle Ram is going to connect down on the left-hand side now as well.
Might just be an RG here too.
Higher is pulling. Yeah, it is Graveyard. Higher is pulling Benzer apart. Like, Benzer can't really focus on anything because there's just too much stuff.
Oh, pretty good lock onto the Mega Minion. The Skeletons still do a good amount of damage. Comes back. Doesn't take the lead. That's good enough, I would say. Less than 70 difference.
Yeah, it's a good start. A good way for Benzer to progress into this last 2 minutes of the game. But Higher definitely seems to be able to find windows where his Battle Ram can connect. This cannon cart might, but it might sneak through at some point. This Hunter and Fisherman, though, they're going to get through. Fisherman gets a connection into the tower and gets quite a bit of damage. 996 remaining down there.
Yeah, keeps the Mega Minion alive with the Heal Spirit. Still has been taking quite a lot of damage on the bottom right. Down below 4 digits now, and the Battle Ram can come down anytime. Burns the poison immediately though. So next Magic Archer will be safe.
Benzer trying to just change things up ever so slightly so that he can make a breakthrough, so he can get down that graveyard, so he can just find a window of opportunity to be able to get damage into the tower. But he is struggling right now as Higher is controlling this one with some split lane aggression. He has the Battle Ram to just punish a misplaced bomb tower. He has the Magic Archer to do that, and the Hunter as well.
Magic Archer actually did 1 damage to the tower. Surprisingly, that range was crazy.
Cannon cart has to be distracted with a very high bomb tower, and now we have a graveyard come down. The Fisherman pulls the Knight into the tower range, and damage is getting through. Poison is there.
Oh, but a lot less than what we expected from Benzer. The Battle Ram doesn't connect on the left, but the Cannon Cart trying to sneak in. So left and right, Benzer is having a tough time here. That's his next poison.
Oh, he might actually do it. There's no big spells on the side of Higher. I think that's it. What?
That's 2 down. What just happened?
Look at the smile on Benzer's face. He had no right doing that, but Higher had nothing to help close out the game. Like, Higher was controlling it beginning to end. But Benzer started to get the cycles into the tower. He started to put the poisons down. And that was just enough to give him the game.
Okay, check mark. Write a note down, guys. Whenever you have a legendary token, trade for a graveyard. If you haven't done it yet, after watching this long of a season.
I mean, you look at it, the split lane pressure on the side of Higher was great. Benzer was really struggling to find a defensive way to shut things down.
That Heal Spirit kept the Mega Minion alive, and there were lots of those moments.
And this is where it starts to go belly up on the side of Higher. This Poison Graveyard got a lot of work done. Takes it down to about, I think it's 980, 970. Okay, 950. And then poisons just start coming in, but then you look at what Hire had. He had nothing that could win that spell trade. He needed more spells to be able to get in on that tower and just put pressure on Benzer to go aggressive. He just couldn't. Benzer just had to sit down, bide his time, and slowly push Hire out the game. I'm not even going to say that Hire threw it away. Benzer pushed him out of contention. But it is going to be Solomon.
Now, the pressure is on. It's not the last set, but if you go down here, I mean, for WDGM,
it's a horrible, horrible evening for them if they go down here, because they got swept by Talon.
Feels like WDGM, they're already in the sinking sands. And you can't really escape unless someone is going to pull everyone out, and it might be Solomon. It's possible.
You can get yourself out with good balance out of quicksand, mate. I watched a video on it yesterday. Weirdly.
I don't want to be there, first of all.
G-Clef doesn't go to the beach very often with his nerd bod out, you know?
No.
All right, Benzer.
Stay home, play games.
Benzer and Solomon. Benzer is looking at, I think it's his first sweep of the season?
No. Oh, if you don't count the first half, he had one in the first half.
Oh yeah, he swept, oh no, he swept Talon as well. Yeah, so he swept Talon in TTG this season. Can he sweep WDGM? It's looking good for him, I'm not gonna lie. He is definitely on the up. We talk about playoff Geralt. Is this the rise of playoff Benzer? Because Benzer has been hit and miss all season. Now he is looking like the Benzer Riddell we know and love when he was here in the studios.
That's correct about Benzer, but wondering about what Solomon is going to bring.
Bridge spam.
Likely, we've seen a lot of RAM from him and some cannon cards. Not just that, he played a whole lot. When it comes down to what can be your, maybe your final game of the season, because I don't exactly know what the roster is going to be for set 3, 4, 5. They might not get to him.
Yeah, it could be.
If he's on set 4 or 5.
I mean, it's hard to say that right now. We're only in set 2. They still have a chance to come back. Solomon could reverse sweep here, and then WDGM could win set 3.
But when it comes
right
to
now,
worst,
it's a tall order. Right now, it's
High
looking
Spirit.
hard.
Is it time for
cycling out these cards very early on?
Expos. That's a third Expo of the day, right?
If it is Expo. We've been tricked before, G-Clef. Let us not forget.
Oh, yes. But with Ice Spirit, though. But before we called it for night. With Tesla, hey. What do you say, Simon?
It is going to be that way. I
Lightning,
think he was,
RG Lightning.
He was hoping the Lightning was going to take out the Tesla there, because
Tesla's tricky, man. And EQ gets that. EQ gets the damage in.
Is EQ the most OP spell in the game right
May
now?
actually get a nerf. That's what I'm thinking. Because it actually might be the strongest spell right now.
Yeah.
It's only ground, though. So don't really know what it's going to be like 100%. Seems like our feed is somewhat shaky, but it is live, guys. 100%. Tesla being locked.
It is indeed. And the Archers here going to work,
Oh,
but
the
RG gets a big connection.
3 shots. Oh.
And that is the Benzer that we have seen this season, where he looks flustered with himself at certain points. And that's when he generally tends to lose.
Those are the worst. When you have to put down the Tesla just for the baby dragon, I hate that feeling. Because Tesla is just going to go down, and so using it to the maximum, Benzer loads up an Expo.
Remember, just because it's RG does not mean it is an easy matchup on the side of Solomon.
Expo can get a win, but did take a lot of damage already on the right side.
Yeah, but he can shut up shop, he can play defensive and slowly try to find a way through. But Benzer is not that kind of player when it comes to mortars. I don't think he's that kind of player when it comes to Expos either. You see the fisherman here pulling one of the archers. RG getting an absolute ton of damage and not taking anything here.
Yeah, not taking too much. Gotta keep that Expo alive for a long time to get.
Ooh, he takes another hit, another two hits. Ouch, 1768.
Another side open for RG now. Solomon can go left or right.
Fireball comes down. Still within touching distance, but it's going to be a difficult matchup for Benzer. Can he do it? Ice Spirit there just stopping the RG in its tracks. Fireball comes down, pushes that Mega Minion over to the side.
Ooh, the
Fisherman
left side
gets another hit.
Looking very tough to keep everything in order for Benzer right now. As his cycle will begin to keep everything in defensive form.
Defensive Expo locked down on that right tower.
Keeping it away from the left tower, which can be lightning.
Pushed away again. Ice Spirit stopping it. The Expo lives. And that might help Benzer put down these forward Expos after this, but it is going to expire before he gets a chance. So he's going to start spell cycling, which is, I think, what we saw earlier today in a very similar matchup.
This baby dragon gets a splash into the tower again. Immediate RG locked and loaded left side. Tesla on the left. And there's that lightning onto Knight. Not onto the tower, so that's at least not as bad, but still a damage from RG.
But look at that, Benzer's took the lead. Benzer has about a 20, 30, 40, 50 lead here. So it's going to be difficult to stop these RGs again and again and again. Where's the Ice Spirit log there to push into the Tesla? That was very nice. Ice Spirit to stop it. And that RG is down. Fireball comes in again with a log this time. But that's put Benzer at a very big expenditure. How is he going to stop this RG?
Was that a little too much with the log? Another log comes in. Psycho Tesla immediately destroyed RG.
He needs the
healthy. And there's that lightning for the extra damage for Solomon. 3 seconds. RG does it again. I think Benzer just extended just a little too much with that. Fireball may be okay, but with the log too.
He had the victory in his sights. He knew what he needed to do, and he got a little bit trigger happy on that log for sure.
That's exactly what I thought too. When I saw the log, because RG was loaded, and Benzer saw that coming.
Indeed, he did, and I feel like he should have slowed it down. Benzer got a little bit impatient with the log. I think he felt like his back was against the wall and that he was in a very difficult position. But he wasn't. He was stopping those RGs real nice. He slowly started to take a lead. Like at this point, he has the lead.
Yeah, these type of lock. When Benzer had those archers back on the left,
right there was an over expenditure. Because if you had it here, you could push all that back.
Yeah, this is defense without the archer.
You did cycle back to it. So it was running out of time. You got to give him that, but
Benzer might have thought Solomon might not have had enough time to have another RG push.
Yeah, it could be that. It could be that like the
and he
timing
just thought
was a bit rough.
maybe lightning is going to come down within the last few seconds without the RG, so I have to put in maximum spell damage. I think that's what it came down to. Unless I don't think he would have just used a log on the tower.
Okay. Benzer is out. Solomon gets a win. Can he reverse sweep this and inject WDGM with some kind of life? Because they have looked, besides game 1 in the 2v2, WDGM have looked very lifeless in King of the Hill. This is the first positive sign of life from WDGM. And they have to continue it through the 1v1, set 3, set 4, set 5, if they get that far. Can he be the one to give that injection? Can he do the sweep? Can he take out Yuya? That's going to be the question on our minds. Yuya against Solomon. Yuya has not had the greatest of debut seasons. He started off pretty strong. He did get 2 against WDGM, but he did lose to Solomon. And that was his first game in that King of the Hill. Since then, he has been very hit and miss. He is 5-8 in terms of King of the Hill games. 2v2 games, though, he is 5-3, 2-1, not including today's match in that number.
Yeah, that's the reason.
I can't count.
Yeah, exactly the reason. Yeah, even with a pretty good 2v2, his win rate is below 50%. Always being in the middle, which tends to lead a lot more chances for Light to be on 3rd spot.
Yeah, it's the same lineup that we had in the match against Fav. Right now, Benzer first, Yuya out 2nd, expecting Light in that 3rd spot. It didn't quite work out there. Light wasn't strong enough to finish the sweep, the reverse sweep of Fav Gaming. But we'll see if he has to come out here against WDGM. It is Yuya against Solomon. Yuya's last time out in 1v1 was against Mugi of Ponos, and that ended in a loss. His last 3 games have all ended in losses in King of the Hill.
And with the Royal Ghost, Magic Archer. Playing Royal Hog deck for Yuya. And NATO. Trying to sneak in a bandit.
Almost getting it done. Not quite.
Trying to get some damage down. That's exactly what you see. The NATOs hear that balloon coming down.
Yeah, it is looking like balloon is on the menu, boys.
And that's not going to be tasty.
Give you a bit of indigestion as well. I mean, he does, like, Yuya has the E-Wiz, he has the Magic Archer, so there are opportunities there, depending on what spells he brings as well with this. It could be okay. But if there's too much in the air with the Inferno Dragon, Baby Dragon, and the balloon, he'll struggle a lot. Oh, I thought he was going to get a pierce damage there. But this bandit might get through. No, Lumberjack, last second, played there. And balloon.
Never give a chance to get that dash. So with the Royal Ghost and the bandit always pushing for that extra unit to be put down.
Oh, the Cannon Core gets a connection there, the Royal Ghost as well, the bandit, and it has all fallen apart for Solomon here.
Even Magic Archer at least twice. More without the tornado.
4. Oh, it has all fallen apart for Solomon here. Yuya's towers are completely untouched. And Solomon just took a critical amount of damage. And this Royal Ghost here is slowly going to make his way up and just be a nuisance. Solomon needs to stabilize. He slipped up a little bit. Can he rescue it? 610 is left. What spell, if any, does Yuya have? Because if he doesn't have a spell, Solomon still has a chance.
Might actually not need it. Yes, defense so far for Yuya is pretty good. There is that balloon now already locked up with that Ewis. Rage is there. Ram Rider does come to get the just gets a snare onto balloon.
As close as it can get right there. With 6-10 remains with no spells. We've seen no spell decks struggle to finish out games today. Will this be another one of those matches? Or will Yuya be able to find that breakthrough push again? Bandit is going to dash into the Lumberjack, which means the balloon might come down any second after this Baby Dragon play. Inferno Dragon played in the back. Barbarian isn't going to get a hit on the tower. Royal Ghost, though, is going to disappear. And he's going to get no hits on the tower. He is pulled into the center. Damage control there.
There's another tornado, though, so that's good enough. Tries to sneak in the bandit. That will be about 1,000. But with the King Tower activated, a little less.
I mean, Solomon has no other choice. He had to let that bandit get the connection. But this Magic Archer here took out so much. It's getting absolutely incredible value right now.
Yeah, Solomon's trying to pull that Ewis, but Yuya is holding onto that Ewis forever for a balloon to come down. Seems like a balloon push now with the Lumberjack, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of bodies here. The Ewis is down. Balloon's not going to come, though. He's scared of the Ewis. The Bandit's going to help clean up. There it is, but the Ewis survives. The Lumberjack is there. The Ram Rider, though, is frozen. And that is super smart by Solomon. Is he going to be able to take the tower? The tornado is trying. The second drop is there. The death damage.
But the Bandit charge goes in. But right before that, the balloon destroys the tower. One big push. Wow. Ow.
And that is, ladies and gentlemen, that is why you do not play a deck with no spells. One.
Barb Barrel. Heal Spirit.
That's why you don't play a deck with no real spells. Because if, like, any spell, EQ, even a zap.
I think Yuya should have snuck in the Bandit a little earlier. Just to get some of those units off to the left.
I mean, okay, yeah, Solomon took that game, but Yuya just couldn't finish that tower. And again, that was another, what, minute and a half, nearly 2 minutes of that tower being almost dead. Because it took no extra damage after this. So, I imagine if the Royal Ghost would have been the one to tank that up. But it barely took any damage after this Magic Archer. 6-10 remains, and he couldn't get anything in. I mean, yeah. What can you do? That freeze was amazing, by the way. And then the tornado here. Oh.
Okay, that's a hard call. I think the balloon wins regardless.
It does.
Bandit did come just a little late, maybe with one extra, maybe 1.3, 1.5 elixir.
But still, Solomon takes a second game. He takes game 4 and drives us to the final game of the King of the Hill, game 5. And I mean, before tonight, you look at Solomon's record, he's not doing well. He was 4 losses up until this point. Now he's turned it around with 2 more. He's got to be feeling it tonight. He's got to be feeling like, guys, we've got this. Believe in me. We may have lost the 2v2. We may have lost 2 people to Benzer early on. But I will take this 2v2. I will take the King of the Hill for us to push forward. This is Solomon's rallying cry to the rest of the team because they need it. They need a rallying cry. This is how he can do it. If he can take out Light here and show that Kicks can be defeated, that WDGM can get Ws on the board, that might be a massive match changer.
Exactly what you have said. But against the hardest opponent from Kicks, and Light usually has been getting those big wins. And Solomon is up for the hardest challenge of the day.
Light is on absolute fire. He almost got the sweep. The reverse sweep against Fav earlier in the night. He 2-0'd Expo Master. He is 4-0 on the night, if we don't include 2v2s. I mean, the man is a 1v1 monster.
Another Expo.
Oh, he's not happy. Solomon showed a very rare, not very rare, a very common
head
of
shake.
anger. But that was the first time I think I've ever seen. Yeah, he is definitely not happy. I think he knows that he has the matchup disadvantage here.
I think it's another RG.
Yeah. Or is that like pumping himself up? I'm not sure which Solomon we're looking at here. Is that the angry or the...
He was not happy about the matchup as... Right after the RG, here's the Expo. Knew that Ewiz was coming down.
And there it goes. The connection comes in. Light leans back. He knows.
Even worse.
Oh, this is not going well, is it? 1307 on that tower. Yeah. Oh, Solomon is in a deep trance right now. He's not happy. It looks like he might have overruled a call maybe to his coach. And the thing is, Light is tilting him amazingly well.
But there may always be a slightest mistake from Light. Which is not too common, but you never know.
And that might be all it takes. A slight mistake on Light's part could be the end of the match.
Like one placement, just one off for Tesla, one off for Expo. Can be a game changer.
And I mean, we've all been there where we throw out some BM and then make an absolutely catastrophic mistake and end up losing the game. Not saying it's going to happen now.
Why are you saying stories from me last night?
Stories from everyone who plays Clash Royale in the last 48 hours, mate. That's what it is. Ice Spirit connects. Fireball also going to get a hit in as well, deleting the Fisherman.
This might actually be tower down finish because of that Expo connection. Another good log. Missing one archer.
Yeah. It's so weird. We see this matchup, and some players like Solomon believe that the RG has no chance. Then others, like we saw earlier, the RG wins this matchup. So it's a real difficult thing to read. I feel like Light has just solved this before he even got it down. As soon as he played the Ice Spirit and the Skeleton, he won this game.
See, Light was trying to get a easy cycle for the RG, expecting it to come down after seeing Fisherman and Cage. And there's another connection right before those goblins. This is game over. Even if the Ewiz comes down, the Fireball's going to finish, so Solomon can't really do too much when you only have a few hundred left against the Expo deck. 2-0 in set score for Kicks.
Light won that game with the first two cards played. Ice Spirit Skeletons come down. You instantly see Solomon reacting. He knows he's lost. And it doesn't matter who you are. You could be the Moogies of the world. You can be anyone. As soon as you think, I'm going to lose this match, you lose. And that's what I think did Solomon. It's not an impossible matchup. It's a difficult matchup for both sides. It can go either way. But Solomon just kind of gave up a little, not gave up, but mentally prepared himself for failure too quickly. And after that, I mean, it was just basic stuff. The Expo goes down, the tower goes down. You know how it is.
Yes, a very rough matchup for Solomon, as Light is showing mastery level of those Expo decks, as we have seen from many different players today, because you expect a lot of RG decks to be played, then on Expo.
I don't know if it is an instant matchup win.
It isn't, but a lot of those first starting hands sometimes
dictate the pace of the game?
I think so. Depends on how much you do with the first RG when you get a chance. That's also the reason why Solomon just loaded up on the left, trying to see what happens. But Lei was also like somewhat ready with the quick cycle already onto the left, Skeleton's Ice Spirit, and Tesla already placed in the middle just in case of a sudden RG. So Lei just had it wrapped up pretty easily from the first 15 seconds.
As soon as that Ice Spirit Skeletons made, it was done.
You're saying first 3 seconds?
First 2 cards come out. I mean, first 2 cards come out, Solomon got in his own head. It felt like he didn't really try to fight it. It felt like his reactions on stage where he's like punching the desk and he's like throwing his hands up. It looked like he gave up too early.
I think the mentality is really getting onto him after a big loss. Yeah, against Talon, I think it's heavily on WDGM right now. The pressure is on. You're on stage.
But he bounced back. He got 2 wins in a row. Like, he should have been pumping with positive energy and then ended up dropping it. But anyway, 1v1 sets are coming. And this could be the end of the match. Kicks might knock WDGM out the tournament after this match because they have match point. They just need one more set victory to be able to close us off of the evening.
And if it's Benzer, might just happen.
So giving themselves a shot here.
Of course, Higher is going to come out this time. I do like this roster change.
Yeah, obviously Higher. It's not someone who only got their first wins last week.
Yeah, compared to Wanga, I do like Higher in this position.
And it is against Benzer. So I feel like Solomon being angry makes me feel like they wanted to win the King of the Hill.
Yes.
Hire Solomon and not go to that set 5. I feel like that's why the frustration was there, because they needed that win.
Yeah, also, he was so close. After 2 wins, it feels like the victory's right there. The set point, you just have it in your hand.
Benzer versus Higher. Benzer had the better of it the first time round. Game 2 of that King of the Hill. Will he be able to get the better of it now? Or will that loss to Solomon play on his mind and get into his head? And he starts slipping up left and right. We'll find out as game 1 is about to begin. Kicks Benzer on match point. He needs to win 2 games out of 3 here to close it out for Kicks, as they will progress if they win. WDGM's Higher needs to rally the troops. He needs to start the comeback as his team are down 2 match points. 3 match points.
See if this Wallbreaker Miner is with the E-Wiz, sometimes even with Ice Wizard if you have Tornado. Some variants with the Musketeer, leaning towards 2.9.
There is the Miner. Wallbreaker's going down that side. Is there a log? Tornado there to stop. The Ice Wiz is going to make that nice and easy with the bar barrel.
And Benzer, the good old 3.5 Ice Graveyard.
Yep, if it ain't broke, don't change it.
Yeah, one deck that Wallbreaker is weak against is exact type, the Tornado Ice Wizard.
Minor Wallbreakers this time on the left, swapping it up. Bomb Tower is there. That's going to eat all that damage nicely. Just a little bit of minor chip coming in. 2294. Nothing major.
Yeah, Higher relying heavily on those minor hits. And Spencer sometimes might even have to put down those Ice Wizard for minor predictions, not just the Knight.
Yep. Especially when we get later in the game.
He actually locked onto the Ice Wizard, not the Baby Dragon, so this cycle...
Yeah.
Just a little stronger for Higher.
mentality again coming into this one. It's still close, throwing out the good game. Maybe as he goes into double elixir, he knows he's going to win it.
Yeah, I think he is feeling a win here as Ice Wizard Tornado. Unless you have a big mistake, wall breakers never really connect.
With the Musketeer, he's struggling to get anything across really to build these graveyard pushes on. There's Bomb Tower again this time. Okay, graveyard left. Is it go time for Benzer? No, it is not. Poison comes down.
Just poison as Baby Dragon Knight took some damage before the Musketeer hits. And only poison for higher, which he was holding on for in case of a graveyard.
There it is. Naked graveyard. The Baby Dragon comes in a little bit late. It's going to be faced with the Bomb Tower. Poison comes down. And, oh, 2 wall breaker connections on the right, G-Cliff. You said it was near impossible for wall breakers to get a connection, and they get a huge, huge connection as Benzer overspent on that left-hand side.
A little too much, even Baby Dragon, Graveyard, even a poison. And Higher just striked at the perfect time. Said, okay, that's a lot. Send the wall breakers. Let's see what happens.
Okay, the graveyard comes in. The Bomb Tower double poisons down. Defensive poison for Higher. That's good. Tornado is fine. It's not over yet. We're down to the last 1 minute. There's only poisons. And the thing is, if Higher decides to go for an offensive poison before that tower will go down, Benzer will strike hard on the left-hand side and take that tower down with a graveyard. So minor positioning now changed so that the Bomb Tower isn't the best and only defense.
And Benzer loading up slowly for that graveyard.
He knows it's down.
Defensive poison from Higher.
Wall breakers on the right. Bomb Tower is there though, that's good.
And this time without the miner. Takes no damage on the bottom right, but soon with the log miner hits.
No catch on the miner. Oh, Tornado! Ooh, he played it risky there. Did Benzer, but it's good enough. Ice Wiz doesn't catch. Bomb Tower has to be played as well. And now we're getting down to that dangerous area where poison will finish it.
So Benzer loading up another graveyard immediately, looking to close it, but defensive poison is there. And the miner comes again. Higher about to take it with the next poison. And that does it. Higher winning the first game of best of 3. Benzer came close, but one big slip. Both wall breakers connecting to the tower. And without that, I think Benzer wins 100%.
Yeah. But you said it was impossible.
Near impossible.
So,
Always leave
okay.
that option.
Break it down for me, because we'll probably see this in the replay. Break it down for me. How did Higher manage to do that? Was it a Benzer misstep, or was it Higher outplaying Benzer?
Higher just knowing that Bomb Tower is going to be enough to take some damage from the skeletons, and not have a defensive poison, but instead have a quick minor wall breaker rush. Yes,
so here
this is the replay. Musketeer, Bomb Tower, and the immediate wall breaker on the right.
So what, like, Benzer just overspent, right? That's what we're saying here. The poison probably should have waited.
Maybe without the poison.
I mean,
but it came down at this perfect time because that was somewhat off the timing. It wasn't minor wall breaker together from Higher. It was minor first, and then after the knight was going down on top, right? Then the wall breaker. So I think Benzer might have just lost his sight on the right bottom for a second. And then he did not have enough elixir for the Bomb Tower.
All right, game 1 goes the way of WDGM's Higher, who has to start this momentous task of bringing home the bacon for WDGM against Benzer Riddell. Game 1 went his way. Game 2 is anyone's game right now. After that win, I gotta fancy higher for this. I'm saying higher might take this. It's gonna be close. But that was a very patient display by higher, a very intelligent display. Realizing that Benzer might misplay, forcing a misstep out of his opponent and taking the victory.
And sometimes you need to change your own rhythm to create that type of a mistake, forced error from your opponent. So Benzer, after that loss, looks quite frustrated actually, because he knew that it was going to be win with the matchup.
He had smiles on his face. He was clapping. I think
Okay.
he knows what he's doing.
I just slipped once.
Spear Goblins at the back with Fishermen.
Then we come down to Hog Riders.
Bring out the big boys here, but Goblin Cage,
the
Hunter.
green boys here.
Talon.
And with another Royal Hog from higher.
Some momentum.
Looking like a Royal Hog deck.
Yep. Momentum now, I'd say Benzer's favor ever so slightly.
Yeah, with delivery, 3.1 with EQ on higher side.
That Musketeer was connecting into the tower. I think.
It had to be.
Yeah. Here's a Hog Rider. Pulled into the center. How did that Musketeer sneak damage in? There was a lot of bodies around it, and it had no right getting that done. But we'll find out. Okay, let's see what happens. 2, 5, 3, 4. One hit from that Brawler. Now.
Benzer also thought it was Royal Hogs. And after seeing that RG.
How is he going to stop the RG? Does he have the bomb tower in hand? He does. It's played very deep, but the EQ is there. No log in hand right now, but it seems. And that's a lot of damage taken. 1233. It looks as though higher is going to start the comeback for WDGM here.
Getting it done. Another RG and Hog to respond.
No EQ.
Yeah, so activating the King Tower.
All right, a difficult challenge for Benzer just got a whole lot harder. King Tower activation is going to make his Hog Riders not deal as much damage as they do, and the Spear Goblins get a connection in too.
Yeah, Tower was challenging Benzer there to put something else down.
5, 7, 4 remains. Just 3 EQs will be enough. And this Hog Rider.
Oh, pulled by Fisherman. That Fisherman was there for a long time.
That Fisherman felt like it just
perfect
zipped.
EQ.
Yeah,
and the Heal Spirit. That's game for higher. Wow, what a turnaround in set 3. But it seemed like Kicksover almost had everything in their pockets.
Yeah, I mean, Benzer, I said it after game 1, I thought higher was going to take it. Yeah, as we say, Benzer is a roller coaster. And it feels like he turned over after that King of the Hill. Sorry about that. All right.
Big victory. Big moment for WDGM. Still on their last hope.
The Kicks have 2 match points remaining.
That is true, and they have strong lineup for both. While as in WDGM, they have to have Solomon now or never. But the final player, and I don't know who that's going to be, either Wanga, Peas, Radish, has to show up.
Shia? Wouldn't that be something? They bring out Shia in the last game, and she absolutely
destroys
dominates.
everyone. No.
Turns out she's had a secret account that's like 13,000 trophies all season long. We just don't know it because it's so high it doesn't register on the ladder.
13,000? How many games do you actually have to win in a month to get that high up?
She's just there, man. We never know. We never get to see her play, which is unfortunate. But set 3 going the way of WDGM. This match has started to turn. I feel if set 4 goes WDGM's way, Kicks are going home at the end of the night.
So the expected players from Kicks is Icelaw and Light to finish.
Is that what you're saying? You're writing it down?
I'm writing it down right now before we see anything. WDGM, Solomon, and you know what? Peace. Right there. And just going to drop my pen.
I'm going to say Light comes out now against Solomon.
Really?
And then the last game will be Yuya against
you think so?
Radish.
If Radish comes out, that's hard. So either Wanga Peas or Radish, right?
Yeah. I think it's Radish. And
Radish
I think
did
it's going to be
play King of the Hill just now, but would have lost though.
Yeah, but he's still
But do you put a new player with that much pressure when your entire team season ending can instant?
I mean, we've seen it happen, though. We saw it happen in Worlds last year where Liquid put out Hazard. Eden. No, what's his name? Igor. They put out Igor. I was thinking, because his Twitter handle is Hazard. Put out Igor when it all mattered, and he ended up slapping down. So we'll see what happens here. It is going to be Light in set 4. So Kicks don't want to play with any fire here. They want to close it out here. And now he is going against Solomon. So on the night, Light has had the better of him already. Game 5 of King of the Hill went Light's way. Let's see if the games in set 4 go the same way.
Bring every good deck against the Expo first. You put everything down, every list every good deck against the Expo, and then you just pick and choose. What can I do? What can I play the best?
I mean, Light rattled Solomon early. Absolutely rattled that cage. Solomon looked completely shook. Is it going to be the same here? Is Solomon going to get in his own head and become his worst enemy again? Which would lead to WDGM dropping out of the tournament. Remember, WDGM lose this set, they go home. And Kicks progress to the next bracket of the loser's bracket. If that makes sense. The next round of the loser's bracket. So here we go.
It's Light. No Expo.
Maybe that's an Ice Spirit barrel.
Ice Spirit bar barrel?
Okay, Miner comes down. Is it going to be Miner Wall Breakers, Miner Loon? There's a lot of possibilities at this stage of the game.
Ooh, I've been talking some balloons right here with that ice loaded up to. RG from Solomon.
Yep. Bomb Tower going to do its best to try and stop this with no Ice Spirit and slow it down, and that is a dead RG.
And King Tower activation though.
That was a giant skeleton death damage bomb. That's a considerable amount of damage.
Into King Tower.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter.
The rest of Light's cards are Rocket, EQ, Goblin Barrel, and he's just going to start lobbing it.
Graveyard Freeze.
Yeah.
And Freeze Mirror so you can catch both. Both and every single tower. And immediate RG with an EQ response. So actually doing quite a lot of connections at the right. Wow, Solomon just having a massive push, instant response with the balloon now.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Solomon's got much to stop this. The cage is there.
Also got a fireball just in case.
He's gonna need it. He might need it right now. Ewis comes down just in time, but the death damage is gonna get through. But Solomon has the advantage.
And Miner again caught by the goblins. That's usually going to be the spot with the King Tower activated now.
Yeah, we have the balloon. Oh, I thought that wasn't going to get
pull.
pulled there. That was very close.
With the Ewis. Not as bad, but that NATO pull. It seems like it also pulled the Ice Wizard, but that's from the Fisherman. But
ooh, fireball last second.
There will be lots of moments like these for Solomon. Ooh, big brawler punch.
And the Fisherman getting a big hit too, but this isn't out of reach for Light, but this RG might actually get quite a few hits in
Tower.
here.
Red in the middle because of that EQ.
Yeah, but that is denied. Barbaro comes through to clean up the little units, and that giant skeleton
on the left
is slowed a little bit here.
So big pull with the cage. He was right at the center.
Actually avoiding damage from the Princess Tower. I think
the tornado pull!
Oh, and the Princess Tower locks onto the Miner. That's big. That's going to be 2 drops. Oh, just shy of 2 drops, but look at the damage on the right-hand side.
With
EQ
the EQ
comes in.
That is game.
What
and Light froze.
Crazy end to that game. The big tornado pull, but no defense to stop it. Solomon taking game 1.
Yeah, Light wanted to basically finish the game right there. But with the help of King Tower, the second drop doesn't come.
I thought it was. I thought it felt time for that second drop, but unfortunately it was not gonna be. Game 1 going Solomon's way, and the last 3 games have all gone WDGM's way.
Take into account of the last 6 games, that's 5 for WDGM though. Light, yes, this is the real height, not this one.
But it was very similar.
Yes, it was this. With the tornado. Great fireball there, hitting everything.
But look at that. Big green
brawler
and the E-Wiz.
Big punch. Small punch. Left, right.
That feels a little rough. Not gonna lie, that feels a little bit rough.
Yeah, you got to see the green casters for a second. They had an addition, but just the 2 of us to make it special for you guys.
No, it'd be special if it was only 1 of us. That would be hilarious.
Aha. You're not gonna show up tomorrow?
Yep. Yep.
Oh no, thanks. You better show up with some fried chickens, man. I need you right by my side all the time. So Light expected a big win from the balloon, even with the right cards. 1 tornado could have changed everything. It was a good try though.
I feel like the might. I don't want to give excuses here. But
do you think if the Miner was loaded up to the right, it locks onto the King Tower so the balloon gets a second drop? Maybe. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
It could have been possible, I think.
It would have. We've seen it before. It would have worked. Also, he could have saved himself if the Miner went. If he threw something at the other tower and pulled them back a little bit longer, but
maybe Miner
I feel
would have
like
been,
there was a drop.
Maybe Miner would have been gone down a lot sooner then. Even before, it could have been the same result regardless of that position. But yeah, tornado pull sometimes works out for you, but you have to respond to what you pull onto the other side.
I think there was connection issues. I'm going to say it now. I think there might have been a connection issue because he had the elixirs to drop stuff down there.
I think he basically expected. I think he basically expected a win with the balloon, or else he was going to lose. I think there's a very big chance for him to lose there.
So he played the gamble, basically.
Yeah. He went all in with that Miner balloon push, with lots of other tools like the baby dragon and a few others behind it.
All right. I'll allow it. Game 2 of Light versus Solomon is going to be here.
Is that going to tilt him? the big chance which he thought was possible with the tornado.
He does look a bit tilted, doesn't he?
Solomon might actually bring us to set 5. I'm losing my words between set, game, and match now.
There is a lot of pressure on Light's shoulders right now.
Well, a lot more towards Simon, not Solomon.
A lot more towards me? Where's this pressure come from? I didn't know this.
I'm having way too much pressure. It's playoff day. Come on, match 3.
I did not know we were at this point of our relationship where you'd mistakenly use my name.
It all goes back to fried chicken. So what does Solomon bring now? Like, I feel like there's always a chance for lava in this case. Like lava minor balloon on your own. Recruit balloon.
I feel like if you play that and it goes horribly wrong and you lose the matchup, there's way too much pressure on your shoulders. Like, if you lose that and it was your choice to go for it, you're gonna get absolutely slammed.
Okay, Kicks did call for a timeout. That's why we're having this extra minute now. They knew they want to get it down now. They want to close the match with Light. Like, they have Yuya Ice Law.
Not just that, he looks absolutely flustered. I'm not gonna lie, that's the most flustered I think we've ever seen Light look.
And JTV, don't forget.
I never forget JTV. How could you forget the staple 2v2 player?
He played one with Benzer.
Yeah, very early on. We were actually expecting a long time ago that JTV and Benzer would be the 2v2 pairing for Kicks, as they both share a physical location. They, they're both they're both Indonesian. They have no language barriers.
Kicks, yeah.
And then they ended up abandoning it.
And that was because we always get a message from the production that there's a timeout, but never all caps. But this came in all caps, which means it was sort of in a hurry from the production room. It's like, Kicks called for timeout.
They probably waited like the maximum amount of time and then went timeout, boys. Okay.
They actually asked for a 10-minute technical timeout.
Told you.
Yeah.
That's why
connection
Light lost.
issues.
Connection issues.
They also had this for 2v2 last week.
Yep.
But after 10 minutes, if it's not being solved, they do drop the set.
And that would be horrible.
That would be horrible. They do have internet
horrible.
issue. I do have confirmation from the production. Wow.
That would be a horrible way to go out.
So will internet come back? Will that connection be stable in that 10 minutes while you get to look at us for the next 8 minutes and a half?
Nobody wants to do that. Don't even like looking at myself
Don't
in the mirror.
mute us. How about like block the monitor but keep us unmuted?
No. Mute us.
Mute us, but only look. What?
You don't need to hear it. You don't need to hear it. Okay, so today has been an absolutely incredible day. That first match between Kicks and Fav, hands down, one of the best matches I've ever seen. It was back and forth. It went all the way. It looked like it was over until it wasn't over.
Until we get to next week. We
had
have
so
Nova
much
and
drama.
bonus. Just wait.
It had so much drama. That match was amazing. Then Talon basically slapped WDGM.
Boom, boom, boom.
Playoff Geralt is an absolute animal. Anyone who thinks that I make this up, same happened last special season. The only problem was Geralt was let down by the rest of his team. Regular season Geralt, no good. He ends up with a negative mark, a negative win rate. Throw it away. If playoff Geralt comes into the fray, though, Talon are a damn scary team. And I honestly pip them now. If Geralt can continue this form, Talon are going to Worlds.
You think so?
I 100%. If Geralt continues the way he played today, Geralt is going to do the same to Fav that he did to WEDGM.
3-0 against Fav?
He's going to I'm telling you.
Really? Against Hajime Expo Master Jack and
I'm saying if he
Kensumeshi
plays
Kitacha?
the same way, he'll do it against Fav as well.
Wow, that's a big shout into tomorrow's winners match.
I say if Geralt comes in the way that he came in today, Talon are going to Worlds. Then we have this match. Kicks WEDGM. This has been a lot closer than I think you guys would have thought it would be. I thought it was. I did not expect this to go game 4.
Yeah, me neither. I thought it was going to be it with Benzer again showing up because he had a pretty good day. After the first loss in King of the Hill, rest of the matches seemed okay. Pretty good for Benzer. But with that one big slip with those wall breakers,
But we have to look at the narrative, right?
This is already enough drama for the day, man.
WEDGM, they have a reputation to uphold. And what is that reputation, G-Clef?
Second place.
Exactly. WEDGM are the perennial runners-up. Even the seasons where they look amazing and the rest of the field looks shaky, special season, they still come second.
Worlds second.
Right?
Season second.
They are the perennial
CRL
runners-up.
China second.
Have they ever won anything? Have they ever come first?
They won some matches against Nova in the regular season.
I don't mean
first
like that.
matches against Nova in in the playoff, but not the big trophy matches.
Yeah, like they always finish second. So for that storyline to continue,
Simon, once upon a time when we had dinosaurs, like WDGM had one win. One big trophy.
They won the first Clash.
I'm pretty sure they had some. I can't 100% recall.
You know how you said prehistoric times? My mind instantly went to like the first Clash Royale tournament where like Wonga and Hire are there playing, Solomon's there playing, and there's like a T-Rex that can't even hold the device trying to place cards like this. That's where my mind went, and I was like, that's dope. I love that idea. That's gonna work. Right. Any news on? Because my phone's under the table.
Not yet. Just 4 minutes ago, they have internet issue. Okay.
So they're still fixing it. We've gone through prehistoric.
So that's
Clash
4
Royale.
minutes ago. So we have 6, or the timeout was actually 6 minutes ago. So we only have 4 minutes. Oh!
Out of nowhere.
Oh yes, we're back. Before that 10 minutes.
Dropped the game out of nowhere. All right, we're here. Light against Solomon. It all comes down to this. Light loses this. We go to a deciding game 5, where arguably Kix's best players in 1v1 and WEDGM's best players in 1v1 have both been used. Set 5 is a wild card.
Yeah, and Solomon in a lead, 1-0. Possible that Light can bring it back with a 2-1. Oh. Okay. No emotes. Then we know Light's serious.
Yeah.
Light would usually throw it out on emote, you know. He's on.
You know what the issue is? Light kind of BM Solomon in game 5 of the King of the Hill. I think he may have activated
the Angry Solomon mode.
The
Super Saiyan Solomon mode.
It used to be Headshake Solomon, but like that's long gone. His form didn't follow that, but now it's like, if you BM me, I'm gonna send you to the Shadow Realm.
And I have a feeling this game might end
well,
in like 25 seconds after we see the first card. And this is exactly when we see the 3 Musketeer drop. Or Golem.
Okay, here we go. We're entering the last 1 minute 15 of regular time. We're expecting cards to start be dropping at about 110. Look at that. Look at that. Every time. Fisherman. The Fisherman Wars begin. Blue Fisherman will win this one though.
With a Muskie. Snowball.
Blue. see how it goes. The balloon is down.
Big
Mega Minion's
push.
there. Skeleton Dragon is there, but the balloon's going to actually have to fight the Mega Minion now. But will it change targets? It will not. So that balloon is not going to get anywhere near the tower. Just a bit of death damage, possibly.
Instant graveyard, and only with a graveyard against the Musketeer Lumberjack. So this
works out really in the favor of Light here. Lumberjack, Musketeer is a really good combination against that graveyard. Mega Minion drops down. I thought the Mega Knight was going to come. Good snowball opening the path.
Oh, the Lumberjack is on it, and the balloon doesn't connect, but still the Lumberjack. 5, 6.
Oh,
my!
the Skeleton Dragons 2 game. Angry Light has decided to absolutely slap game 2.
Red lights on for WDGM.
The sirens are playing in WDGM's HQ.
Oh my, I hear a 911 coming all the way. It's still far away, but it might get...
That was Angry Light. I have never seen Light be that cutthroat. Wow.
It was also... Yeah, this graveyard. The Mega Knight was very weak, and you knew that it wasn't going to last long.
So he overextended. And then all this comes down for Light, and you think, all right, cool.
And a great snowball
that
there.
snowball pushing the arches out the way allows the Lumberjack to connect, which allows that bomb to connect.
And also slower attack speed. Slower attack, and more damage.
That was... I don't know how Solomon feels, because I don't think Solomon sees Light the same way we do, but I'm scared for Solomon's life. Like, I feel like Light just sent him beyond the realm of existence.
There's a button, then it's been unlocked. You just have to press it.
I've never seen Light be that cutthroat. That's...
Like, we knew that was coming with no emotes.
Yeah. It is true.
One.
There was no emotes going out. That was a Light. As soon as he won, usually he's got a big smile on his face. He's happy. That one was just like, all right, I'm ready to press game. Horrifying. The balloon. I like the deck. I think the deck against what Solomon was bringing was great. Absolutely exploited Solomon. I think Solomon, you're right. I think he made a mistake going for that graveyard. It was a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, a little too early. As the Musketeer still, in terms of damage, hell yeah. When it locks onto any kind of those big bodies. So, Kicks finally on a match point though.
Yes.
Finally. The first time.
Point is going their way. If they win this, they will be going to the next round of the losers bracket, where they will face either Talon or Fav Gaming again. WDGM win, we go to a game 5 where I have no idea who's gonna play against who, because that really is up in the air.
Yes. For Solomon though, your entire team, entire season history on this game right now.
I mean, the same can be said for Light. The entire of Kicks' season is on Light's shoulders right now, as it has been nearly all season. Light has been absolutely unreal on the side of Kicks. He is undefeated in 1v1 sets this season. He's played 3 times. He beat Peace 2-0. He beat Little Chen 2-1. And he beat Blizzard 2-0.
Snowball log. This time a Hog Rider?
Let's see. Maybe it's going to be a repeat of game 1 here.
Yeah, with the Knight. Feel that Hog. The Hog is coming. And Solomon the same deck, I think, that he just played.
Yep, it's looking that way. The Hog Rider is shut down. What does Light have to distract all of this? Big Green is pulled across too. So that's going to be nicely cleaned up.
Yeah, Bomb Tower actually proving its worth right there. The Skeletons distracting the damage.
Snowball. Oh.
Light not happy. About that. Hog on the left.
Feels like it might have been an overextension here. One hit. Oh. Oh, just.
With one archer, you can still activate. With two, no.
Oh, and the balloon is coming on the left-hand side. The Musketeer is already distracted. The Mega Minion. This is going to be tower, I think. I don't know if he's got enough.
Snowball is here.
Bomb tower, death damage.
Oh,
just in time for Light there, but the Mega Minion is going to get two giant swings. Light shakes his head, knowing that he may have thrown this one away. He's got a lot of work to do to come back. He's got to find windows for these Hog Riders to connect.
If Light had Fireball, that would be great.
There it is.
Actually, very nice.
I mean, the one thing
EQ against the balloon.
The one thing is, Light needs to keep these Musketeers alive an insane amount of time, because if they go down, he doesn't have much else to defend against the balloons.
The thing is, Solomon can throw that Mega Knight.
That log missing the Mega Knight there, and now everything locked onto the Mega Knight. I think this balloon is going to go down nice and easy. There's the Snowball to push it into the bomb tower range. Musketeer is going to help out there.
Yeah, it's going to be hard when the balloon's on the other side. Other side of that Mega Knight. Because Light only has one Musketeer. He's got to cycle through another one very quickly.
Yeah, and it's looking like there might be a balloon this time going on the right-hand side. So he starts cycling stuff over there. Fisherman is going to get a connection. Snowball to push it back.
Snowball already against the Fisherman.
I feel like you would have wanted to save that.
Calls for a balloon.
There's the bomb tower. The bomb tower needs to be good here. The Mega Knight is going down, but the Mega Minion is actually going to take the aggro. Will it be able to go down? Snowball has to be used as well. That was a big expenditure. And now Light is down by about 150 hit points here.
I think he wanted to push it out of the way so it doesn't take the death damage from the balloon. Or else I don't think that Snowball was needed. And it's the Hog Rider on the left. Is that enough elixir?
The Fisherman isn't bothered by the Hog Rider. This might actually be a Hog Rider connection. Fireball comes in. Musketeer slowed down, but the defense there was absolutely insane. But Big Green is coming. Skeletons are there though. 1474 against 1348. The gap is closing. Spell damage is going to come in, and don't forget, Light does have a fireball in comparison to his opponent Solomon, who only has a snowball.
And Lane has been pretty good keeping that Musketeer alive. Solomon wants to push on the left. Maybe just a distraction.
There will be one more balloon in this, but there are 3 Musketeers down, and that is not a 3M card. That is just the cycle of Light in this triple elixir time. There is the balloon. It comes down to this. This balloon needs a connection for Solomon to be able to do it. Snowball comes down, Fireball pushes it into the tower, Snowball pushes it away. Oh, the death damage. Light needs to cycle to a card that can deal damage to a tower, and it's not gonna be enough.
Just not enough.
Solomon takes game 3, and Kicks are now staring down the gun. WDGM have turned this around. A dismal performance in match 1 tonight has been superseded by this heroic performance by Higher and Solomon.
WDGM, they didn't just turn the table around. They flipped it. They flipped it.
They've completely rewritten the story of tonight. Completely taken everything that we thought we knew. The way that these teams played in the first game, the first matches of the day. And WDGM have brought it to a set 5. And we knew it would come down to that very last balloon.
The 3 Muskies. As we see from the highlight, Light kept up a massive defense. The Hogs
Both those muskies decided to go. Like, if those muskies had lived a little bit longer.
And there were a few really good fisherman pulls. That pull.
If that balloon had pushed back and not forward, oh, it would have been such a different
if the fireball
story.
pushed it back and the snowball pushing it back.
No death damage.
No death
coming
damage.
through.
And kicks win. Instant win. Oh, Solomon.
As a Kicks fan, this is killing me.
It's not killing me.
As a Clash Royale fan, that was one of just the most insane matches I've ever seen between those two.
As a big Clash Royale fan, want to see the final player. Who it's going to be and who's going to win.
Ice Law.
Yuya?
No, Ice Law. Ice Law.
Okay.
Against
Peace? Radish?
Wonga. That's not me hoping for the best matchup. That's me thinking, like, I don't know if you put Peace out.
Oh.
Because Peace did lose to Light 0-2, but he's not going to have to face
This
Light.
is what it comes down to. Last season's second place teams in the losers bracket right now.
I'm nervous. Like, I'll try to be as, like, clear cut as possible, but the Kicks fanboy in me right now is screaming, this is not how it's supposed to end.
You feeling it?
I am. I'm going to be as impartial during the games, but during this period now, I'm on the edge of my seat. I just want to see the games. I keep looking at my screen hoping it starts.
I want to see who it is. I just want to see who it's going to be for both. Oh.
I'm actually feeling it. I feel it most of the time, but this one's personal.
Best of 5 is so good.
This is personal.
I'm loving this format so much. Only today we have 3 matches, and starting from tomorrow, it's just 2 matches until we have the grand finals.
Yep.
But today's actually turning out to be one of the best day ever for the season.
Man, I'm feeling. I'm so nervous. I want it to just start.
Okay, is this time where you ask for, like, let's say you're in a language class and you have a test. Who wants to go off first? And no one raises their hand.
Right.
Everyone just looks away from the teacher. It's like, oh, not me. Or is there a player that's like, I want to go right now?
Ice Law is that player. Ice Law, I think, will be fighting for it.
But is that expected?
Okay, but if it's Ice Law has the advantage that it's midday for him. He's freshly rested.
It's like 2-3 p.m. right there.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. So he might be freshly rested. Whereas WDGM on the other hand.
Ice Law did not play this entire match.
WDGM on the other hand, it is what, 10:30? Because they're an hour behind us. All right, here we go. Drum rolls, ladies and gentlemen. This is the decider. It's going to be Yuya. That is a risk, and it's going to be Peas.
Oh, yes. He's feeling it. I can see it in his eyes.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Oh, man, what a matchup to decide.
There is part of me which is like,
this has to be one of the best. Like, the last match, the pressure's on, you got to play your best. There has to be a goal in there, right? 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 That's what you feel, Simon.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Like, this is going to be
all the best players for both teams are out of the way.
So you have to go to your next in command. Ice Law would be that one, I would say, but they choose Yuya. And going for Peas is the most experienced option. I feel like...
Yes.
Okay. Peas is the most experienced option. Yuya now has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. I don't know what you do, and you can see that everyone on WDGM is nervous.
They're technically not sitting. They're actually off the seats.
Oh, this is the decider. Kicks Yuya in blue at the bottom of your screen, going up against WDGM's Peas in red at the top. It all comes down to this. This is the last set of this match. One of these teams will be going home. One of them will be joining us tomorrow to once again go through this possible last match of their tournament.
EQ calls for 3 options: Hog, RG, Royal Hogs. Yuya might just be playing the old style graveyard.
Play it safe.
Might be the ice tornado graveyard.
Okay, the Baby Dragon doesn't get a connection. The Hunter is played last minute. It's going to shut that down. It's a decent chunk. Is there a log? Bar Barrel? Okay, Bar Barrel comes in. Heal Spirit does get the heal, and that's a big green boy coming in. The Hunter deletes it.
RG.
And with that, Yuya has spent a ton in defense. So Peas is going to exploit this with this RG.
3, 4 shots.
That's tower down. That tower is not going to live much longer than this. 9, 6, 4. Yuya spent far too much defending the Goblin Brawler and the Hunter. And Peas saw that window of opportunity, realized it's time for an RG because you cannot defend it properly with what you have out on the field.
Even Yu is here, so perfect time for a fireball. Oh, Yuya actually looks pretty sad right now. With this much damage.
It's a picture. Someone's just photoshopping the emotions onto it as he played the games. Oh.
He's going to have, at least Yuya's going to have some chances. But it starts now, and he's down below 800.
Yeah, and he hasn't done anything to the towers. The graveyard has to come in.
0 damage.
Spear Goblins make it seem as though even Peas thought that the graveyard was going to come down there.
Oh, Peas, he's got nothing to lose. He says, okay, let's try.
Ooh. He doesn't look very happy with that fireball. Everything's still alive. The Baby Dragon's still very healthy. Is this a graveyard timing for Yuya? Has Peas kind of overstepped the mark slightly?
Ooh, Yuya saving once again, leaked some elixir. Yeah, puts down the hut now for that big graveyard poison chance. Seems to be the 4.0 graveyard with the hut.
Okay, Knight is played down at the back.
588.
Graveyard with this push because he needs to get it done. He needs to get the damage in. Does Yuya? The Mega Minion is there. Fireball comes in. That's pushing it out. Doesn't catch the Baby Dragon, so there is a tank still available. Is the graveyard coming down this time? No, it is not. The poison has been used.
He needs a lot of fireballs, at least 3. He does have EQ to cycle through, but he can't overspend anything because you know that graveyard can come down anytime. And Yuya should be trying a few more graveyards because he's running out of time.
Definitely is. The passivity of Yuya at this moment.
Maybe the pressure's getting onto him, I think. Oh, 120 left. This is the chance.
And he still hasn't pulled the trigger. He is biding his time. Is it going to be the right call? 588 on the tower. Spear Goblins don't connect. Okay, there's the graveyard. This is one of the latest graveyards I think I've ever seen. There's 1 minute left as we enter triple elixir. That's going to allow him to apply the pressure. The skeletons are getting some damage in, but it's not going to be enough this time round. 1647 on that tower.
And Yuya's perfect defense from now on. Can only take some spell damage, gotta push it to the maximum through triple elixir time.
But he has to twist the knife. He has to start throwing these graveyards down a lot more because he has to put pressure on his opponent.
Lots of
to
baby
not
dragons.
be able to put the fireballs down.
Ooh, the fireball hitting the knight actually helps the Peas a lot more in this chance.
Okay, Barrel comes in. Is there gonna be another graveyard? We're down to the last 20 seconds. He needs to just play it. He needs to make a move. Fireball comes in again defensively. Peas doesn't need to push it.
Just holding the lead. Needs a graveyard right now. 15 seconds.
And it comes down, but that knight is right in a Hunter. The Ewiz is down. Poison is there to take the Spear Goblins.
And defensive EQ. That's it, Peas. Going to hold on to that massive lead and get one.
One slip right at the beginning. Yuya takes the loss. Peas getting the win. I can't take it. It's like watching England play football and it comes to penalties because you know it's too rough. Peas played an absolute blinder. Yuya overstepped the mark very early on. Peas jumped at that chance and he didn't need to do it again. He took that tower so far down, he started using spells defensively. He didn't need to get that spell damage on the tower. He could have finished it anytime he wanted, but he didn't have to. Fireballs were used defensively against the knights, against the baby dragons. Hats off to Peas for avoiding that temptation. This was just too expensive for Yuya. The defense was just too expensive. The E-Wiz was terrible position there.
Yeah, he had to put something down when that heal spirit did so much work.
And look at this. Look at the time right now. That tower goes down to 964. By the end of the game, it has 588.
Yeah, which only took like 2 more fireball damage. No direct unit damage. And Yuya waited until triple elixir time to get his first graveyard of the game.
He did not. Like, I feel like if you're in that bad of a position, you've got to go all or nothing.
You got to risk it for the game win. Oh. Match point for WDGM.
I did not expect this. The way that today has gone for that team, they got absolutely slapped by Talon. They got slapped in the 2v2. They got slapped in the King of the Hill.
So
then Benza loses to Hire. Light loses to Solomon. And now we have Yuya against Peas. 3 match points and turning it around like this. Reversing the score. Reversing the story. It comes down to this. This is possibly the last game. And for the first time tonight, WDGM have match point.
And Peas.
He's not a man to crumble under pressure. He is one of the oldest players we have. He has nothing to lose, but that can also go against you. We've talked about it before. Younger players generally are more hungry and more risky compared to older players who are more risk averse. So we will see what happens in this one. Game 2, set 5 of the 1v1. If Yuya loses this, kicks go home. If he wins, there is one more game between them. And RG played at the back for Yuya.
Common combinations. With the E-Wiz will be the Royal Giant. Might be the same win condition for Peas.
Might be, but the Mega Minion distracted by the Bar Barrel. E-Wiz slowing it down nicely there.
Fisherman, I think we're going the Royal Giant for Yuya. Might be looking into some graveyard from Peas.
Yep. Could still be Royal Hogs, but I feel it's most likely now going to be that traditional Barb Hurt.
Yeah, I think Peas wasn't happy with the HUD placement there.
There's the RG. The other RG just passes right through. Now, how much damage is this going to get done? RG gets quite a few hits, and Peas looks frustrated. He's not looking happy. This is a reverse.
Yes.
This is basically the first game between these players played out again, but this graveyard's getting absolutely tons of damage done here. The Bar Barrel comes in to try and take it out, but more on the backside. The Royal Ghost trying to do what it can, and that is evened out here.
He's actually not too bad of a position. These Barbarians doing a ton of work.
Yuya has nothing. He spent too much again. He's down to 1 elixir. He is 4 or 5 behind here.
Both players bleeding left and right. Now with a better placement.
So Yuya has a very narrow lead.
This is literally a game of who can hold it better, who can hold their mentality better. It's not going to be clean-cut victory with perfect games, perfect placements.
This is as Scrappy gets. And look at this. The skeletons again getting tons of damage on the back end of this graveyard.
Some more damage, even a heal spirit just to keep that alive.
And 7-5-1 on that tower.
20 seconds.
Yuya is kind of falling apart. Where is the next RG gonna come? How is he gonna find a placement for it? Another graveyard down. The Ewiz this time played towards the back. The Barbaro played very early, only gets one skeleton because he can't afford to take more damage, but the poison comes in.
Luffy Skeleton's actually landing a hit along with the poison. So he's looking to finish it with a few more poisons.
The RG has to come down now. Like, there is no
The bar
way.
pod is already there, so Yuya having second thoughts of... Oh, it's now or never though. So it has to be on the right. Still, there's the pull with the Barbarian hook from Peace.
Still gets the pull there. There's just no pressure from Yuya coming in at all. Peace is playing this game the way he wants to play it. And it looks as though this is going to be the finish. Baby Dragon is distracted last second by that Hunter. But 3-6-6 remains on that tower. And here's an RG. The RG is going to come in, but the Barb Hut is going to pull it. Ewiz played at the back. The battle healer is there. Fireball comes down to spread those back-end units, but the RG is useless again this time. No
battle
damage.
healer survives with that many units. The Hunter's doing work, but
Peace knows it.
With the next poison.
I think
And the
Peace
Baby
knows it.
Dragon splash!
And that is that.
That is it for Kicks. WDGM goes to tomorrow. Kicks 6th place finish for the season. What a turnaround for WDGM.
5 teams remain and Kicks is not one of them. They are going home in probably the most heartbreaking of fashions. They did completely go toe-to-toe with Fav Gaming the first game of the night. It went all the way. It was a bloody affair. WDGM, though, they got slapped by Talon in their first game. And in this game, this was an absolute bruiser. And anyone who has any investment in either of these teams is probably feeling it right now.
2 of the top 3 finishes last season going into losers. Kicks dropping. This is like, did this really happen?
I tell you, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and just be like, what the hell is happening? Like,
and Peace, he takes off his headset.
Well, he knew it was over. Like, Yuya kind of never really had, he overspent on defense, which meant he never really had the cards he needed, the cycle he needed to push forward. His win conditions barely got played. Not to be too critical, but man,
when you take that much damage, you just have to risk it and go all in and look for some mistakes, force out a mistake from the opponent.
I mean, there is that whole like patient defense wins games, and we've seen it time and time again, but
only when you're in a stable condition. Like when your tower is like 1500 or it maybe even a little less than that is okay.
Yeah, if you're on a clock, you got to run quicker, you know? Like if the wall behind you is closing in within 2 seconds, you need to get out the door in 1.
I know. You got to run when there's a train about to leave the station. That's Kicks team. They finished regular season 3rd. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th team that played today. And we have third placement team from the regular season gone. So number 4, 5, 6 stays for tomorrow.
Heartbreaking. I really don't know how to say. Like, it's been a great season for Kicks. They've had ups, they've had downs, but they've kind of done something no other team has done, which is get multiple nationalities that have next to nothing in common and get them to play well.
Yeah,
we
basically
have Benzer of
international
Indonesia.
team.
Yeah, Benzer, Indonesia. Light, Egypt. I mean, Icelaw, French. They have so many different... Yuya, Japanese. They gathered an international team. They performed so well. Confirm the results, 2-3. Kicks lost to Fav. Talon slapped WDGM, and then that last bloody game between Kicks and WDGM ended 2-3. Tomorrow we have Fav versus Talon, and then the loser of that will go down to face WDGM again.
Yeah, we have one more team.
One more team will
going
leave.
home tomorrow.
And any team that survives tomorrow goes to Worlds.
That's right. The winner goes directly into top 4 against Nova. And the winner from losers go up against Ponos. Wait for that moment.
Good stuff.
What a
indeed.
day, Simon.
It has been a heartbreaking day for Kicks fans everywhere, but if you're a FAV fan, if you're a Talon fan, or if you're a WDGM fan, your team lives another day. Join us tomorrow to see their fates, because more fates will be decided when we start tomorrow.
Yep, and for tomorrow, just 2 matches, not 3, but still, best of 5 format continues on until the grand finals. So get ready. I think you have to prepare a lot more juice. We've had a pretty long day today, but it was heck a lot of fun.
This has been the latest I think I've ever done this, but
the best day ever for Clash.
I can't believe that first Kicks game was so close to finishing, and then that last game, you're like, oh,
you felt the pain.
I still feel it, but anyway, I'll be feeling it tomorrow when you join us again for the next day of Clash Royale League East. Guys, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you all next time.